You know you're in for a sentimental night when it starts with one of those famous Obama hugs where they seem like they're all alone, even though tens of thousands of us are watching. But enough kissing, time for reminiscing. Iowa is where Barack Obama's drive for the presidency got its start.
And you welcomed me and Michelle into your homes.
And then it happened.
And Mr. Obama got teary-eyed,
wiped a tear from his face.
An emotional night even for a president known for keeping his cool.
Maybe it was the cold making him cry. Nah.
To say one thing to all the young people.
Not once, but 3 times.
To all of you who've lived and breathed the hard work of change, I want to thank you.
The president used his finger,
who believe we've all got something to contribute,
to dab away a tear. No surprise, the president's tears had some of his critics crying foul. Who cries from just one eye? Asked someone calling herself Joni Baloney. He must have just seen his internal poll numbers. He needs an Academy Award to set next to his Nobel Prize. And playing off that familiar chant, the Drudge Report mocked 4 more tears. The president's supporters fired back. Romney would have wept, but his handlers forgot to refill his wiper fluid. The president has cried before at a funeral for a civil rights activist as Michelle eyed his watering eyes. And 4 years ago, exactly one day before the election,
it's hard to talk about.
Then Senator Obama lost the grandmother who had helped raise him, and this time thumbed away the tracks of his tears.
A broken politics in Washington.
4 years apart, both times a day before the election.
To say one thing to all the young people.
But Barack Obama is no John Boehner.
I spent my whole life chasing the American dream.
With President Obama, it almost takes a still photo to capture the tears, and then nostalgia gave way to kissing those tears goodbye. Jeannie Moe, CNN, New York.
We're only 1 hour away from the first poll closings of the 2012 election. In addition to releasing the first exit poll results, we're going to be joined this hour by some of the 24 reporters CNN has placed in the key battleground states. That's the most of any network. Plus, we have every toss-up state covered. Some of our crews are embedded with state election officials, and we'll be relying on them to break news throughout the night. Other CNN correspondents are following President Obama and Governor Mitt Romney. They both had very busy days, urging their teams to make sure every possible voter gets to the polls. President Obama spent much of his day doing radio and television interviews from Chicago, but he's also had a little bit of time to play basketball. Our White House correspondent, Brianna Keeler, is over at Obama headquarters in Chicago. So how is the president, Brianna, spending this day?
He spent the day having a little fun and doing a little work, Wolf. I'll tell you first where we are. We're at McCormick Place. This is where the Election Day rally will take place, where if everything goes according to plan, President Obama will be ending his evening, and we will be on the floor here a little later once doors open to people coming into this event at 8 p.m. Eastern. But President Obama started his day in Chicago after a very late night coming in from Iowa. He stopped by a campaign office in the south side of Chicago, made some phone calls to some voters in Wisconsin, including one that he joked didn't know who he was. And then it was time for what's become an Election Day ritual for President Obama, a pickup basketball game. Not a bad set of teams. He was on a team, we understand, with former Chicago Bull Scottie Pippen. Also there, his Secretary of Education, Arne Duncan, and Reggie Love, his longtime and former personal aide. But still doing a lot of work today, as you mentioned, doing interviews with a number of TV stations in battleground states, including one in Milwaukee, urging voters to get to the polls. Here's what he said.
It's going to be close. We feel confident that we have the votes to win, but as is true in every election, it depends on who turns out. And so I just hope that everybody who's watching, whether they're Republican or Democrat or independent, take the time to vote.
Now, President Obama and the First Lady will watch returns come in tonight from their home in the Kenwood Hyde Park neighborhood. Then they'll be heading to the Fairmont Hotel, where a number of senior staff are staying as the night moves on. And this is where, Wolf, they will be finishing up their night if everything goes according to plan. Still, the doors have not opened. You can see setup going on behind me. But this is where we are going to be tonight, going out onto the floor among some of these supporters to see if they end their night as expected, very jubilantly, or if there's disappointment, Wolf.
It's all in the hands of the voters right now. You're looking at a live picture of a polling place in Nashua, New Hampshire, one of the critical battleground states. We're watching as we get closer and closer to the first election results. We'd like to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. About an hour from now, we may be able to make the first projections in the presidential race, and we'll get our first clues about how tonight may go for President Barack Obama and former Governor Mitt Romney. We're counting down to the top of the hour when all the polls will close in the states of Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and the battleground state of Virginia. Some polls in Indiana and Kentucky, by the way, they are closing right now. A total of 60 electoral votes are on the line in those states. 270, you'll be hearing that number a lot. 270 are needed to win the White House. We're getting an early snapshot of voters, what they care about from our exit polls. Let's bring in John King over at the Magic Wall. John?
And Wolf, the demographics of the electorate, what the electorate looks like, who's voting, tells you a lot about who's going to do well today. Let's look nationally at who's voting in our presidential election today. Voters aged 18 to 29 make up 18% of the national electorate. That is exactly the same percentage as 2008. The young vote, a key part of the Obama constituency, that is the same percentage as 2008. Voters aged 30 to 44 at 26%. That's down a bit. That's down a little bit from 2008. This is a big group of voters. 37% of those voting today, the largest group out there, are in the age group from 45 to 64. That is very consistent with 4 years ago in the size of the electorate. And voters 65 and older, Governor Romney counting. Republicans tend to get higher support among the elderly. This is up some. It was 16% 4 years ago. More voters aged 65 and older in the electorate today. Governor Romney will be encouraged by that number. The president will be encouraged by this number. Young voters coming out. There was a fear they would drop off in a significant percentage. How about by race? This is almost identical to the 2008 electorate nationally. Again, key battleground states could be a little different. 73% of the voters today are white. That was 74% 4 years ago. African Americans, 13% of the electorate. That's identical. Latinos were 9% of the electorate 4 years ago. 10%. If that number holds up throughout the later waves of exit polls, it will be the first election in American history where Latinos vote in double digits, 10% right there. Let's also look across by party ID. This is not how they voted. This tells you how they identified themselves. 37% of those voting today say they're Democrats. 34% say Republicans, and Wolf, 29% say independent. So roughly, there's a bit of variation there, but roughly, you see an evenly divided America, that independent number been on the rise.
John, thank you. We're getting the first real numbers coming in right now from the state of Kentucky. Let's show our viewers what we have. Only 1% of the vote is in, and you see Mitt Romney way ahead of Barack Obama, 79% to 19%. But it's very, very early in Kentucky. That usually, in a presidential contest, pretty reliable red state. We'll continue to watch the numbers. A lot more numbers, by the way, are going to start coming in this hour. Anderson?
Yeah, well, CNN has the most reporters in the battleground states that'll decide the presidential election. Many of them are embedded with election officials to monitor vote tallies and be on alert for any problems. We also have correspondents at both candidates' headquarters, Jessica Yellen in Chicago with the Obama campaign and Candy Crowley in Boston with the Romney campaign. First, we start with Jessica. Jessica?
Hi, Anderson. Well, Obama campaign officials say so far they like what they're seeing. They are seeing absolutely no surprises in the data, and they were expecting turnout to be good for them, so they are happy. What they see so far is no surge for Governor Romney, they say, and they see that both Florida and North Carolina are dead heats. That's what they tell us. Of course, you have to factor in pro-Obama spin. It's coming from Obama aides, but dead heats in Florida and North Carolina, positive for the president because going in, those states saw polling advantage Governor Romney. Now, just before I spoke to you, I interviewed one of the president's top campaign aides, Stephanie Cutter, and I asked her the president's mood today. This is what she had to say.
He's serene, he's calm, he's excited. We had an amazing rally last night in Des Moines, very emotional. This is his last campaign. That was his last campaign event. He's looking forward to tonight. He did his traditional game of basketball. And now he's spending time with his family. Michelle's brother is here. The president's sister is here, and their families. There'll be lots of nieces and nephews running around. He's going to have dinner with his family. And then as the returns start to come in, he'll come downtown, and we'll watch the returns together. And then we will come here and have a big celebration.
And Anderson, he won that basketball game today, so I'm sure they consider that a good sign, a good omen. I told you last night they are a superstitious bunch, and the president, he likes to win. Anderson?
Jessica, he was also making calls and thanking campaign workers at a stop today.
Yes, he did. He visited one of his campaign offices, and he thanked people. He also thanked Governor Romney for a vigorous campaign and acknowledged that there has been a lot of enthusiasm on both sides. And he encouraged people to get out and vote. Anderson.
Yep. Well, let's check in with Candy Crowley at the Romney headquarters in Boston. Candy?
Hey, Anderson, they are striking up the band. I don't want to rain on Stephanie's parade, but they're also expecting a victory here tonight. If there is any kind of worry behind the scenes, there is certainly no sign, no crack when you talk to senior advisors, either on background or on the record. They particularly say they think Florida looks great for them. They believe that Ohio and Virginia look good. So they are like, most of us still waiting to see when those polls come in. But they do have folks out in those counties, in Ohio, in Florida, in Virginia, where they need to turn out big numbers. And two of the three advisors I spoke with today about this specific thing both said that they are seeing high numbers coming out in the counties where they really need to do well. So they're expecting about maybe 5,000 people here tonight, but not until much later. The two of them, Mitt Romney and his wife Ann, are expected to come here at a Newbury Hotel and stay and await the election results and come over here for what they hope will be a victory party.
It's going to be a long night. Candy, appreciate it. Romney headquarters. Let's check in with our analysts, David Gergen, Gloria Borger, also John King. You've all been looking at the early exit polls, the numbers. John, what jumps out at you?
I think if you look at the demographics of the electorate, there's some things we see in the exit polls we can't talk about till all the polls close. But if you look at the demographics of the electorate, it's very interesting. A lot of conversation last night. Democrats were worried the youth vote would go down. Seems pretty stable. Nationally, we'll go state by state in the battleground states and see. That's what matters most. But that's an encouraging number for the Obama campaign. The fact that the senior vote is a little bigger this time, if Republicans can hold it, that has been a constituency that trends their way. It's also very important in some of the key battleground states. Iowa is an older state. Florida is an older state. So if you look at the first wave of data we have, it tells you that we have a very competitive election on our hands.
Yeah, which we knew before we looked at the data.
Exactly. It looks very competitive. Well, it looks like a long night, really. We'll have to wait and see. And let's wait and see how reliable these are. Remember, famously in 2004, it looked like John Kerry had won it, and he ordered up a victory speech, and then the later exits came in, and it changed dramatically, and he lost. So we have to wait and see. I was also struck by the conversation we've had in the past about the white versus minority percentage of vote, and it was very, very important for Governor Romney to get at least 74% of the electorate white, maybe a little higher. It looks like a little under that right now.
We have clearly a divided electorate. Identity politics is alive and well in this country. I think it's very clear that Mitt Romney was right to run on the economy. Everybody cares about the economy, but, it's a question of which matters to most voters. Some of them talk about the vision of the candidate matters. Others say it matters that he shares my values or that he understands my problems. That's always an area that Mitt Romney has had problems with. So as we look at these going down the road, I think we're going to see that the differences in their number one issue is going to matter.
And both in look, our short-term concern tonight is who will be the next president of the United States and what will the balance of power in Congress be, and that's what we'll focus on. But as we do, there's a lesson for the Republican Party here, and that is when you watch Latinos now become 10%. In the next presidential election, they will likely be 12 or 13 or 14%, and they are in the key swing states is where their population is growing the fastest. The Republican Party either deals with its crisis with Latino voters, or it becomes very hard to be a nationally competitive Republican Party. If Governor Romney were getting 32, 33% of the Latino vote, we expect him, this is not from an exit poll, the polls going into the election had him below 30, then Colorado would be more competitive. Florida would be his. Virginia would be his. And probably other states as well.
Does that speak to some sort of immigration reform, no matter which candidate wins?
It's tone and policy. It's not. There are a lot of conservative Latinos who agree with Governor Romney or agree with Republicans that you don't want to, let people illegals stay. But it's the tone.
But the president himself said it in his Des Moines Register interview, which is off the record. He said we got to do immigration.
Let's check in with Wolf. Wolf.
Getting more results coming in. These are real numbers, not exit poll numbers. In Kentucky, you can see 1% of the vote is in overwhelmingly so far. Very early, 69% for Mitt Romney, 29% for the president. In Indiana, similarly, only 1% of the vote is in, but you can see Mitt Romney, 59%, President Obama, 39%. Very, very early in the process. We'll continue to check real numbers coming in. We're also getting more early exit poll information. Stand by for that. And we've been seeing enormous lines for voting in Florida. We'll have the latest on whether that could delay results in one of the most important swing states. Our battleground reporters they're out in full force. They are across the country right now. You're looking at Faneuil Hall in Boston. That's where Mitt Romney's in Boston right now with his entire family. But this is a watch party underway right now. They're getting ready to see what's going on in Boston. We have watch parties we're watching all over the country, indeed all over the world. We're going to get more official results coming in soon here in the CNN Election Center. But right now, let's get some additional early clues about what voters are thinking as they exited the polling stations across the country. John King is back at the Magic Wall. We're getting some more clues right now.
We are, and let's focus on two of our key battleground states, and two of the key states we'll learn early from, Virginia and Ohio. Of course, Eastern time zone, they will close early. Who would better handle the economy? Here's your definition, folks, of a competitive election. Who would better handle the economy? Governor Romney, 49. President Obama, 48. These are among voters in the key battleground state of Ohio today. So a split on who would better handle the top issue in the election. Are U.S. economic conditions getting better, getting worse, or about the same? 37% say getting better. That's an encouraging number for the president. That number has grown in our pre-election polls, and in the exit poll, 37% of Ohio voters say things are getting better. That's certainly helpful to an incumbent. But close second, 33% say it's getting worse. You would assume those voters are thinking maybe we need a new president, and about 29% say it's staying about the same. How those voters vote may determine who wins the state. Those who say things are about the same. That's, again, more from Battleground Ohio. One more here. What's your opinion of the Obama administration? After all, they're deciding whether to keep an incumbent president. 27% of Ohioans, the largest group, say they're dissatisfied. 23% angry. So that's half of the electorate today in Ohio say they're dissatisfied or angry with the Obama administration. But, again, pretty even split. 24% say satisfied, 24% say enthusiastic. That tells you you've got a competitive race in Battleground Ohio. Virginia results will start to come in about the same time. 53% say Governor Romney would better handle the economy. 45% President Obama. So a better edge for Governor Romney in Battleground Virginia. We're waiting the results there to come up pretty soon. Yet U.S. economic conditions, 43% say getting better. Again, that wolf would be encouraging to the incumbent. 36% say getting worse. 2 in 10 voters in Battleground Virginia today say things are just about the same from an economic perspective. And one more from Virginia. What do you think of the Obama administration? Again, this is an incumbent president asking for 4 more years. 25% dissatisfied, but the largest group, 32%, are enthusiastic about the Obama administration. 18% satisfied. Well, add up this right here. That's 48-50. Add up this. That's 48. Again, roughly an even divide in Battleground Virginia, just the same as Battleground Ohio. When the voters are evenly divided, guess what? Means we got to count. We're going to be here a while.
We are indeed, but that's why they pay us to be here all night if necessary and beyond. Anderson.
Well, thanks. We're counting down to the top of the hour, and the first results for one of the crucial battleground states, which of course is Virginia. Let's check in with some of our correspondents embedded with election officials in toss-up states. First to Gary Tuchman in Virginia. Gary.
Anderson, we're at the election headquarters in Henrico County, Virginia. Henrico County is a critical county in a critical state, Virginia. We want to give you an idea of how the voters are voting here in this county. Long lines and touchscreen voting is what they're doing here. People like touchscreen voting because they say it's easier and you cannot overvote. What you do is the election worker puts the card in here, then the voter activates it, touch here to start. You can tell this is a sample machine because there's some old guys running for president, Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln. I vote for Washington. I vote for Lincoln, too, because I like both of them. I can't do it, so I get rid of Washington. I vote for Lincoln. Then favorite university. These are proposition questions. I'll put William and Mary. Should the college football national championship be decided by a playoff? I say yes. Then I push next. Those are my votes. Push next one more time. Big red mark there. My ballot is cast. Please wait. When the night's over, and that night will be over in 40 1 minute. The precinct captain comes out, puts their card in there, and this tape comes out, and these are the votes for Obama and Romney. They then write it down, call this office, and in about 41 minutes, we should start knowing some of the raw numbers here in this critical county.
Very interesting. All about the raw numbers. Thanks very much. Let's check in with Aaron Burnett in Columbus, Ohio. Aaron?
All right, Anderson, well, we're here at the capital of Ohio, and this could be ground zero in terms of who wins tonight. What the story here is about absentee and early voting. About 1.8 million people cast their votes absentee or early, the Secretary of State of Ohio told me today. And it turns out that it would be reasonable, election officials tell me, to say 250,000 of those votes, we may not know who they voted for tonight. So that could mean that it's up to 10 days before they start counting those ballots and we know who won. Those people who come in and their address changed or their name changed, they had to file one of these, a yellow ballot, a provisional ballot. That's the nightmare scenario. If we don't know, if it comes down to these yellow ballots, we may not know for another 10 days who wins this election. The good news, Anderson, though, is I spoke to the Secretary of State from Ohio today, and he told me firmly the same thing he told me last night. He said, I don't think it's going to come early tonight, but I do think here in Ohio we will be able to project a winner. And I'm talking to a few election officials here. They're saying hopefully they think possibly around midnight tonight. So we will see, but it could all come down to where we are tonight here in Columbus, Anderson.
All right, Aaron, thanks for that. We'll check in later. Let's go to John Zarella in Florida. John?
Anderson, record turnout possible in Florida. Up to 9 million votes might be cast when all is said and done. 4.5 million already cast absentee balloting and early voting. Long lines to report today in a lot of places. Hialeah, Florida, down in Miami-Dade County, one area. The lines were long, hours-long lines there all day long. But it's not across the board. Some places, precincts you went to, the lines were 10, 15, 20 minutes, and that was it. We're at the tabulation center in Palm Beach County. What I want to show you, what these people behind me are doing right now, counting absentee ballots. What they are doing is transposing faulty ballots that went out. And let me show you what we had. Right here, Anderson, 35,000 of these went out that were wrong. The Justice of the Supreme Court header here was left off. So when they came back in, the machines couldn't scan them. So what these people are doing, and there are Republican and Democratic monitors behind each of these volunteer workers, they're taking the faulty ballots and transposing them onto correct ballots, and then they will be put into the machine. So far, they've corrected 23,000 ballots. They do not expect to have all the rest of them in those boxes back there done before the end of the night. It's going to be a long time before all of them, the absentee ballots, are counted here in Palm Beach County. Anderson.
And we're watching any irregularities in voting in a lot of the different battleground states. John Zarella, appreciate that. Let's go back to Will.
We're following also the battle for control of the United States Senate in a brand new way in CNN's virtual Senate. Tom Foreman is there. Tom?
Hey, Wolf, we're going to be watching the Senate races all evening because the simple truth is whomever wins the presidency, his ability to get the job done and do what he wants is going to depend on what happens in the U.S. Senate tonight. These races are critical. So let me take you up high in our virtual U.S. Senate here and show you where we stand right now. The Republicans very much want to expand on the 47 red seats they have here. They would love to eat into those 3 blue seats in the back seat because that's the Democratic advantage. The Democrats have 53 seats here, including the 2 independents who caucus with them. You may see their desks up there. We made them purple. The Democrats also have the White House, of course, with President Obama. And the one Republican stronghold is the U.S. House of Representatives, which is not likely to change. So if nothing else changes, what will we see in terms of a difference in the U.S. Senate if President Obama is reelected? Well, we might see a lot of the same arguments as before, but a new agenda. Way up on the list, higher taxes upon the wealthy. The president has said this is part of making the economy more fair, getting the economy moving again, and dealing with the deficit. Here's another item he's been talking about. Immigration reform. He talked about this last time, and he took a lot of criticism for not getting the job done. But if he says he gets reelected, he'll take another crack at it. And this is the wild card back here, and it's a big one. He could have a Supreme Court seat to fill. Justice Ginsburg has suggested she might want to retire. She's a liberal-leaning justice. If she goes away, he would probably put a liberal-leaning justice in her seat. That would maintain the status quo on the court. Basically, things wouldn't change. But imagine this isn't what happens. Imagine that everything stays the same, but Mitt Romney takes control. What agenda is he going to bring to the U.S. Senate? Well, first of all, lower taxes. He wants a 20% tax cut for everybody. He also wants to close some loopholes in the tax code. That's his way of getting the economy moving and dealing with the deficit. He also wants to repeal Obamacare. You heard this over and over again out on the stump. It's not really clear if he can get it done, but he'd certainly need the Senate's help to really do much on it. It says he's going to keep the most popular parts of it, by the way, and he, too, could face a Supreme Court seat. Big difference, though. If it's a seat held by a liberal, he would no doubt put a more conservative justice into that seat, and that would change the status quo of the court. It would change the balance, and you would probably see, Wolf, some changes in the types of rulings we saw coming out of the court. Wolf?
Tom, as you say, we think the Republicans will hold on to their majority in the House of Representatives, but what about the balance of power in the Senate?
Yeah, well, the numbers have sort of suggested that the Democrats have a fair chance of holding on to their advantage here, but you never really know because so much is up in the air right now. The Republicans would love to at least pick off those 3 seats back there. If they did that, you would have a tie here on many votes. That tie would have to be broken by the vice president, either Joe Biden or Paul Ryan, depending on who wins. And if the Republicans really did well tonight, they might be able to pick up a seat or 2 over here and have a majority. But, Wolf, here is the thing that we cannot impress enough as you watch the returns tonight on the Senate. The simple truth is there is no indication that either party could get a 60-vote supermajority here. That's what you need to overcome a filibuster. And if you don't have that, no matter who becomes the president, he's going to have a hard time pushing his agenda unless he can find a way to get people working together across this aisle, and that has eluded them here for quite some time. Wolf?
Good point, Tom. Thank you. Tom's in our virtual Senate. We're counting down to the top of the hour when polls close in the battleground state of Virginia. It's our first important sign of how this night may go. Also, the first official results, early vote tallies are coming in from parts of Indiana and Kentucky right now where the polls already have closed. And wait until you see how CNN is changing one of the world's most famous landmarks, the Empire State Building, on this election night in America. They're voting in the key battleground state of New Hampshire. These are live pictures coming in from Nashua, New Hampshire. We're watching voting there all across the country. We're also beginning to get real election results coming in from 2 states, Kentucky and Indiana. Kentucky right now still very, very early. 1% of the vote is in. You see a lopsided lead for Mitt Romney, 69% to 29% in Kentucky so far. Similarly, in Indiana, 2% of the vote is now in. Another lopsided lead, 65% for Mitt Romney, 34% for President Obama, but it's very, very early. Let's get some more exit poll results. John King has been going through those numbers, and we're beginning to learn a little bit more about what the voters are thinking.
We are. Let's take a glimpse nationally at 2 key questions, and then we want to go into another battleground state. Moments ago, we showed you a bit from Ohio and from Virginia. Well, this is nationally. Who would better handle the economy? It's the #1 question for voters right now. You see a pretty close divide. Governor Romney, the Republican, 50. President Obama, the incumbent Democrat, 47. So an even divide on the biggest question facing the electorate, who would better handle the economy. That suggests we will have a close election. Who's more in touch with people like you? Throughout the campaign, the empathy question, if you will, has been an advantage for President Obama. It is an advantage on Election Day. 52% of the voters nationally today say the president is more in touch with people like them. 44% gave that mark to Governor Romney. Now let's look at battleground Florida, the demographics of the electorate. 67% of the electorate in Florida today, white. 13% African-American, 16% Latino. Now, remember these numbers, because the next slide I'm going to show you is the 2008 Florida electorate. Remember, 67, 13, 16. What was the electorate like 4 years ago? 71% of the electorate was white in Florida. A higher number 4 years ago, and that's red because John McCain won the white vote in Florida 4 years ago. 13% African-American. That has been constant. 13% matches up with 4 years ago. Latino was 14%. It's 16% this year. So again, in another key battleground state, the Latino population, it might be slight, but that's growth, a change in the electorate there. We'll watch how that plays out in battleground Florida. Another big question, Florida, one of the older states in America. Who would better handle Medicare? A question that seniors care about, a question also that voters in that 40 to 55 to 60 age group care about, especially the Democrats tried to make an issue of the Ryan budget because of the changes in Medicare. The president gets a slight edge, Wolf, but essentially an even divide on the Medicare question in the state of Florida. One little ad lib here, if I can. I'm going to walk over here. Stay with me on the magic wall. We're starting to get results in Kentucky and in Indiana. Tiny results, 2% of the vote. I want to show you a little place in Indiana. Vigo County, 1.7% of the population. I'm going to look here a little bit later here tonight just for trivia purposes. You know why? Only twice since 1888 has Vigo County been wrong in picking a president. Why? Good question. But since the 1950s, this county has been right. Whoop, it's filling in blue at the moment. Ooh, look at that. Now, that's only 17% of the vote. We'll see how it goes tonight. But you watch it blue now. If it's blue at the end of the night, we'll see if Vigo County's streak continues.
Could be a bellwether, as they say. Could be an indication of what's going on. Right. We're going to watch all these states, all these counties, all these polling precincts very closely. Anderson?
Who knew? As Vigo County goes, so goes the country. Often said. Let's check in with our contributors. Alex Castellanos, Republican. What are you looking at tonight? What do you see in those numbers so far from these exit polls?
Well, that we're going to have a long night, I guess. But
that's going to be the most overused phrase, by the way, of tonight. Long night. Just watch for it. Every time
I'm sitting here at the CNN bar, I'll be happy. So right, okay. No, it's so hard to tell with these early exits. I still think there's a reticent Republican factor. I think we know as Republicans that all the cool kids, Hollywood, the music industry, fashion, academia, news media, a lot of people are on the other side. The uncool kids, the kids that wear socks with sandals, we're Republicans. And when you get interviewed...
You're saying Kid Rock is not cool?
Yeah. You have, Democrats have more. Let's put it that way. And what happens when you get interviewed is, are you for the cool guy or are you the uncool Republican? We underreport. We underreport on surveys. We underreport on exit polls. So and that's, I think, one reason why Kerry thought he'd won the election when he ran, and he didn't. So I'm looking right now to see if these numbers either improve a little bit, or if when we start getting the real data, there's a little bit more of a Republican bump here. This is a very tight race, but if you add a Republican bump, Mitt Romney's got a real shot at winning this thing.
James Carville, Democratic.
Yeah, you know what? We're just going to have to wait and see what happens. My point is simply this. The consequences for the losing party are going to be dramatic. If the Democrats lose this election, that means they will have lost every election of any consequence since President Obama won in 2008. If the Republicans lose this election, this will be the 5th time in the last 6 elections they've lost a popular vote to the Democrats. It's going to be enormous. They're going to have to rethink their entire party. So I think that my focus is a little bit, as we watch this, what does it mean for the losing party? And it's going to be dramatic. I mean, every election has consequences. The consequences to the losing party in this election seem to me to be pretty doggone profound. And, you know, it's a cliche, but like everybody else, we're going to wait and start counting votes here pretty soon.
The other question is, what does it mean for governorship, no matter who wins? And that's something we'll talk about a lot tonight as well. Margaret Hoover, Republican strategist.
What we're all looking at is enthusiasm numbers in these early numbers. In the exit polling for the millennial data, the 18 to 29-year-old data, it says 18% of them turned out. Well, guess what? The millennial generation is the largest generation in history. There are 17 million more of them than baby boomers. If all of them turned out at the same proportion that they turned out in 2008, 65 million of them are eligible to vote. 51% turns out, that would make them 24% of the electorate. That would mean that if 18% have turned out, there's a depression in enthusiasm in the youth vote.
Van Jones, Democratic.
I think that's true, but I'm actually still encouraged by that 18% number, because if you just look at the number as it is, 18% is the same percentage that they had before. There was a concern you're going to have a collapse of the youth vote, not a contraction, but a collapse. And in fact, you don't. And I think that even if the youth vote for Obama at 60, instead of 67%, say 57, it's still a huge, huge bump for Obama.
And one thing we also saw in the exits is the battle for Medicare is a fair fight, even Republicans and Democrats. Medicare, picking Paul Ryan, the ending Medicare as we know it was supposed to wipe out the Republican Party. It hasn't.
Right. We got to take a break. We're live at landmarks across America where people are gathering tonight to watch CNN's election coverage. We're in the president's hometown of Chicago at Thompson Center Plaza downtown. CNN has provided the largest screen in the city for free public viewing of election coverage. We're also in Boston, Mitt Romney's home base at historic Faneuil Hall Marketplace. More than 350,000 LED lights are illuminating the area. It's a special election preview of the holiday light and sound show called Blink. Let's head also to the Las Vegas Strip, the Miracle Mile shops. It's another place where people can stop, watch election results on CNN. And back here on the East Coast, check out the scene at Times Square, CNN's official election watch party. We expect it to be a busy place throughout the evening. Wolf?
And tonight, Anderson, get this. You can keep tabs on the changing electoral vote count in a whole new way right here on CNN. Look at the Empire State Building in New York. Now take a close look at the very top, the mast. It will be following CNN's official electoral count. So as we make projections, those red and blue columns will rise throughout the night. Blue for Obama, red for Romney. Once we have a winner, those red, white, and blue lights on the upper floors will change colors. Check this out. If President Obama wins, the top of the Empire State Building will light up in bright blue. If Governor Romney wins, the building's mast will shine bright red. New Yorkers, by the way, will be able to look up and see the results throughout the night. The rest of the nation, of course, can see it right here on CNN. There is a heated fight underway right now to win in Wisconsin, the home state of Paul Ryan. The election system there is surprisingly old school and will affect the vote counting. We're going there live. And we're counting down to the top of the hour when the polls close in 6 states, including the battleground state of Virginia. We're live at Obama and Romney headquarters. They're waiting for the first results, and they're watching it on CNN on this election night in America. We've got some real votes coming in from Kentucky and Indiana. Let's update you on what's happening right now. Still very, very early in Kentucky, but it's a lopsided lead for Mitt Romney, 69% to 29%. Only 1% of the vote is in. 3% of the vote is in Indiana, 60% for Mitt Romney, 38% for the president, but it's still very early. The president did carry Indiana, as you remember, 4 years ago. Candy Crowley is over at Romney headquarters in Boston. She's watching what's going on. What's going on over there, Candy? You got some news.
Hey, Wolf, yes, I want to bring in one of our political reporters, Peter Hamby, who has been out and about covering actually both these campaigns for the last couple of years. Peter, what have you found out?
Well, we've actually found out, we've gotten a glimpse into the Romney campaign's internal polling. Through the last day they did internal tracking. Neil Newhouse, their pollster, does daily tracking every day throughout the campaign to kind of figure out strategy. Through Sunday, the last day that they did tracking, the Romney campaign had Obama winning Ohio by 5 points. That's, it changes day to day, but that's up from winning Ohio by 1, losing Ohio by 1, tied. So that we saw a big final jump the last day for Romney, for Obama inside the Romney campaign, Candy.
Well, one of the things this tells us is that public optimism, as we know, is required on Election Day.
Right.
But behind the scenes, it tells us a little bit more about what they're really thinking.
Exactly. I mean, this is not an authorized leak. I got these polls from a very good source of mine. They project confidence outwardly, but there was a reason that they went to Ohio and Pennsylvania on today at the last minute. It's because they saw the numbers on the last day. They saw Obama jumping to a stronger lead than he had before, according to their numbers. And they saw Pennsylvania really tight. The numbers also show Pennsylvania really tight. So we're seeing how polling informs strategy, but the polls goes in Ohio, pretty soon. So those numbers are pretty much out the window at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Our political reporter, Peter Hamby, thanks so much. Great cat.
Thanks.
Back to you, Wolf.
Candy, thanks very much. Peter, thanks to you as well. Let's go back to John King. You're taking a look at the Electoral College map because the popular vote out there is important, but it's 270 electoral votes that will be needed to elect the next president.
And let's follow up on what Peter Hamby just told our Candy Crowley there, that he says inside the Romney campaign, at the end, they were increasingly pessimistic about this. 18 electoral votes in the state of Florida. Wolf, no Republicans, Ohio, I'm sorry, no Republicans ever won without it. Let's say that goes blue. Look where it put the president, on the doorstep of being reelected if nothing else changes. So could Governor Romney get to 270 without Ohio will be the question we will ask tonight. Well, let's assume, for the sake of argument, Democrats will give him the state of Florida. Let's assume, again, I know Democrats who disagree, let's give him Virginia. That puts him in play, but then he comes out here. How does he make up for this? The Obama campaign is very confident about this. We'll see if Paul Ryan can make a difference, but the Obama campaign is very confident about this.
About Wisconsin.
About Wisconsin. Obama campaign is extremely confident because of the Latino vote about Nevada. So now you're in this position here. Can Governor Romney get there? Can he get there without, even if he won Colorado, even if he won Iowa, and even if he won New Hampshire, he's short. So what would he have to do? That's the Pennsylvania strategy they were just thinking about. He would have to somehow take that away and turn it red. That would make the difference, but it's improbable.
That's
Given
Pennsylvania.
the deep blue DNA of Pennsylvania makes that somewhat improbable, which is why we are going to spend a long time tonight. Late campaign polling is not always what happens on Election Day. I talked to some people in Hamilton County, Ohio, the Cincinnati area. They were much more encouraged today than they were last night. If that one is blue at the end of the night, it's not impossible, but it is improbable, I would say, to find a Romney path to 270.
In the past, as we say often, no Republican has won the White House without Ohio. Anderson.
I just want to quickly check in with our analysts, David Gergen and Gloria Borger, about what Peter Hamby just reported, a source from inside the Romney campaign, saying that their internal numbers in their last poll showed Obama +5 in Ohio. That's surprising.
It's surprising because in talking to them every day, that's not what they were saying. They were saying that their internal
not
polls,
what they were saying publicly.
Well, yeah, or even on background, saying to reporters, you know, this is a dead heat. Which shows you that in campaigns, they're not going to give away the keys. And they were always saying to us, by the way, that their polls were much more accurate than ours, which always showed a disparity, and that theirs were tight. And it may explain why the campaign threw in that Jeep ad about exporting.
Also may explain a trip to
exporting jobs to Italy. Yeah,
I think what it suggests is, listen, it seemed to me that it maybe was breaking for Obama in the last few days. The exit polls, the early exit polls, don't suggest that. And so Ohio may be a special case, in which case this whole controversy about the Jeep was backfiring on Mitt Romney. His allegations out there, which were rebuffed by 2 of the car companies as well as by a number of others, you know, were pretty wild. And I think it was, you know, Obama's doing better among working class people in Ohio than he is elsewhere. And this whole thing about the automobile bailout and the Jeep ad could make the difference in this election.
And that was a point Rahm Emanuel made earlier today on our program about the impact that the auto bailout has had in Ohio.
Absolutely.
Right. And you look at the unemployment numbers in some of these states like Ohio, they're lower than the national average. Voters there may be more optimistic, as the exit polls show, about the future of the economy. And on the economy issue, I don't think that Romney is doing as well as he needs to be doing overall. It's his key issue. He was way ahead on it. The exit polls show just a few points of difference.
It's fascinating what Peter Hamby just reported. We'll continue to follow it. Obviously, we are just minutes away from the first wave of poll closings. Battleground state of Virginia is on the line. We're at election watch parties in the president's hometown of Chicago as well, and in Mitt Romney's hometown of Boston. We're obviously anxious to see if we can make our first battleground state projection ahead. Stay tuned.
We're closing in on the first results in the battle for the White House.
We can only guess how late the night will go. It is going to be an exciting night, and how close it will be.
Across the land, this is the moment when Americans choose their leader and chart their future.
A bigger, better country. That is what's in store with new leadership. You know I'll fight for you and your families.
This is the moment when a long, bitter campaign ends.
You don't scare hard-working Americans just to scare up some votes. That's not what being president's all about.
And a long, suspenseful night begins.
You want 4 more years with 23 million Americans looking for a good job.
This is the moment when everything is on the line and anything can happen. Tonight, the results the world has been waiting for. Barack Obama and Mitt Romney vying for every vote and every battleground that will decide the election.
We'll win Ohio. America is counting on Florida. Right here in Iowa. We're going to win Wisconsin.
A presidential contest that's been neck and neck for months, maybe razor close in the final hour. Who will be the winner tonight? Or could there be a cliffhanger?
This is the time to elect a leader. I'd like to win this thing earlier than later, so go out there.
Now, CNN's coverage of Election Night in America, the fight for the presidency, the battle for Congress, and the issues dividing the nation.
I'm not ready to give up on the fight. Do you want more of the same, or do you want change?
The first polls are closing. The nation is watching, and history is in the making right now.
We're live at the presidential candidates' campaign headquarters, the Obama camp in Chicago, the Romney camp in Boston. Both campaigns are anxiously waiting for the final word from voters on this election night in America. We'd like to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're counting down to the first projections in the race for the White House and for control of the United States Congress. Just minutes from now, all polls close in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and the battleground state of Virginia. A total of 60 electoral votes are up for grabs in those states. And remember, It takes 270 electoral votes to win this election. Let's go to our correspondent over at the presidential candidates headquarters. Jessica Yellen is with the president in Chicago. Candy Crowley is with Governor Romney in Boston. Jessica, first to you. Set the scene.
Hi, Wolf. I have been speaking to Obama aides throughout the day, and they tell me that they are feeling calm, as is the president. They describe him as calm, serene, and excited. They say that they feel that this is not only going to be a good night for them, but also an early night. They tell me that they do not trust exit polls. You know, Wolf, they don't even trust media reports. What they do trust is their operation and the models they built. And they say nothing they have seen in the data so far is diverging from their models. They are seeing, to quote them, no surprises. But, you know, election nights have seen surprises before, and this night is still early.
Only just beginning. Candy, what's it like in Boston?
Well, they've just opened the doors here, so people are starting to trickle in, but they are expecting actually a long night here, just in keeping with the parallel universes we see between these two campaigns. So there's plenty of time to go out for dinner, etc., before they come here to what they hope will be a victory rally. We know that Mitt Romney is now back in Boston after going to Ohio and Pennsylvania today. He will wait out these evening results here in a hotel very close to the Boston Convention Center. Again, lots of public and even on background optimism from campaign aides. But as we know from what our Peter Hamby just reported on Sunday, just 2 days ago, the internal campaign polling for the Romney campaign showed Mitt Romney down 5 points in Ohio. That is critical. Certainly tells you why they paid so much attention to Ohio early on, Wolf.
Certainly is, Candy. Thanks very much. Anderson Cooper, of course, joins us for this historic night.
Yeah, Wolf, it certainly is. We are moments away from the first results in Virginia, traditionally red state that turned blue when it went for President Obama 4 years ago. We've got two correspondents on the ground, Kate Baldwin in Manassas, and Gary Tuchman is just outside of Richmond. Let's start with Kate Baldwin. Kate?
Hey there, Anderson. The polls are just minutes away from closing here in Prince William County, Virginia. And when that happens, that is when the phones are going to start ringing here at the Board of Elections headquarters. This is one of the locations where they'll be taking in the calls with results, first writing in the results here, and then later physically having the results brought in these bags. The results, though, we're hearing could be delayed even by hours because of the hours-long wait at some polling stations in the precinct. Why does this matter? Because everyone is watching what happens here in Prince William County as well as what happens in Loudoun County just to our north. If people are watching it as a key indicator of how this state and its 13 electoral votes will go. Anderson?
Gary Tuchman. Gary?
Anderson, Henrico County, Virginia, just north of Richmond, is a battleground county in this battleground state. Barack Obama is expected to do well in the Washington suburbs. Mitt Romney is expected to do well in the rural areas of the state. Both need this county, and the raw numbers should be coming in any minute. Real numbers, Anderson.
Well, our election team is in the field. Also, obviously, here in the studio, let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John?
And Anderson, Virginia early up, the key battleground. We talk a lot about Ohio, but if Governor Romney doesn't win Virginia, it's hard to see him getting to 270. What are the voters in Virginia thinking tonight? More than 6 in 10, 62% say the economy is the #1 issue in the country. 13% say the deficit. 17% say health care. So pocketbook issues driving the electorate in Virginia today. Let's take a look at this. Should the health care law be repealed? That's been a big question in the campaign. Governor Romney says yes. 49% of the Virginia voters today agree with the governor, but 46% say no. That tells you a very evenly divided Virginia electorate on one of the big policy questions in this presidential campaign. Vote by party identification. 39% of those voting today in Virginia are Democrats. 33% are Republicans, and 28% are independents. Now, a lot of Southern Democrats sometimes vote Republican for president, so you could look at this number and say the candidate who wins the independents is likely to carry the day in the state of Virginia. Let's look a little bit more here. Are you a white, born-again Christian? Virginia, one of the states where evangelical turnout is critical for the Republicans, and Mitt Romney, 21% of the electorate in the Commonwealth of Virginia tonight says, yes, I'm a white evangelical Christian. That's down from 28% 4 years ago. That could be an interesting question as the night wears on. 79% say no, so evangelical turnout is down. And you want to see an evenly divided electorate? What do they think of the president? 50% of Virginians say favorable, 49% say unfavorable. What do they think of the Republican challenger, Mitt Romney? 50% say unfavorable, 48% say favorable. So this is an evenly divided electorate in the state of Virginia, Wolf, and we're going to be watching the key vote in the northern suburbs.
Every step of the way, we're getting ready for the top of the hour when we will be able to make some projections. 6 states will close all polling in those states, so get ready right now. And CNN projects President Obama will carry Vermont and its 3 electoral votes. The President of the United States carries that New England state. CNN projects Mitt Romney will carry Kentucky and its 8 electoral votes. Neither one of these 2 states a big surprise. This is fully expected. We are not able to make projections at this point in these states. Georgia, Indiana, South Carolina, and the battleground state of Virginia. Even though all polls in all 4 of those states have closed, we are not yet ready to make a projection in any of those 4 states. Right now, on the race to 270, Mitt Romney has 8 electoral votes based on our projection, 3 Vermont for the President of the United States. As we wait for more real votes to come in that will help us make projections, we want to share with you what our exit polls are revealing. But remember, these are estimates. They're based on interviews with a sampling of voters as they left select polling stations. All right, we have exit poll results in Indiana. First of all, this is what the exit poll shows us. Estimates: 55% for Mitt Romney, 43% for the President of the United States. The President carried Indiana 4 years ago. This is a preliminary estimate. Exit polls in Virginia. Take a look at this. The exit poll shows a tie, 49% to 49% in Virginia. Doesn't get much closer than that. Again, though, these are estimates based on our survey of voters leaving select polling places. The final outcome may be different. We want to let you know we use these exit polls to make projections only, repeat, only in non-competitive races. In battleground states like Virginia, for example, the exit polls show us that the contests we expected to be close are indeed close. We're going to share more exit poll data like this throughout the night as polling places close in critical swing states. Here's why. We want to be fully transparent with all of our viewers in the United States and around the world. We want to make sure our viewers get the same information we have, that it's accurate, and that they hear it directly from us. Anderson?
We want to be checking in with some of our correspondents all throughout the region. Let's check in with Jessica Yellen, who is over at Obama headquarters in Chicago. Also checking with Candy Crowley, who is in Boston at Mitt Romney headquarters. First, we go to Jessica. Jessica, for the state of Virginia, how confident does the Obama campaign feel about their position in Virginia?
I've been talking to them throughout the day, Anderson, and they feel incredibly bullish about Virginia. As you know, this is one of those states, if Governor Romney does not win Virginia, his path to 270 is very difficult. And they like, in particular, they say in the data, the African-American turnout that they are seeing there. They say it is beating what they saw in 2008, better than the turnout in 2008. If that does hold up, if that proves to be true, that would be very good news for the president indeed. Now, this is based on their internal numbers, and that's what they're telling me. But if that proves to be true in the actual vote totals, it would be a good night for the president indeed, Anderson. Yeah,
let's check in with Candy. Candy, what are you hearing about Virginia? I also then want to talk to you about Ohio and what Peter Hamby just reported, but what are you hearing from the Romney campaign about Virginia?
Well, I can tell you this. When I asked them about 3 states, Florida, Virginia, and Ohio, they were bullish about Florida. They said great. They said okay when I asked about how they thought things were going in Ohio and Virginia. They are going on these same numbers. They do get, obviously, reports from certain key counties, but they see this coming in. They say we knew it was going to be tight, but they still feel good about Virginia, and it would be awfully difficult for Mitt Romney to put together 270 if you drop Virginia sort of right away. So you can imagine when that first result came up with Kentucky, there was applause from this room. So they are still gearing up here, in fact, for a victory celebration. Mitt Romney and his family watching this from their hotel room not far from here, Anderson.
And for our viewers who have just joined, Candy, just remind us what Peter Hamby was just reporting at the end of the last hour.
Peter reported that he had gotten a hold of the polling from the Romney campaign's internal pollster, Neil Newhouse, which showed Mitt Romney down in Ohio by 5 points on Sunday. Now, I'm getting some blowback about that, and I need some time to kind of check this out. But Peter, got this from a very good source of his, he says, and it showed them down 5 points in Ohio. Now, that would explain the last minute going back to Ohio on Election Day, and it also sort of undercuts the public confidence that they've seemed to have over the past couple of days. Anderson.
All right. We'll continue to check on that. Candy working her sources. Let's check in with John Kane, who's getting new information from those exit polls in Virginia that we couldn't reveal to you until now. What is it, John?
Anderson, we're going to break it down now, and it shows a very close, competitive, actually a fascinating race in the state of Virginia. We've talked about this in the days leading up to the election. The most important part for Governor Romney is do well in the D.C. suburbs and the Northern Virginia exurbs. You see the D.C. suburbs, it's shaded blue. Think about this all night long. If we show you a region, a demographic, a breakdown, and you see the shading, blue means Obama carried it, red means Romney carried it. In the D.C. in the close-in areas than John McCain was 4 years ago. Richmond area, big African-American vote down near the central part of the state where the capital is, 23% of the electorate statewide, the president winning in the Richmond area. You have an African-American center in Richmond, then you get out into the suburban areas, Governor Romney holding his own as you get away from the capital city. All this adds up to a competitive race in the state of Virginia. And let's move it the other way. We'll look a little bit more at what's happening here. This is the defining issue in the election, and it is the defining issue in the state of Virginia. Who would better handle the economy? 52% of Virginia voters said Governor Romney would. You see that section shaded red. That's because he carried those voters. Voters who said Governor Romney will do a better job handling the economy, 95% of them. An overwhelming win for Governor Romney among those voters. But, not surprising, among the nearly half of the voters who said the president would do a better job with the economy, 99% for him. So how you view the economy and who would better handle it is a huge driving force in the vote in Virginia today. Let's come over here. Another big question. I don't even need to break down the chart for you. 49% of voters said yes, repeal the health care law. They voted for Governor Romney. 46% said no. They stuck with the president. Pretty evenly divided there. The most important issue facing the country, 62%, as I noted up top, say the economy. That's by far. Look at the difference in the size. The big chunk of the electorate voting for that, and 57% of those to 42% for the president, Anderson, going for Governor Romney. A very close, very competitive race in battleground Virginia.
And checking again with our analyst, David Gergen, Gloria Borger, it is amazing how close this is in some of these states.
And on the economic issues, it mirrors what John is talking about in the state of Virginia. I mean, the best case Mitt Romney had to make to the American public is that he would be better on handling the economy, period. That's it. That was the case everyone had to buy into. When you look at the exit polls that I'm looking at, the president's job approval rating is over 50%. So far in early exits, and on the deficit, Romney does better but just by 4 points, and on who's better able to handle the economy, Mitt Romney does better but just by a few points. He really needs to get those numbers up on handling the economy because that's what people are voting for.
And again, we need a huge grain of salt on the early exit polls.
Exactly.
Because if we believe them, John Kerry would be president.
We absolutely have to have a grain of salt, but the news out of Virginia is not good for Mitt Romney. When you're 49-49 in Virginia, a state he must carry, a state I think many people assumed he would carry. He would carry North Carolina, carry Florida. Alex is shaking his head, but I really do believe that those states are essential because if you look at the data in the Midwest, President's doing very well in the Midwest, and Romney has got to get those three states.
And Alex, you're shaking your head just because of early hours?
David is right if the exit polls turn out to reflect what actually happens when people vote. It's like Alan Simpson used to say, the problem with democracy is we have to let these damn people vote. And they're going to vote. But, I do think that we should wait and see if the same thing happens to Mitt Romney that happened to George Bush running against John Kerry. That is that there's a little bump that is not reflected here.
I agree.
If so, then Virginia might be okay. If so, then some of these states that look a little tight.
What about the economic numbers, though, too?
But no, Gloria's point on the economy, though, I think is dead on. Here's Mitt Romney, business guy, running against a guy who has, unemployment is higher today than the day he was sworn into office. The economy's a mess, and guess what? Mitt Romney hasn't quite been able to
you're saying
separate himself
something out of Virginia.
Yeah, one thing that hasn't been reported on well yet, in Virginia, Ben Jealous, the head of the NAACP, put a huge effort to get African Americans registered to vote, and I think that you're going to see a bigger bump out of the black community than you otherwise have.
Well, let's check in with Wolf. He's got some new information. Wolf?
We want to show our viewers the actual numbers coming in from two states, Florida and Indiana, right now. Let's start with Florida. The polls have closed in most of the state, not necessarily in all of the panhandle, but in most of the state, they're releasing these numbers. Let's show you what we have with 4% of the vote now in the state of Florida. The president has 55%, Governor Romney 45%. There's about a 32,795 advantage for the president in Florida right now. 29 electoral votes at stake. The president ahead right now, but it's very early. Only 4% of the vote is in. In Indiana, 6% of the vote is in. Mitt Romney has an impressive lead so far, 58% to 40%, but it's still very early. Those 11 electoral votes in Indiana still up in the air. We have not made a projection in Indiana. Let's bring in some of our reporters in the battleground states. Brian Todd is in Nashua, New Hampshire. Kyung La is in Littleton, Colorado. Brian, first to you. What's going on over there?
Well, big story here in New Hampshire. Voter registration, same-day voters. Look at the line here in Nashua, Precinct 3. This line goes all the way out the door. They want to try to prevent people from waiting out in the cold. Goes all the way down the hall here. Same-day registration voters. This is what they're waiting in line for. It's gotten so big here as far as the wait here and in Salem and in Manchester that they've had to, at least in Nashua, I'm told by the city clerk, they have had to deputize volunteers from the both campaigns to help process people through. And again, these aren't people who are already registered. These are people here who are registering for the first time to vote in this precinct or registering to vote for the first time ever in their lives. Big excitement here in Nashua, New Hampshire. This is where the line goes. And but we are told that people will be able to vote if they're in line when the polls close, Wolf. So that's the good news. These people are sticking it out. They want to vote for the first time, some of them.
Yeah, it's a key battleground state in New Hampshire. Let's go to Kyung La in Colorado. Kyung, what are you seeing there?
Votes are counted in a battleground county. This is Arapahoe County within this battleground, and we're expecting the pace to really pick up here. What you're seeing over here, this is where those ballots, those are the absentee ballots that were just pulled off of a van that came in. And then over this way, those ballots then head over here. That they're scanned by that machine, and then from there they have to signature, verify everything, and then they get pulled out of the envelope by these people. Something that I found interesting, one Republican, one Democrat at every single table to make sure that this is absolutely fair. Turnout has been very robust, 1.9 million so far, according to the Colorado Secretary of State. 2 million is how many they had turn out in 2008. We're just talking about the early voting. So right now, turnout very high, very robust. The Republicans are slightly edging the Democrats by 35,000 votes here in the state of Colorado, Wolf. Republicans say that gives them the advantage here.
Kyung La in Colorado, Brian Todd in New Hampshire. Guys, thanks very much. Let's go over to John King right now. Florida, I want to take a closer look at what's going on, because some of the results are coming in from various parts of the state, not the panhandle.
It's early in the night, Wolf. This is our 2012 map. Just to remind folks, that's what it looked like 4 years ago when it was all filled in. That was the big Obama victory. Here's where we are now. The results are early. They're just coming in. So when we click into these states, you see Virginia blue, Florida blue, Kentucky and Indiana red. It's early. They're red now because that candidate, blue for Obama, red for Romney, is leading. Let's go in, battleground Florida, 29 electoral votes. Now you see what I'm talking about. Just 4% of the vote in. 55 to 45. But where is the vote? One of the reasons the president's winning is because some of the early vote is coming in from Orlando, 61-38. Let's just go back and do a little historical check. 59-41 last time when the president won Florida. He won Florida statewide, if you want to come back out and look statewide. The president won Florida statewide last time, 51-48. And he won right here in Orange County, 59-41. Again, these are preliminary results. At the moment, he's running a little bit of ahead of his totals from there. That's one of the things we watch as the night goes on. Is he overperforming or underperforming where he was before? The top up here, Nassau County, is a tiny rural county. This is one of the counties where Governor Romney has to rack up the numbers. It's 100% in. As you see, it's not a lot of votes. But Governor Romney needs to do this in almost every state he's competitive in. In small rural communities, he needs to rack up big numbers to offset the president's margin in urban areas. So looking at this with just 4% of the vote in doesn't tell you much. It tells you the president's doing well where he's supposed to do well, and Governor Romney's doing well where he's supposed to do well. More is starting to come in here. This is a bit more interesting, but as you see, 1% of the vote. And again, what does it tell you? We do know this. We know this state will be decided right around in here. The Northern Virginia suburbs and the exurbs. Governor Romney must run better and stronger than John McCain. This is where the population growth is in Virginia. This is where you have the suburban voters, college-educated women. Governor Romney has to do better than John McCain. If you go back again 4 years ago, you'll see what I'm talking about. All blue in here. Governor Romney doesn't have to win all these counties, but he's got to be more competitive. If he can make the map look more like that, that's how George W. Bush won Virginia a few years back. Those are the battleground states that you're starting to see the results already, Wolf, come into play. And again, we need to watch them. Just one footnote. I told you a bit earlier, there's a little county over here in western Indiana, Vigo County. It has been right, Vigo County, it's been right all but twice. The last time it was wrong was 1952. Since 1888, the winner of this county has won the presidency, except for in 2 presidential elections. What kind of night are we in for? Uh-huh.
With 78% of the vote in. Look at the difference, 14,282 to 14,036. I want you to watch that county for us and see what happens there. Maybe it's a bellwether, maybe it's an indicator, maybe not.
Like the country, it seems to be not so sure at the moment. Let's keep counting.
Let's see, we'll continue to watch. Anderson, who would have thought?
Yeah, let's check in with our contributors. James Carville, you've been looking at the numbers closely.
I have, and I want to share our voters our viewers on one thing. We don't know. We're not in possession of some secret thing here that we manipulate and we kind of know the result, but we're going to tease you and make you stay and watch us later.
People are actually going to have to vote.
They're going to have to vote and have to count. I want to be very clear to our viewers about that. But what we do know is this, and this is indisputable, is we know these critical states are close, Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, okay? If Governor Romney loses any one of them, he's out. He's got to keep, as Alex just said, he's like a guy at the blackjack table. He's got to, if he wins one, he's got to double down on the next one and the next one.
You're saying without Ohio, he can't win?
If he loses Virginia, it's going to be very, very hard for him.
And on the other hand,
Florida, he's done.
If Obama loses any of those states, then his 08 coalition is coming apart, and except for Florida.
Right.
He loses North Carolina.
If he loses North Carolina, if President Obama loses North Carolina by a point, his coalition is not coming apart. I mean,
he doesn't have his 08 coalition.
Again, he barely won North Carolina. Yeah, he won by 14,000 votes.
No, doesn't mean he, no. Hey, James, you can yell a little later. My point is he could still win tactically in Ohio, but his big strategic, there's this brand new world with all these different voters, and the old Republican Party is dead. It didn't work for him.
You know, Alex, let me make a point. Let me finish. If he carried it by 14,000, he loses that by 14,000. This coalition is not coming apart. Right. I mean, let's don't.
If he doesn't win Virginia, if he doesn't win North Carolina.
What we know, though, is that the president has run a play.
It's not what it was in 08, James. That's just the way it is.
I know he won by 7.3 in 08. No one thinks he's going to win by 7.3.
So if Romney falls a point short, then his world is totally different. But if Obama falls a point short, nothing's changed.
He has 7%. He has a 7% margin. Can I explain? He won by 7.3. He is not going to replicate that. He carried Virginia by 6.3. He's not going to carry it by 6.3. But if he carries it by 6 votes, he's probably going to be the next president.
Did the president run a play to the base strategy?
Look, he ran a strategy. According to them, they have this vaunted turnout operation. We're going to know what happens here in a couple of 3 hours. We just got to wait. But I'm just making a point. I don't know. I'm looking at these numbers. I'm telling our viewers, we don't know for sure. We're just going to have to wait.
Well, you're right about Romney has to win each succeeding state. Romney is, this is like the NCAA playoffs. Romney's got to win every game to make it to the finals.
Right. That's true. We agree on that.
Yeah. That we do.
Well, the point that you're making is that there was a hope that we would be able to do well in the South, as well as the West, as well as the East. And that is in danger. You could be, I agree with you, you could be in a situation where we are unable to pull that off. But I don't agree that it means the entire vision collapses, because you are going to see, I think, extraordinary success in places like Colorado.
I want to continue this discussion, but let's just quickly check in. Wolf, you got some new numbers, I think, in Florida?
All right, take a look at this, guys. Florida, look at this, 50-50. 5% of the vote is now in the state of Florida. The president of the United States has 50%. Mitt Romney has 50%. Romney is ahead by 712 votes right now. It's still early. Only 5% of the vote is in, but this is as close as you get in Florida. Anderson, a lot of us remember what happened in 2000.
Yeah, it certainly does. But again, 5% of the vote, still very early hours here.
It does, but it's really, really close. We have to come back to this. I actually support what James is saying. So far, President Obama looks very strong in the Midwest. He looks like he's holding. The only way Romney gets there, he's got to take Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, and then he is competitive. He can break through somewhere else. But if he starts losing one of those three states, and Obama also holds the Midwest, it's a really hard go.
I mean, that's his, that's his firewall. That's completely firewall. And if he gets it, it's over.
We're counting down to the state that could decide the presidency. Also, Ohio. Once the polls close, our correspondents on the ground are going to get a briefing from the Secretary of State on early voting. That should be very interesting. And also absentee ballots. We'll be watching for any reaction at the candidates' headquarters when those first Ohio results come in. Stay tuned for that.
Another major projection CNN projects. Pennsylvania will be won by the President of the United States. Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes, more than a quarter of the vote. The actual vote is in. Look at this. The President has 60% to Mitt Romney's 39%. That's an advantage of more than 329,000 votes. We project that Pennsylvania, a state that Mitt Romney visited today, he was in Pittsburgh, will go to the President of the United States. They're watching CNN over at Obama headquarters in Chicago right now. Jessica Yellen is on the scene for us. Go ahead, Jessica. They must be pretty excited about Pennsylvania.
Hi, Wolf. Well, this is thrilling for them, obviously, because this was a state the president was determined to hold, where Mitt Romney made a late push to take it away from the president. And to them, this is a sign that their campaign is on track to do what they plan to do. There is also something telling in these numbers, Wolf. According to the sources, the senior campaign officials I've been talking to throughout the day, part of the reason they did well in Pennsylvania is because of the high turnout by African-American voters, and that is a pattern they said they've seen in a number of states today. And if that holds, it will be a story of this election. They said to date they see that the African-American turnout in Pennsylvania, around Philadelphia, in their evidence, exceeded what it was in 2008. And it's a changing electorate, and it could say something about what the president should be doing in a second term if he gets one. That'll be all something we would discuss if that happens. And another point I'd make, David Axelrod, one of the president's senior advisors, bet that if they lost Minnesota, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, he'd shave his mustache. So it looks for now his mustache is intact, Wolf.
Mustache will be there. He's had it for 40 years. He's may have it a little bit longer. We'll see. Let's take a look at where we stand on the road to 270 electoral votes needed to be president of the United States. Mitt Romney maintains a slight advantage right now over the president. 152 for Mitt Romney, 143 we added in Pennsylvania for the president of the United States. It's very, very close, the contest on the road to 270. You see those yellow states. Those are states we have not yet been able to make projections on. Let's take a look at some votes in some of those states where we have not made projections yet. Here's where we go. Let's go to Missouri right now. 10 electoral votes at stake. Romney has a lead, 55% to 43%. Only 10% of the vote is in. 10 electoral votes at stake. No projection in Missouri yet. Similarly, in Wisconsin, Mitt Romney right now with only 6% of the vote in. Mitt Romney has a slight advantage, 56% to 43%, but it's very, very early in Wisconsin, Paul Ryan's home state. In Colorado, half the vote is now almost in. The president has 51% to Mitt Romney's 47%. He's got a 46,000 vote advantage in Colorado. In New Mexico, 23%, almost a quarter of the vote is in. The president has an advantage of 54% to 42%, 23,471 vote advantage for the president in New Mexico. 5 electoral votes at stake. Let's go to Virginia right now. In Virginia, 57% of the vote is in. Mitt Romney continues to maintain a slight advantage, 51% to 47%, almost 100,000 vote advantage in Virginia for Mitt Romney right now. In North Carolina, Mitt Romney also has an advantage. 78% of the vote is in, 51% for Romney, 48% for the president. In Ohio, look at how close it is. 42% of the vote is in, 52% for the president, 47% for Mitt Romney. 42% of the vote is in, as I said, an advantage for the president. In Florida, it's close, very, very close. But right now, with 84% of the vote in, the president has built up a little bit bigger of a cushion. He's got 50% to Romney's 49%, almost 20,000 vote advantage. A little while ago, it was about 500 votes that separated these two candidates. Now the president has almost 20,000 vote advantage. Let's check in with Anderson and Dana. They have another projection to make in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, that's right, a major projection, in fact, in the race in the Senate.
That's right. We have two big projections, two pieces of bad news for Republicans. Let's take a look. In the state of Massachusetts, CNN is projecting that the Democratic candidate, Elizabeth Warren, has unseated the Republican incumbent, Scott Brown. This was a very hard-fought race. Everybody remembers when Scott Brown had a surprise win a few years ago to replace Ted Kennedy. That really messed things up in Washington with regard to the health care debate. And he has now lost this race to Elizabeth Warren. Indiana, another big upset for Republicans, a huge upset, really, because Joe Donnelly, the moderate Democrat who's now in the House, he's going to move over to the Senate. CNN is projecting that he has won that seat. He beat the Republican candidate, Richard Murdoch. You remember Richard Murdoch beat the incumbent Republican, Richard Lugar, who's been in the Senate for 3 decades. There was no way that he was going to lose the seat. But when he lost the primary, Richard Murdoch was in the general election, and he made a big blunder a few weeks ago when he said that pregnancy resulting from rape was a gift from God, and he plummeted in the polls. This big picture, huge wins for Democrats, very bad news for Republicans. It is not impossible, but virtually impossible at this point for Republicans to take back the Senate.
Do we have any Republican calls, or are we going to look now at no calls?
We're going to look at really one no call, because this is also a very important race. And this is a potential piece of good news, although we have to be very cautious because close to 60% reporting. But at this point, George Allen, the Republican candidate, is a little more than 35,000 votes ahead of Tim Kaine. This, of course, is a Democratic seat right now. This could be potentially one Republican pickup, but look how close it is.
That would obviously be good news for Republicans.
It would be very good news for Republicans, but they're going to need a lot of good news tonight to make it the ultimate good news.
And the balance of power?
Yeah, let's take a look at that now. So right now, Republicans have 41 seats. You see they're being filled in here more, particularly on the blue side, the Democratic side, 43 Democratic seats, plus 2 independents. Maybe we should just say 1 independent at this time. Bernie Sanders, the Vermont senator, he caucuses with the Democrats. We've got the newly elected senator from Maine, Angus King, sort of more towards the middle. He has said that he is an independent. He will not say where he will caucus until he comes down here, but nobody thinks that he will actually caucus with Republicans because they spent about $3 million to try to defeat him. But nobody has the 51 for an outright majority so far. But boy, we still have a lot of really, really close races we're watching.
Yeah, but certainly good news for Democrats in the Senate race there for those 2 races we just told you about. Wolf, John?
Yeah, the balance of power in the Senate. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in Indiana. I bet you a lot of Republicans wish Richard Lugar would have gotten that Republican nomination. He probably would have had a much better chance of maintaining that Republican seat.
You're channeling your inner Mitch McConnell, who clearly wishes that right now. Look, Indiana, Dana just mentioned the big Senate pickup for the Democrats. That's the only pickup for Mitt Romney so far in the Electoral College. I want to go through this because we show Mitt Romney ahead at the moment, but Mitt Romney has to have more takeaways than just Indiana, and it's 11. So let's play a little hypothetical here, Wolf. Look, we're pretty confident about this. We'll wait for the votes to come in, but these West Coast states have been reliably Democratic for a very long time. So let's, for a hypothetical, give them to the president, who would put him up to 217.
Don't forget Hawaii.
And Hawaii as well. Let's go down and do it right down here. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Nope, we got to make it blue. We can do that. It's hard to get. Now, Alaska, we think that's going to go red, right? We think, if we come out here in the prairie and we do Idaho and we do Montana and we come through here, let's not touch Colorado. Let's do Arizona. Let's just, for the sake of argument, we do this. Let's say we think that's going to go that way. Now we're back to our battleground states, right? I'm doing this on purpose for a reason, to see Governor Romney has only picked up this. As we come this way now, if these go as we think they will go, what happens? Can he get there? Which is why this is so important. Because when you start to think through these states, even if North Carolina, where he's leading, stays that way, even if Virginia, where he's leading at the moment, stays that way, 226, 217, this is traditionally a blue state. If they prove us wrong, they prove us wrong. The Obama campaign, Romney, early results have him ahead here. The Obama campaign is very confident about this, but we'll watch these 10 right here. But when you get into this kind of a map, Latino vote, let's assume that goes that way, you're in a position now where he can't win without this and without this. And so when you come back to the map here and look, unless something jarring happens tonight, this is a state right now where Governor Romney is just behind. So you say it's close, it's in play, but Wolf, with 84% of the vote out, the question is, what's missing? Well, what's missing is a bit of the vote here in Broward County, a good chunk of the vote here in Miami-Dade County. And when you're looking at 84% statewide and you're missing so much of the vote in Miami-Dade and a decent chunk in Broward County, guess what? Most of the vote you're missing is in big Democratic areas. So when you look at it now, and we'll count them as they come in, history tells you this is a number as close as it is with 84% in that favors the president.
At least right now. We'll see what happens. But those three counties in South Florida are usually heavily Democratic.
We can go back in time and you can watch them. 08, 04, 2000, 96.
Yep.
History does repeat itself.
Let's see what happens.
There.
All right, Anderson, back to you.
All eyes on Florida, all eyes on Ohio still. It's almost the top of the hour. That means more presidential election results. We are counting down the results, the battleground states of Nevada as well, and Iowa. People are watching the vote tallies come in downtown Chicago right now. We'll be right back.
We're live in Boston at Faneuil Hall Marketplace right now. People are stopping to watch election results on CNN as we get closer to another important round of results. We're back here at the CNN Election Center. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're counting down to poll closings in 4 more states at the top of the hour. The battleground state of Iowa, as well as Montana and Nevada, another swing state, and finally, Utah. Together, those states have another 21 electoral votes. Every vote, I believe, is vital to getting to the winning total of 270. Both presidential campaigns are prepared for a long night. Let's check in with Jesse Yellen over at Obama headquarters in Chicago and Candy Crowley at Romney headquarters in Boston. Jessica, first to you. What's going on over there?
Hi, Wolf. Well, the energy here is picked up as we've made those projections. Still a long night ahead, they know, but they're excited. Iowa and Nevada, 2 battleground states that the Obama campaign has felt good about. Nevada, largely because of the Latino vote and their work organizing there. Harry Reid, the Senate Majority Leader, has a great organization. And Iowa, because they were 18 points ahead, Obama campaign was in the early vote heading into today. Wolf.
All right, Jessica, let's go to Boston. Candy, what's it like over there?
Well, they're still waiting. I have to tell you again that a number of people are showing up either, via Skype or on the stage to talk to folks here. We just heard from Rob Portman, is almost the wingman for Mitt Romney through Ohio. Said he was feeling pretty good. We heard from Ed Gillespie, who came out here to the podium and said to the crowd, hey, we feel very confident. We feel optimistic. He's the senior advisor, of course, to Mitt Romney with a long history of political experience. So in public, obviously, they are still optimistic. They are still confident, but they're watching these numbers as well. It has to be nerve-wracking behind closed doors.
I'm sure it is nerve-wracking for both of these campaigns right now. Let's go to Anderson. Anderson?
Yeah, and obviously we're watching these numbers very closely. We're keeping an eye on the clock for the next round of poll closings, including the battlegrounds of Iowa and Nevada. Republicans won Nevada in 8 of the last 11 elections. It went for President Obama just 4 years ago. Miguel Marquez is in Las Vegas for us. First, let's go to Poppy Harlow in Des Moines, Iowa. Poppy?
Anderson, the poll about to close here. We're in Polk County, the biggest county in Iowa, but I've been talking to counties across the state. The turnout is so huge here, bigger than 2008. Some of the counties have run out of ballots. What they're doing, photocopying ballots, but all of those are going to have to be hand counted. That could mean we might have to wait a little bit longer for the final count here in this battleground state, Anderson.
And Miguel Marquez in Las Vegas. Miguel?
Anderson, this is Clark County. This is exactly where all the votes will be counted here. In a few minutes, the polls will close, and those first ballots, 700,000 early and absentee ballots, will be reported. But there's a big but in Nevada. They will not be reported until the Secretary of State confirms that all voters have voted in the state. It could be a well. Anderson?
All right, we are watching, obviously, every state and every vote. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John?
Anderson, when you list these 2 battlegrounds, Nevada and Iowa, the Obama campaign says we can win them both. The Romney campaign says not so fast. We'll be in play in Iowa. In Iowa, born-again Christians are critical for the Obama constituency. 38%, nearly 40%, nearly 4 in 10 of Iowa voters today describe themselves as evangelical Christians. We'll see how that one plays out for Governor Romney as we go through here. Who would better handle the economy? Roughly an even split, slight advantage for the president in the state of Iowa, 49% to 46%. Some of the farm states, including Iowa, not having as rough a time as the rest of the country, an even divide there. Let's move out to Nevada. This is potentially very significant. 65% of the electorate is white, but 18% of the electorate today in Nevada, Latinos. That's up from 15% 4 years ago. This, a growing dynamic, growing diversity, helps President Obama. It's a long-term problem for the Republican Party. We'll see how that one breaks out. And vote by party ID, we're seeing more of this as we go across the country. Essentially an even divided electorate. Slightly more Democrats here than Republicans. A third of the electorate in the state of Nevada describing themselves as independents. Again, Wolf, when you asked both campaigns late in this campaign, because of the Latino vote, even Republicans privately concede Nevada, they soon will go blue. Iowa could be a much more contested battleground. Mitt Romney might need it.
Every vote is critical right now. Every vote on the race to 270 electoral votes, so important. We're about to see more states close at the top of the hour, seconds away from now, and get ready for a projection. All right, CNN can make a projection. Mitt Romney will carry the state of Utah. Not a big surprise. 6 electoral votes at stake in Utah, one of the most Republican states out there. Mitt Romney will carry Utah. So with Utah right now, we can make that projection. Let's see where the road to 270 stands right now. We have 158 for Romney, 143 for Obama. We cannot make projections right now in 3 states where the polling has just closed. In Iowa, no projection. In Montana, no projection. And Nevada, no projection. Iowa, Nevada were always considered battleground states in this race for the White House. So no projections right now. We can share with you, as we wait for more real votes to come in, our exit polls. We can show you what they're revealing. Remember, and I want to caution everyone, these are estimates based on interviews with a sampling of voters as they left select polling stations. Here are the exit poll results. Estimates in Iowa right now. Barack Obama, 52% to Mitt Romney's 46%. This is an exit poll estimate of what we saw today. In Montana, look at this. The estimate, Mitt Romney, 53% to Barack Obama's 43% in Montana. In Nevada, the president slightly ahead in the exit poll that we conducted. 51% for the president to 45% for Mitt Romney in Nevada. Those are the exit poll results. Remember, these are estimates that reflect the votes of the people we interviewed at select polling places, and early voters, by the way, we interviewed by phone. They may not necessarily reflect the actual outcome in a particular state. Once we get the final vote tallies, let's go over to John King. Right now, we're watching all of these states. This is the national vote right now. What we're seeing, 50 to 48%. National vote is nice, but what's important are the battleground
National
states.
vote is nice. 270 is the number that really counts, not who wins the popular vote. There may be a debate tomorrow. If one candidate wins the popular vote, somebody else wins the Electoral College. This is the state we're watching most closely right now, because this one is pivotal. 29 electoral votes, almost impossible to show you a scenario, and it is impossible, really, to show you a plausible scenario to get Mitt Romney to 270 without the state of Florida, and it's 29. Look at this. 86% of the vote counted in Florida. 40,000 votes, right? About 40,000 votes, a little shy of that, separating the two candidates. So the question then is, what's out? What's out? And I want to just show you, here's one rural county up here. Governor Romney will win this county, so he'll get some of those votes back. But look, it's a tiny Santa Rosa County, less than 1% of the state population. Let's move into some of these other conservative counties. Panama City, Bay County, 93%. So Governor Romney will get a few votes there, but there's not a lot there. I'm clicking around on purpose to show you a lot of the conservative vote is in. Wolf, 100% here. 100% here. You come down, I'm just randomly hitting the more conservative counties. The issue for Governor Romney is what's left, and can he make up that margin, or can the president pad? And that's why we come down here, and it's very significant. Only 54% of the vote in Miami-Dade County. Governor Romney's running a little bit better than John McCain percentage-wise, but look at that. The president, if you project this keeps going, the most reliably Democratic counties in the state are right here. The president will pad his total here, 84% in here, so more votes for the president likely here. 99% here, so Palm Beach County is just about in, so 59 to 41% there. We assume the math is about done there, but you start looking for other places. Where can Governor Romney get some votes? And you start tapping the red counties, and you see a lot of 100s. So if you're in the Romney war room right now, you are wondering, and you're calling your people on the ground saying, Where? What is out? What is out? Is there any way to make up this gap? It is very, very close. We have a lot of counting to do. But, Wolf, I'll tell you, at the moment, when you're looking at Florida and you're a Republican, you're saying, find me some votes, please.
Yeah, and every one of these electoral votes is very, very important. We're watching every single state right now, those states where we have not been able to make projections, but we are ready right now to make another major projection. New Hampshire, we project the President of the United States will win the state of New Hampshire. Only 4 electoral votes, but they could be very, very important. Right now, 22% of the vote in New Hampshire is in. You see the President with a lead of 54% to 43%, a lead of 16,257 votes. So New Hampshire, there was a fierce battle for New Hampshire. Mitt Romney made a major push for New Hampshire, so did the President. But the President, we project, will carry New Hampshire. Let's take a look and see where we stand now on the road to 270 with New Hampshire in the President's column. Look at how close it is. Mitt Romney maintains a slight advantage, 158 for Romney to 147 for the President of the United States. 270 needed to win. You see the yellow states, those are the states where we have not yet made projections. Out on the West Coast, they're still voting in California, Oregon, Washington State. They're still voting in Hawaii and Alaska, so we'll get more states coming in shortly. But New Hampshire, an important state, John King, and we watched it closely from the beginning. But it's going to be won by the President.
And it's a disappointment for Mitt Romney. He ended his campaign there. He went out today in campaign, but he ended official campaign there. He has a vacation home there. He was the governor of Massachusetts. This was a state he very much wanted. It's only 4 electoral votes. You look at it and you say, well, it's only 4. Why does that matter? Governor Romney needs takeaways. He needs to look at the map from 2008 and get some takeaways. He does have one in Indiana tonight. That's 11. But 11's not enough. He needs to take away maybe Florida, 29. North Carolina at 15, Virginia at 13. He's in play here. Looks like he might get those. Virginia, we're still not so sure about either one of them, but he looks in play there. The question then becomes, though, how does he get to 270? And so when you come back to the other map, let's go back and look at it. When you look at these states, the President of the United States, at the moment, leading. And leading. And leading in Minnesota. They made a late play there, the Republicans. So the question is, now Governor Romney is leading in Wisconsin. Let's pull it out, though. It's only 13%. The Romney campaign keeps saying, remember the governor's race, we will surprise you here. The exit poll shows the President with a lead here. Let's watch the results. We'll see if there's a Republican surprise in Wisconsin. But that's just 10. That's just 10. Sorry for touching that again. The question is, can he figure this one out? About half of the vote in the state of Ohio. We repeat this history a lot, but it's history worth repeating. No Republican has ever won without this state. Ohio has picked the winner in every election since 1964. 1960, Richard Nixon won, and John Kennedy, of course, was elected. But, Wolf, you start looking at this and you say, again, where's it going to come from? At the moment, down in Hamilton County, Republicans need this to be red in close statewide elections. Only 18% in, so we'll watch this one play out. But at the moment, the President winning in a place Mitt Romney needs to win. You come into Franklin County in the middle of the state, about half of the vote in, 62 to 36. Let's just go back and take a peek and see. You compare that to 2008, 60%. So the President's overperforming his percentages. Let's take a quick look at the numbers. He's a little below in the numbers, but that's only half the vote. So if those numbers double up, the President will overperform in Franklin County as well. And then here's where the biggest chunk of votes are up here. Got a long way to go here. So the President's going to add to his vote total up here. Governor Romney is performing well in the suburbs. This is what he needed to do in the Cleveland suburbs. It's a very narrow win. He'd like it to be a little bit bigger than that. We got some votes still to come in. So in a sense, Governor Romney's doing what he has to do up here, but not what he has to do down here. And when you look in these, you see all this red in here. Again, just like in Florida, 100% of the vote in. Only 4% here, but it's tiny. You start going through these counties, 32% here. The question is, with the vote out in these smaller rural counties, can he make up for what we know is going to happen here? The President's leading in Toledo, a lot more of the vote to be counted. The President's leading in Wood County, a lot more of the vote to be counted. Still halfway to go in Ohio.
Halfway to go. Only almost half the vote is in, so we got a long way to go in Ohio. Let's go to Virginia right now, because that's another key battleground state. The Romney folks desperately want to win Virginia.
They desperately want it at the moment. You see both North Carolina and Virginia. Mitt Romney needs them. He's leading in both of them at the moment. The President's been inching back a little bit here, 51 to 47. We're at 64% of the vote. Here's a couple places we're watching. Watching down here in Virginia Beach. You see Governor Romney at 56% there. That's 21% of the vote. Again, want to go back in time. Governor Romney down there outperforming John McCain and roughly just a little bit behind George W. Bush. Here's a spot here, Norfolk City. This is an African-American vote center here. If you look at 08, the president got 7 in 10 votes here. So you're looking at the potential for the president to get 30, 40,000 votes to add to his cushion. In Norfolk City, that's still out. Let's come back to 12 and pull it out here. And you look again, this is where we've been looking closely because this is where most of the votes are. In Fairfax County, only 30% of the vote in there. So the president will add to his totals here. Only 75% in Arlington County. Again, the president will cushion his totals there. So you see a lot of places up here where Governor Romney might be running a little bit better than John McCain in some of them, particularly Prince William County. Mitt Romney leading it by a couple of votes. Barack Obama won this county 4 years ago, but that's not good enough at the moment. So Mitt Romney has a narrow lead here at the moment, but I can find you plenty of places where there are potential votes for the president to come back.
65% of the vote is in. Let's go to Colorado right now because that's another key battleground state.
And it is blue at the moment, but we're at 51%. We're at 51% of the vote here. And if you look at this, it's quite interesting. Very, very close election. So let's go in and look. First, we look at inner city Denver. We don't have a percentage here. Obviously, it's not 0%. Sometimes the feed doesn't give us our percentages, but the president is running up those numbers in Denver. Let's just go back and look. 74% in Denver County now, 76%. So he's a little below his 2008 totals there. Arapahoe is a key county in the suburbs, the Denver suburbs, just down below, 53% now. Right. 56% 4 years ago.
Hold on a second. I want to go to Paul Verkam, and he's in Boulder, Colorado right now. What's going on there, Paul?
Well, Wolf, I want to share what's happening in nearby Adams County. As you and John well know, it's very important to the whole component. Those are the huge suburbs northwest of Denver. And the numbers right now show out of Adams County, 59,315 for President Obama and 44,810 for Mitt Romney. This is significant because Romney hoped to make a big dent here in Adams County. Maybe not win the county, but at least hold Obama to a draw there. So far in Adams County, that first dump of votes, Obama doing very well with about 55% of the vote. Also here in Boulder, as expected, Obama doing very well with 70% of the vote. And I believe we've got some other numbers. Yes, these are the Obama numbers out of Boulder. It's 70% in Boulder. He had 72% back in 2008. And again, the Republican strategy to chip away in some of these counties. That way they could win the overall state.
What did you say the number was, the actual number there in Adams County, Paul?
Forgive me for just 1 second. It's on a piece of paper. Don't you love the mix of old school fun and new technology? We've got it as 59,315 and 44,810 for Romney. So that's Obama, 59,315, and that's 44,810. That's Adams County.
Those are numbers that we don't have yet reported officially here, but you see a nice little advantage there for the president.
Now, that's old school, and the nuns are going to be mad at my messy handwriting there. But you see, well, then Paul mentioned that's about 55%, right? So let's turn this off and let's go back and look at Adams County. These numbers are going to disappear for a minute, folks, when I go back in time here. 55% in Adams County. Let's go back and look at 08, 58%. So the president's underperforming a little bit, but Adams County, this is, if you look at Colorado, I'm going to blank this out, folks. Don't you love my writing there? I'm going to blank this out. This is where Colorado is won right here. Here's Denver, right in the city. As we mentioned, the president's getting 74%. Then you come up into Adams County. I was at an Obama field office out here just a couple months ago. They were working hard. Romney working hard as well, though. And then you come over here, Jefferson County. President's running. This is where Governor Romney's running ahead of where John McCain was 4 years ago. If you look at Jefferson County there, Governor Romney's doing a little bit better. So what has to happen here is that, let me come to 12 for you. The president has to run up the margins here. Governor Romney trying to shrink it in the suburbs. And then out here, there's a congressional race out here. The Republicans think they're going to bring in a lot of votes. You see 65-35 out in the Grand Junction area, 81 out here with 60% of the vote in. So the question is, we're at 52%. This is very, very close. We have to see the percentages here. When these votes are in, it's much easier to make your assessment.
Those are big counties. Let's go to Iowa quickly because that's another state that the polls have now closed there. We have not been able to make a projection. 8% of the vote is in. You see the president ahead 60% to 39%.
But almost all of that vote is coming from right here in Polk County and Des Moines, which is traditionally more Democratic. So let's be a little careful about that. And when you see this fill up, and I'll just show you a map of Iowa over time so you can see what I'm talking about. Des Moines is a very Democratic area. If you come out here, this part of the state tends to be Democratic. Out here is more Republican. in a year when a Republican carries the state, it looks more like this. When George W. Bush won it, you see a lot more out here. So at the moment, this is a big turnout place. The president needs to turn out the votes here. We have a lot of Democratic votes. Looks like he's doing that job here. We'll watch this one as it plays out. This is one of the places where not only the Romney campaign, but evangelical Christians say, we're going to surprise you on Election Day. We'll see if they can hold that up. The exit poll suggests otherwise, but we'll see what can happen there, because when you come back to the map, Wolf, again, when you come back to this map and you start looking, the goal is 270. I know Governor Romney's leading at the moment, but when you look at the West Coast and you look at the small size of the more prairie and mountain states he's likely to win, you're starting to have a hard time. You're starting to have a much tighter, narrow window to say, how does Romney get to 270? He needs 2 of these, and this is the one I'm watching most closely right now, because if Governor Romney doesn't get those 29,
you don't see how he could do it.
I'm having a really hard time finding 29 more for Governor Romney. Now that Pennsylvania is gone, now that Michigan is gone, those were the, if you would, back pocket surprises he might pull on us. So even if he holds on in Wisconsin, that's just 10. And even if he somehow pulled off a miracle in Minnesota, combined, that would be 20. That's 29. That's 18 more. That's not enough.
Yeah. And then pretty soon we're going to get the results from California, Washington State, Oregon, and those are pretty reliable Democratic states in presidential contests.
As the map fills in, the map is filling in actually a rather predictable way, in the sense of red-blue America. What the president did 4 years ago was turn 9 states, including Colorado and Virginia, North Carolina and Florida. 9 Bush states from 2004, the president turned from red to blue. Florida's a swing state. The big surprises were North Carolina and Virginia. We'll see what happens this year. Indiana, of course, has gone back. But if you look at the map at the moment, got a lot of counting to do. But if you look at the map at the moment, the Obama campaign's easier path to 270 is still in play.
We're watching it closely. I want to go back to Anderson. And Dana, there's more races unfolding in the United States Senate.
That's right. Big projections, Dana.
2 big projections with big implications. Let's start with Ohio. Sherrod Brown, the Democratic incumbent, CNN is projecting that he is going to go on to win re-election. And same goes for Missouri Democrat Claire McCaskill. She is also going to go on to win re-election. She beating Todd Akin, who very famously talked about rape and abortion in a way that had the entire Republican Party on him to try to get out of the race. It didn't happen. Claire McCaskill is going to win. Let me just tell you what this means. We've been running the numbers, Anderson. What this means is that it is now mathematically impossible for Republicans to retake the Senate, even if Mitt Romney wins the White House, which would put Paul Ryan in a position of being the tie-breaking vote. So it is mathematically impossible. There are a lot of really depressed Republicans I'm talking to. This is one piece of good news, though. Orrin Hatch, the senator from Utah, is going on to win re-election. He fended off a primary earlier this year from within his own party. Now, I said that it's mathematically impossible, but the way the Senate works is that every single senator has a really big role. So all of these races are still very interesting, including Virginia. Again, look at how close this is. The Republican George Allen is ahead right now with 65% reporting. He's ahead by about 33,000 votes, actually fewer than 33,000 points right now. But this is a Democratic seat. They're hoping that Republicans pick this up still. North Dakota, same thing. This is an open seat. We haven't talked about this yet. This is an open seat in Democratic hands right now. At this point, the Republican Rick Berg is ahead of the Democrat Heidi Heitkamp, but we're going to be watching that as well.
All right, I want to go over to our contributors and our analysts over here. In particular, I want to talk to James Carville, because, James, you have been just mumbling over and over, Florida, 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 Florida. And during commercial break, you said to me, this puppy's about done. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, John's reporting, which has been excellent. And there's one story, only one story right now, Florida. Florida goes, the election is over. If Florida goes to Romney, then there's one story, Ohio. But let's not kid ourselves.
But the fact that it's so close right now, and the areas that are not reported are traditionally Democratic.
Right, it's not that close. It's actually, it looks like, based on John's reporting, I can say this because I'm a contributor, and this is not a CNN thing, based on this, it looks to me like it's awfully probable that President Obama's going to carry Florida and win the election. Right
Boy,
now.
I hate it. I hate it when he's right.
And you agree with him?
Yeah. Well, parts of Florida that are out are very Democratic, Dade County, Broward County, the Tampa area, Pinellas County there, that's a place that picks presidents. You know, whoever carries that area usually carries Florida. One rule is when you're running a race, don't shoot yourself at the starting line. And on any path to the presidency, Florida is essential for Mitt Romney. And right now he is hanging on to a shot at winning that thing by his
So when you
finger.
look at all the numbers, I mean, what do you, where's your heart right now?
Right now, I think it's my silent majority that I hoped would be there. It's not only silent, but invisible. So it's looking very tough right now for Mitt Romney.
I think you'd have to say that it is. If you look at the state of Florida, that the president is winning with non-Cuban Hispanics. And I think if we were to look at sort of a larger picture tonight that's going through states, of course, we don't know the result in Colorado. 13% of the voters in Colorado in 2008 were Hispanic. But if you look at the exit polls this evening, by a 2-to-1 margin, people in this country believe that there should be a path to citizenship. And the Republican Party, I mean, you have to give George W. Bush credit. 10 years ago, he really did battle with his own party, and he lost. And I think when you look back on this election, you look back to the primaries, you look back to Mitt Romney moving to the right on immigration, I think it was a huge opportunity they missed. The president himself said it in an interview with the Des Moines Register.
A lot of enthusiasm over Camp Obama right now. David Gergen?
I do think Latino is a very, very important part of this, but look, the two stories here. One is Florida, which is a surprise, frankly. I think many of us thought Romney would win that. But the other part of this is the Midwest. You know, this has been a swing area, and for the president not only to hold the upper Midwest, but almost all the states now, he's got a significant lead in the exit polls. He seems to be doing very, very well. That was intended to be his firewall, as everybody says, but it's turning out to be a huge area of strength for him, and that's the industrial Midwest. That's with working whites. That's the automobile bailout. That's a lot of the kind of things he's been doing.
If this continues to hold up and President is reelected, there's going to be a huge postmortem among Republicans.
Yeah, this is not going to be just a loss for Mitt Romney if it goes this way. And again, there are a lot of states to vote, a lot of people to vote. This is going to be a repudiation of the Republican Party. This is going to be, you know, Democrats move to the middle, new Democrats, and they transform their party. Republicans are still the party of no, that we're not seen as having enough solutions. We've got a failing, tanking economy going over the cliff, and the opposition party was not seen as an alternative. If that's what happens here, we got to go back to the drawing board.
In the 80s and in the 70s, we were losing elections, and President Clinton, and David, you remember this well, was able to shed a lot of the 60s and 70s and even some of the 80s baggage. We'd lost 5 out of 6 presidential elections and ran as a kind of new Democrat. Somebody in the Republican Party is going to have to break out of what I call the Tea Party talk radio talking head, sort of bellicose, in your face, you're not like us.
I think there's a different way of doing that.
A cautionary notice here. Yes, Barack Obama is winning a lot of these swing states, but it remains true that if you look at the overall national vote, it's quite close. And that is a message that is going to be sent to the president, too. It may be 50-48 or something.
Some people are going to blame Romney because Romney's message was my business credentials, my business credentials. And you can make the case against Mitt Romney that he didn't sell those business credentials well enough that if you look at these exit polls, he's at parity with the president on who's best able to handle the economy. He's way behind the president by 10 to 12 points on who cares about my problems. So there will be some Republicans who will say it wasn't us, it was him.
This isn't just I think that's part of it, but this election also tells you that the coalition of the ascendant that the Obama campaign bet on, and Van, you know about this, you know, young people, professionals,
and we're seeing a big turnout among African Americans.
This is not just about Republican weakness; it's about Democratic strength. We have been hearing about this enthusiasm gap and this whole thing. Yes. Where is it? You see a huge turnout from the African American community.
In some states, even exceeding what it was in
2008. Ben Jealous from the NAACP, who put 1 million new black voters in play, is a hero tonight. The youth vote, it looks like it may be a bigger percentage of the election than last time. The Latino vote, bigger. This is not just about Republican failure. It's about there is a new coalition that wants to govern, that has a vision, that has a leader named Barack Obama, and that's what's happening tonight.
So what should viewers who are watching look for in the next hour or two? I mean, James, what are you looking for? You're just looking at Florida?
I'm looking at Florida, 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 and Florida. But once I see Florida, then I'm going to look somewhere else. But I really don't care about anything else. Morgan, I know you had something to say.
Another thing we're going to also have to talk about, Republicans are going to deconstruct this, but a lot of money was spent by Republicans and Democrats on this race. Almost $90 million more on the Republican side if you count all the outside groups and the hard dollars raised. Republicans are going to be looking at each other wondering where that money went.
Let's go back to Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Anderson, there's still a lot of yellow on the CNN electoral map right now. States that we believe are still too close for us to make projections, including Ohio and Florida. Let's take a look at the votes in Florida right now. 87% of the vote is in. The president maintains a slight advantage, 50% to 49%. Almost 8 million votes have been counted already. 46,000 vote advantage, 46,518 vote advantage for the president. Still 13% of the vote is outstanding. 29 electoral votes are at stake. In Ohio, more than half of the vote is now in, and the president here, too, maintaining a slight advantage, changing right now 50% to 48%. The president has an advantage of about 85,000 votes. More than 3 million votes have already been counted, 18 electoral votes in Ohio, where we're watching Florida, Ohio. We're watching the battlegrounds, including Colorado. How late will this night go before we can project a winner? Stay with us and don't miss a moment.
We're looking at a live picture of New York's Empire State Building. Election results being displayed in the lights, the blue and red lights on the top of the spire. CNN's election results, the Romney with 158 electoral votes right now, 147 for Obama. But again, the story right now, Florida, as James Carville said, we are watching results coming in there. Also the state of Ohio as well. Jim Acosta is standing by Romney camp with some information about what it's like right now behind the scenes of the Romney campaign. Jim, what are you hearing?
Right. That's right, Anderson. We have heard from a source inside the Romney campaign that the mood over at Romney headquarters, their war room where they're watching these returns come in, is, quote, very tense. And that is obviously because they are watching these returns come in from across the country and seeing states that they had hoped to perhaps capture tonight slipping out of their fingers. And, Anderson, I can also tell you that is somewhat the mood in this room. Just to show you what's going on behind us on these big jumbo screens, the campaign has been showing different networks in their programming as to what is being reported tonight across the country as all these returns come in. And each time it flips to another network, there seems to be more bad news being reported for this campaign and in various Republican races that appears to be having an effect on the mood in this room. Every time that channel flips, the mood in this room gets a little more somber. Anderson?
Jim, thanks for that. We'll continue to check in with you. Wolf, let's go back.
Take a look at what's going on. The state of Florida, John King, is obviously critical right now. 88% of the vote is in. 12% still outstanding. The president has a slight advantage right now, 50% to 49%. If you take a look, 3,866 to 3,850. What is that, 16,000 votes?
That's about 16,000 votes, and you say 12% of the statewide vote, and the big state's still out, so anybody's game, and that's true. Anybody's game. This is still very close. But remember a while ago I was saying, were the votes still out? Well, this is one of the counties that was still out back then. And I'm sorry, it was this one here. It was Santa Rosa County. And as I predicted, Romney's winning it big. But again, look, there's not a lot of numbers there. So that's 88% of the vote. He might have almost 40,000 vote advantage. They're just shy of that. But it's not enough, Wolf, to match this. When you come over here and you look at what else is out, we go to Orange County, where Orlando is. The president's running up big numbers, nearly 60-40. So there's more votes out here. Logic tells you when you're at 92%, the president's going to add to his vote total there. And you come down here, the three most reliable Democratic counties, Palm Beach is almost all in, so let's consider that one done. But if you come down to Broward County, the president is outperforming his 2008 totals in Broward County by a percentage, 84%. President's going to add more to his votes here. Miami-Dade is at 70%. The president's a bit under his 2008 performance here, but again, logic tells you the president's going to add to his total here. So when you pull out to the state and you look statewide, and you're in the Romney war room, you're doing what I'm doing, and you're calling into these counties, and you're saying, wait, do we have any votes here? 93%, sure. They might get some votes here, but it's pretty close. So there's a little bit of math for Governor Romney here. Then you keep tapping around, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%. You get the point. Yeah. You come out to the full statewide, and you look at places where there are still votes to be counted, okay? So the Democratic votes in up here, 100%, 100%, 100%. But when you come down here, where the people live, still some votes to be counted. Still some votes to be counted, just a few here, but the president's winning. In places where you find significant population centers with votes still out, you find the president running up big numbers.
Well, he should have a cushion there.
When you look at this map right now, we have to count the votes, but I'm having a very hard time
it's very
finding
close,
places where I can show
a nice slight advantage. Let's go to Ohio right now, because that's obviously a key battleground state as well.
And at the moment, it's still blue. When you look at this map, Romney needs that. He needs that. He needs more than those two, but he can't win without those two, and it's blue at the moment, too. Again, incredibly close. Wow.
50% to 48%. 64% of the vote in Ohio has been counted, and he's up by about 90,000 votes right now.
He's up by about 90,000 votes. So here's your largest county in the state right here, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland area. Again, this is bad news for the Romney campaign. If only 30% of the vote is in up here and it's 70-30, you know, when the rest of the vote comes in, this is the president's breadbasket right here. And one of the things you have to say is not having a primary challenge. Not having a primary challenge. One of the things I did early in the campaign is travel around to some of these areas, and the Obama campaign was going into the African-American community and saying, he's had your back, now you're going to have to have his in November. No primary challenge. They got names, they got phone numbers, and they have proven so far they're turning out the vote in places where you thought in an off year, a tough economy, a re-election year, maybe they wouldn't vote. Cuyahoga County, 7%. You have to tip your hat to the Obama turnout operation here. You come down into Akron, 66%. Let's just take a peek. 58% in 2008. 66% now. Across the northern industrial part here, the turnout operation seems to be working. And two more words, auto bailout.
I want to stay in Ohio right now. Erin Burnett is watching what's going on. She's got a front row seat in Columbus, the state capital. Erin?
That's right, and we've been getting updates from the Secretary of State here, John Husted. You're talking there about the north, where the president needs to really pick up votes and increase his margin. I want to go to the south, though, an area where Mitt Romney was hoping to pick up. Let's get to Don Lemon, who's at the Board of Elections there in Cincinnati. Don?
63-35 now in Hamilton County, a county, Aaron, that usually goes Republican, except in 2008, a correction. I have 53 to 46. This county usually goes Republican except for 2008, and this can sort of be a bellwether for what's to come. If you look over here, all these results are coming in now, and everyone is watching from really around the world, from the BBC, all over. People are coming in here, and those results are going up on the screen. And then back around here to the left, you can see this is really the war room. This is where everything's coming in. They're crunching those numbers in here. They're going onto those cards. They've got about 25 trucks that have to come in and out. They said so far about 5 of those trucks have come in. But here's the interesting thing, what I'm being told here. They're saying many people underestimated the Obama ground game here, and they're believing that's where Obama is winning, in the bigger counties, in Montgomery County, in Franklin County, in Cuyahoga County, up where Martin Savage is. They believe that he built up such a bulwark for the smaller Republican rural counties that it's going to be hard to fight against that. Of course, there's still a lot of numbers to come in, but they believe just because of the sheer size of those counties, it's going to be tough to fight against that. So right now, the president leading, but still all of the numbers are not in, Aaron.
All right, well, Don, thank you very much. And Wolf, you know, this is something we've heard a lot about. You know, the Obama campaign has said, we have a better ground game. We have a better ground game. It's going to serve us well in Ohio. Obviously, the jury is still out, but at least from the numbers we have so far, it seems to be the case. They've got the better ground game. Back to you.
They certainly do seem to have the better ground game. And that Hamilton County is really important, where Cincinnati is, only 21% of the vote officially in so far. The president has a 55-44% lead.
This is the home of Rob Portman, who was his debate practitioner. A lot of people in Ohio thought he should have been the vice presidential nominee. If you look at Hamilton County right now, 55% to 44%. Let's go back in time to 2008, 53% to 46%. So if that holds, the president will essentially match his totals from 4 years ago. Now, why is that significant? Because to win Ohio in a statewide election, here's the last time George W. Bush won it, Hamilton County was red. So again, President Obama matching his performance so far, Wolf, in the counties where he needs to.
Stand by. I want everyone to stand by, because we have 2 projections to make right now. First projection, Minnesota, 10 electoral votes. The President of the United States will carry the state of Minnesota. We project Minnesota goes for President Obama. In Arizona, winner will be Mitt Romney, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. We project Arizona going for Mitt Romney. So where does that stand? Leave us right now in the race to 270 electoral votes needed to be elected President of the United States. Right now, Mitt Romney has 169. Barack Obama has 157. You see a lot of yellow states that are still out there. Those yellow states are states where we have not been able to make projections. We're getting ready for more projections, though, at the top of the hour. Anderson?
Yeah, we're watching a slew of battleground states that may be too close to call right now. Also, polls close soon on the West Coast. The biggest electoral prize of the night, California, is on the line. A lot of drama right now for both presidential campaigns. We'll take you to their headquarters, so all the behind-the-scenes action ahead.
You can bet there's plenty of tension at the candidates' headquarters in Chicago and Boston right now as we get later into this election night in America. We'd like to welcome back our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're counting down to what's often the 0 hour on presidential election nights like this. Will we be able to project a winner anytime soon? Polls are about to close in California, the biggest electoral prize of the night, as well as in Hawaii, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. Those states have 82 electoral votes. That's been enough in the past elections to put one candidate over the winning total of 270. Let's check in with Jessica Yellen over at Obama headquarters in Chicago, Candy Crowley at Romney headquarters in Boston. Jessica, first to you, what do they think over there?
Hi, Wolf. Well, they are increasingly optimistic here at the headquarters. Lots of cheers throughout the night. President Obama has now left his house where he had dinner with Mrs. Obama and the girls and brought the whole family over to the Fairmont Hotel to watch results with family and friends. And then he has one more movement over here later tonight. I will tell you one thing I am hearing from some of his senior aides. They keep popular vote totals. It does not include one of the most populous states of the nation, California. And we should not forget that state is likely to go. We all know it will probably go to President Obama, bringing up his popular vote total. Big point they want us to make, Wolf.
Yeah, I made that point. They should be watching us more carefully. I pointed out that California, Washington State, Oregon, they have not closed yet. And those are big states, especially California. Candy, what's going on in Boston?
Well, I have to tell you, prior to what we're watching right now, which really is the family story of the Romneys, so it's very dark and very quiet in here for this crowd. Right before that, they watched Scott Brown, the Republican senator from Massachusetts, concede. So it is a very subdued crowd here. In the past hour or so, I've not been getting any return phone calls or messages from the Romney campaign. But look, they're looking at these numbers. They're trying to figure out, how to make that math work. And I'm sure it's turned from tense to really tense, because this is, the pathway to the presidency is shrinking. You can feel it in this room because they're sort of watching the returns come in. And, at this point, they are, like others, waiting.
And the wait continues. Guys, thanks very much. We'll get back to you. Anderson, we're getting closer and closer to 11 p.m. on the East Coast, 8 p.m. on the West Coast. You remember 4 years ago, exactly at 11 p.m. on the East Coast, we projected that Barack Obama would win the presidency. After all the ads, after all the money has been spent, we are getting close to finally having an answer about who will be the next president of the United States. People in Boston have their eyes glued to the vote tallies as well. We're live at a watch party in Mitt Romney's home city and in the president's hometown of Chicago. You can see crowds right there watching CNN outside. We're also in New York's Times Square. We've got something special going on at the Empire State Building as well in New York City. Look at this. We've turned the mast at the top of the building red and blue, the colors rising to reflect CNN projections of the electoral votes won by Romney and Obama so far. Now check out the people following the election results on the Strip in Las Vegas, as well as Los Angeles. The polls are about to close in California, the biggest electoral prize of the night. Our election team is poring over the results as we get them. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
Anderson, I'm going through the map here. Sorry to have my back to you as you do the toss, but I'm going through the map trying to search for votes. Let's start in battleground Florida. It's fascinating at the moment. 90% of the vote in Florida. Why does it seem every 4 years we spend a lot of time counting the votes in Florida? Why? Because it's one of the most evenly divided states in a very evenly divided country. But 50% to 49% right now. The question is, when you look at the map, can you find the Republican votes to bring this state back for Mitt Romney? And these are 29 electoral votes he needs to win. Make no mistake about it. There are some states you can win, some states you can lose. In the Romney scenario, he has to win this. And so we're looking and looking. Only 93% of the votes in Orange County, which leads you to believe the president will add to his margin here. So you come back out and you look down here, we're getting at 96% in Broward County. But again, what's left is likely to go to the president. Miami-Dade, probably more for the president here. So if you're in the Romney war room and you're looking at this, you're getting more than a little nervous. Let me pop up the map and move up the coast. North Carolina is a state Romney also has to win. I can still find you some places where there are Democratic votes out. This one looks like it's very close. Advantage Romney at the moment. It appears, if I had to make a bet, that one will hold, but I'm not so sure. We'll watch this. And this one here as we watch, Governor Romney leading. Look at that narrow margin in the state of Virginia, 50 to 49. But just like in Florida, when you search this map, looking for places where the Democratic vote is still out, you find it in places like Norfolk down here, where the president's running up big margins, still a lot of votes to be counted. And you find it in places up here, the populous, fast-growing Northern Virginia suburbs, only 60% of the vote counted here. The president's likely to add here as well. So, Wolf, as you go through these states back and forth, still a lot of counting to do, but if you're looking at the big picture, advantage Obama.
They're getting ready to close the voting on the West Coast, including in California, and we've got some major projections right now. All right, CNN can project that California will be won by the President of the United States. All 55, a huge number, the largest state in the United States. All 55 electoral votes will go for the President. 55, add those to his column. Hawaii, where he was born. 4 electoral votes. The President will carry Hawaii. He will also carry Washington State on the West Coast. 12 electoral votes. They all go for the President of the United States. Mitt Romney, he's got some wins out on the West Coast as well in Idaho. For example, he'll carry 4 electoral votes in Idaho and 3 in Montana. Right now, we cannot make a projection in Oregon. We don't have enough information right now. But let me show you where the race for 270 stands right now. The President now taking the lead, 228 for President Obama to 176 for Mitt Romney. 270 needed to be elected president. Those yellow states out there, those are the states we have not yet made projections in. As we wait for more real votes to come in, we want to share with you what our exit polls are revealing. Remember, these are estimates. They're based on interviews with a sampling of voters as they left select polling stations. And they also are based on phone interviews we made with a sampling of people who voted early. Here's our exit poll result for the state of Oregon. The president with 52%, Mitt Romney with 45%. Remember, this is an estimate only that reflects the votes of the people we interviewed at select polling places, early voters we interviewed on the phone as well. They may not necessarily reflect the actual outcome in a particular state once we get the final vote tallies. We're watching all of this. Those states we just projected, California, we knew it was going to go for the president, but it certainly adds to his road to 270.
That's the big basket of eggs comes out of California. It goes into the Democratic basket. It puts the president 228 to 176. So let's just do some common sense. Let's do some common sense. Some of this is, educated guesses. This is common sense. Oregon is likely to stay right there. There are most people, even most Republicans, will tell you Nevada will stay right there. So then you start coming across New Mexico, likely to stay in the blue column right there. Now, we'll see if that changes. But if you do that, and I think it's very hard, Republicans at home can't argue with me very strongly on those states, that gets the president to 246. Then you start coming this way. I'm going to leave Colorado for now. That's a battleground state. So then you start coming across here. And, Wolf, with the president at 246, you start looking here. Missouri, let's assume that one goes red. So you're looking here, this 10 right here. Wolf, let me go to you. You'll move the map a little bit for me.
Let's get to some more projections, important ones, in fact, right now. All right, it's moving quickly right now. Wisconsin, we project, will be won by the President of the United States. Its 10 electoral votes will go for President Obama. This is the home state of the Republican vice presidential nominee, Paul Ryan, but CNN now projects Wisconsin will be in the president's corner. North Carolina, on the other hand, we project will be won by Mitt Romney, and its 15 electoral votes will go for Mitt Romney. So where do we stand now? On the road to 270. The electoral votes needed to be elected president of the United States. The president is ahead. He has 238. He's inching closer and closer to 270. Mitt Romney has 191. You can see those yellow states out there. Those are the yellow states where we have not yet made projections, but we have votes that are coming in. John, Wisconsin, the Republicans really wanted to win Wisconsin because they thought Paul Ryan would help. They won that recall election. They won big time in 2010, but this time the president once again will carry Wisconsin.
And so if you think about the Romney strategy, especially in the final weeks of the campaign, no Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio. They know the president has been leading there. He's leading right now. So what did they do? They said, well, we need a plan B. Plan B was Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes. That's now in the president's fold. Well, so then we need a plan C. Maybe that would be Michigan. We could get 16 there and make up most of Ohio. That one's now in the president's fold. Well, then we need a plan D. Wisconsin was going to be 10 of those, and then they'd find somewhere else. So plan B, plan C, plan D are now gone. And so you start looking at the Romney math, and you're saying, well, then, what's plan E? And if you start looking at where's plan E, forgive me, but history tells us that's going to stay there. Logic tells us the Latino vote, that's likely to stay there. Even a more Latino vote presence here, and Republicans should be listening to this over and over again. Latino vote here. The Latino vote could make the difference here. I'm not going to touch it right now. Let's just assume Missouri keeps its Republican DNA and stays there. President Obama did not carry that 4 years ago. That gets you to 256, right? So the president needs only 14. From that, if this happens as we expected, well, the president needs only 14, which means he could do this with Colorado and Iowa. Never mind Ohio, where he's leading right now. Never mind Florida, where he's leading right now. And never mind Virginia, where he's slightly behind, but still in play because of the votes are out right now. So you look at this map right now, plan B, plan C, plan D are gone. I have a very hard time coming up with a plan E. Don't ask me about a plan F.
Stand by for a moment. We have another major projection right now. CNN projects the Democrats will retain their majority in the United States Senate. They have won enough Senate seats to make sure that the Senate Majority Leader, Harry Reid, will continue to be the Senate Majority Leader. A major, major win for the Democrats in the Senate. Earlier, we projected the Republicans would retain their majority in the House of Representatives. Let's go to Anderson and Dana for more.
Yeah, in particular in Virginia, it was a tight race, but we're projecting Tim Kaine.
That's right. That means that this Democratic seat is staying in Democratic hands. This was a very, very tight race, but the former governor will now be the new senator from the state of Virginia, Tim Kaine. And in California, Dianne Feinstein is going on to win a very easy re-election. And in Hawaii, we have a new senator-elect, a Democrat, Mazie Hirono. She beat the former Republican governor. They thought maybe that she would have a chance because she was pretty popular, but that didn't happen, particularly with President Obama at the top of the ticket.
And again, let's go to look at the balance of power.
Okay, so look at this. Right now, we have 42 Republican seats, 48 Democratic, with 2 independents. But because of the remaining seats that we know are out there, it is very clear, as Wolf just reported, that Democrats will be able to retain control of the Senate. The open question now is, what will the balance of power be? How many seats will there be? But, Anderson, I think it's really important to underscore the fact that going into today, or going into this election year, Democrats were defending 23 out of 33 seats. With this bad economy, Republicans just had to pick up a net 4. They thought it was a no-brainer. Yeah. And there are a lot of Republicans who we're talking to who are very upset because there was a combination of unforced errors, bad candidates that really set them back. So Republicans are depressed, I think, is probably an understatement to describe them right now.
A much different story than it was just 2 years ago, 2010.
Very much. And at this point, they're actually even telling me, I was just talking to a top Republican source who said that they think they might even lose seats, never mind gain, lose seats by the end of the night.
Still some races we're watching. Dan Bash, appreciate that. Let's check in over here maybe with David Gergen, Gloria Borger. As you look at this, obviously, I mean, the question really becomes, what happens now? What happens tomorrow, assuming President Obama is reelected?
Well,
in terms of actually being able to get things done, does anything really change?
No, I don't think anything does change. I mean, before this evening, I was talking to an aide to a Republican aide to a leader in the Senate who said to me, you know, nothing has changed unless the president comes to us and proposes something that we can live with on the fiscal cliff. We're not going to be willing to deal with him. I think, however, that, you know, to Dana's point about how upset and depressed these Republicans are, you know, they had a couple of real opportunities in 2010 and again to try and regain power in the Senate. And again, it's the Tea Party in 2010. There were 3 seats they could have won, and they kind of threw them away.
I'm nervous to turn to Alex Castellanos because I keep hearing some deep sighs from him over the course of the night.
I'm going for the hemlock here. No, you know, I think there is a chance that we're going to get something done, Democrats and Republicans coming up soon.
Where do you see that?
If President Obama is reelected, and again, that's still an if, long way to go, Because one is Republicans, the Congress is going to be reelected every 2 years. They have a lot of pressure. It's going to be a little hard for them to move. But this president's never going to be on the ballot again. He's demonstrated tremendous flexibility before. Bush tax cuts, keeping Guantanamo open, all those things. I think he knows his legacy. He'll be judged by history, by whether he gets his hands around the fiscal health of this country, whether he puts this country on a sound fiscal track. He'll get on Mount Rushmore if he does that. He won't if he doesn't. Now, he can move 80% to where Republicans are. He can embrace something like Simpson Bowles. The good news for this election, there's no agenda. Nobody ran proposing anything on either side.
We're going to have more from you guys.
So they can put something
we have
on
another
the table.
projection to make, so let's go to Wolf. Wolf?
We have another major projection to make right now in another key battleground state. And CNN can make this projection right now. The President of the United States will be the winner in Iowa. And at 6 electoral votes, the President will carry. Right now, with 53% of the vote in Iowa counted, the President has a 55-44 lead, 98,648 votes advantage in Iowa. They're thrilled over there at President Obama's campaign headquarters in Chicago. They're dancing over there at campaign headquarters. They're watching what's going on. Jessica Yellen is watching as well. You know what? Let's listen in briefly a little bit of the celebration that's going on in Chicago over at Obama headquarters. Jessica, are you there?
I'm here, Wolf. There's an enormous enthusiasm in this room they've been watching the returns come in all night. For them, this was a campaign that they didn't know for so long if it would turn out with a night like this. For these people, they remember 4 years ago a very different mood throughout the campaign, a campaign based on a very different theme of hope and change. This time, a battle focused on demographics, on ground game, on an operation driven to turn out specific people who are Obama supporters.
All right, Dana, hold on for a second. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have yet another projection to make right now. And CNN projects the President will carry New Mexico. New Mexico will be won by the President of the United States. Add another 5 electoral votes to his column. The President carries New Mexico. You can see he has a 52-44 advantage with more than half of the vote counted. Let's see where it stands right now. If we add up his electoral votes right now on the basis of New Mexico being in his counter, he has 249. He's getting closer and closer and closer to the 270 he needs to be reelected President of the United States for another 4 years. Mitt Romney has 191. They're thrilled, obviously, in Chicago. Jessica, I interrupted you a moment ago to project New Mexico. Go ahead, talk to us. How thrilled are they over there?
You know, Wolf, they're thrilled in this room, but as I talk to the people who are back at the Obama boiler room, they are still staying cautious on email and in their contacts and waiting for all the final numbers to come in. But there is a great deal of enthusiasm here, as you can see. They also get excited anytime they see themselves on TV, so that's part of the cheering they see when their picture is up. Huge excitement. The President watching this now from a hotel room not far away with his wife and 2 girls and friends and family who are gathered in town. And then he will be joined by the Vice President and his family when they head over here later this evening, as well as Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel and a whole bunch of people who will put on quite a, what they said would be an early night and a victorious night. That's what they predicted, Wolf. They said it would come out that way, and so far, that's what it's looking like, Wolf.
All right, let's stay in Chicago. Our Brianna Keeler's right in the middle of the crowd over there. Brianna, they seem pretty excited right now as the President gets closer and closer to 270. He's got 249 by our count right now.
Well, the excitement here in McCormick Place in downtown Chicago is really just building with each projection that comes out, especially when we saw Iowa. I will tell you, and standing among people with about 10,000 were expected to. I will tell you that almost everybody here has volunteered.
All right, Brianna, hold on a moment. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. That crowd is very, very excited right now. Let's go over to John King. The president, 249. He's not that far away from the 270 he needs to be elected.
Takes 270. You can do the math at home. He's 21 shy, right? Well, let's do a little history. This is a safe bet, okay? We'll have to count the votes, but Oregon has been a Democratic state for a very long time. That would get the president to 256. Some Republicans say, watch, watch, watch. I've talked to a lot of people out in Nevada today. They expect that one to go right there. That puts the president at 262. You know what that means, Wolf? If you look at the map and he's at 262, look at anyone left. Anyone left, pick one more state, turn one more blue, you get 4 more years. That's what's happening. Now, we have to count these. We haven't officially called these yet, but history is history. Our reporting shows very strong. Oregon will stay blue. Nevada is likely to stay blue. When it comes to that, he's at 262. That would put him over the top. Colorado's 9. He won't win Missouri. Ohio's 18 would put him way over the top. Virginia's 13 would put him over the top. He's leading right now in Florida. That's 29. That's called way over the top. You look at this map right now, and you're a Republican, and we're just picking the numbers. We're just counting the votes, folks. We don't take sides here, but getting Mitt Romney to 270, looking at this map, is almost impossible and completely improbable.
I stand by for another moment because we have another projection to make right now. CNN projects Oregon, the state of Oregon, will go for President Obama. That's another 7 electoral votes. The president will carry Oregon. You see 40% of the vote is in. He's got a lopsided advantage, 59% to 38%. So where does it put him now? Where does that put him now on the road to 270? He's got 256 electoral votes, 191 for Mitt Romney. He's well on his way to 270. You see those yellow states there? Those are states we have not yet made projections in, but the president getting closer and closer and closer to that magic number of 270, John King. It's, as you say, any one of these other states could really push him over the top pretty quickly.
Assuming, and it's an assumption, and I know there are Republicans at home watching saying we will prove you wrong, but I called into this state, and inside the Romney campaign, they'll push back a little bit. They don't push back hard. They expect because of the Latino vote, and this is a conversation we're going to be having for weeks and weeks and months inside the Republican Party. They expect because of the Latino vote that one will stay blue. That will put the president at 262. Wolf, Colorado would be enough to put him over the top. Even if he couldn't do that, we don't expect him to win Missouri. Any one of these would put him over the top. At the moment, he's ahead in Ohio. That's 18. At the moment, he's ahead in Florida. That's 29. Let's switch the map when we come over here and look at, just see where we're looking at it right here. Again, Ohio would put the president over the top at 71%. Governor Romney's still in play. That is very, very close. But when you look at places, what's out? A lot of the vote that's out is right there in Cuyahoga County. That's the president's territory. Some of the vote that's out is down here in Franklin County. That's the president's territory. So if you're looking for a Mitt Romney comeback strategy, can it happen here in Ohio? It's unlikely to find it there. And, Wolf, as I go back to you, I'll also just show the Florida number one more time. A narrow but stubbornly consistent lead for the president in battleground Florida as well.
John, we have another projection to make right now. They're coming in pretty quickly. Let's take a look. And CNN projects Missouri will be won by the Republican presidential nominee, Mitt Romney. He will capture all 10 of Missouri's electoral votes. If more than 50% of the vote is now in, 58% for Romney, 40% for Barack Obama. Based on those indicators, we have projected Missouri will go for Mitt Romney. So where does it put us on the road to 270? Romney now has broken the 200 barrier. He's at 201. The president of the United States significantly ahead at 256. So Missouri helps Mitt Romney, but maybe not enough.
Maybe not enough. If you look at what's left out there, the only sure bet for Governor Romney right now is the state of Alaska. So let's assign the state of Alaska to Governor Romney. That would get him up to 204. And then you look at the map right here, and at the moment, the president is favored in Nevada. The president is leading in Colorado. The president is leading in Florida. The president is leading in Virginia. And last time I looked, Governor Romney, and let's switch maps, was leading but just narrowly in Virginia. So you're looking at the map right here. Let's just do this before we switch maps. That's a relatively safe bet. That would get the president at 262. And again, after that, any one state gets you over the top. Wolf?
We've got a really major projection to make right now. CNN projects that Barack Obama will be reelected president of the United States. He will remain in the White House for another 4 years because we project he will carry the state of Ohio. By carrying Ohio, he wins re-election. The president of the United States defeats Mitt Romney in this at this time right now. We have made this projection, so the president wins this battle for the White House. They're excited in Chicago. They're excited at Times Square in New York. They're watching all over the world right now. The President of the United States has been reelected right now. Let's listen in to some of the excitement. So you can see the Empire State Building now has turned blue because that is our projection. The President of the United States has won re-election. Let the world know that 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, we projected this win, the re-election of Barack Obama for another 4 years. The president will be the winner. Mitt Romney will lose this election. We'll see what happens in these other states. But let's go to Jessica Yellen right now, our chief White House correspondent, watching all of this unfold in Chicago. Jessica.
Well, the euphoria in the room is evident. These people have worked hard for the president. Everyone in this room was in one way or another a volunteer for the campaign. While this was a very different kind of campaign from 2008, what is not different is the kind of coalition the president put together to reelect him. A very different vision of or makeup of America that is diverse, that is heavily Latino, African-American, relied on single women, and where the president played heavily to their interests. And this is a kind of coalition the president made clear he was interested in appealing to, and it's a lesson that the Republican Party will learn from. I will also point out, Wolf, that the president did make some explicit promises about what he would do in a second term, cutting the deficit and not extending the tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, among others, Wolf.
Jessica, hold on for a moment. I want to listen to some of the people cheering. They are so excited right now. The president supporters at Times Square, the president supporters in Chicago, elsewhere around the world. Let's go back to Chicago. Brianna Keeler, our White House correspondent, is right in the middle of the crowd up there. We're going to try to hear what you have to say, Brianna. Get that microphone right up to your mouth.
Hi, Wolf. It's a very excited crowd here, but I will tell you, I did talk to some people after our projection of Ohio, and I said, are you surprised that things wrapped up so early? And they said, yes. I think people here were settling in for a rather long night. They thought it was going to be more suspenseful, but they're certainly very excited, obviously, Wolf. With each projection that continues to come out, they get even more excited, and this is going to be continuing on for hours. Many of these people here were volunteering for President Obama. These are Illinois-based volunteers. They went door knocking, phone banking in Wisconsin and Iowa, key battleground states for President Obama. So these are certainly people who really feel like they have some ownership in his re-election here, Wolf.
Very excited in Chicago right now. I assume they're excited all over the country. All of the president's supporters, they worked hard for him to get re-elected. It's interesting that Ohio, by our projecting that he will carry the state of Ohio, that put him over the 270 mark. So the president goes on to win another 4 years in the White House. Anderson, 4 years ago, we projected his win at exactly 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Tonight, we projected his win 18 minutes later at 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast.
Well, we continue to watch the crowds of Obama supporters celebrating. Let's talk to our panelists, our contributors, and our analysts. Just some initial thoughts. Alex?
Well, boy, that hurts. But the current President of the United States is now the future President of the United States. And now it's time for all of us to remember that what this is all about, and that's about leading a country to a better place. So now I think it's incumbent for Republicans to be as gracious as they were passionate about this election and go sit at the table and see what we can do to deal with some of the impending problems.
Ben Jones, they're from the Democratic perspective.
I agree. I think that the Republican Party is a great party historically, a party of Abraham Lincoln, a party of Teddy Roosevelt as an environmentalist. It's a party that I respect and admire. I think that there have been some elements in there that maybe pulled it too far in one direction. That can be corrected. This is an opportunity for us to come together. It is, as you said, Mr. Bergen, it's a 50-50 country. But this is, I think, for people who saw this president struggling and wanted to see him be able to have a second chance. It's a big emotional moment for us, but it's also a big opportunity for the country.
Morgan Hoover, a Republican, I mean, do you think that's the message the Republican Party takes away from this, that they went too far to the right? Because I think there's a lot of elements of the Republican Party that say they weren't true to their conservative values.
I think what you'll see is the Republican Party take a moment, step back, and descend a little bit into warlordism, as it did at the end of in 2008. I think there's going to be a lot of fighting because the Republican Party is made up, the conservative movement, of many different factions: libertarians, economic libertarians, social conservatives, national security hawks. There's going to be fight over the narrative, over who is going to control the Republican Party, and there is no elected leader of the Republican Party for the next 4 years.
You don't win the middle as a Republican by becoming a Democrat, by just, quote, moderating. If you're tied and you want to take market share from Fab, you don't say, hey, I'm more like Fab. You say, I'm new, improved Tide. The Republican Party needs to move forward, not sideways.
Put this in a broader perspective if I can. I had the opportunity today to go to the Jefferson Memorial. And it just reminds you what a pageant of democracy this is. This is a wonderful country that can have an election like this. And an African-American can not only win once, but can win twice. There's something about that that speaks to sort of what America is and our promise. I think the question now, my interpretation of a lot of this data is that there were an awful lot of people that voted today who would like to see more moderation in our politics. The moderates were the largest self-identified.
Both on the left and the right.
And left and the right. They're asking the right on immigration. As Gloria said earlier tonight, they're clearly in favor of doing something now about providing a path to citizenship, but they also don't want the president to go too far over to the left. So I think there's a chance for them to come together. But you ought to have a moment here in all of this where they all sort of can celebrate the democracy. It's a wonderful thing to see us go through this. Most countries don't have anything like this.
These moments are always wonderful, and I think we need to give an awful lot of credit to the Obama campaign, which ran yet again another terrific campaign. The contents of the campaign, however, are not as great as these moments, because we saw a very negative, nasty campaign, a small campaign that didn't rise to the kind of joy we see in people's eyes today. And I think what they are asking for as we go ahead and we look at a Congress that has to confront the fiscal cliff, I think they're looking for the Congress and the president, even though it's a status quo situation, to come back in a different frame of mind.
We should just point out, I just want to show the popular vote right now, because right now Mitt Romney is leading in the popular vote. Of course, those numbers could change, but we are projecting, of course, that President Barack Obama will be reelected.
And it's such a divided country, as we saw in all the exit poll results, and you see in the division in the popular vote.
Does President Obama now have to lead differently? Do Republicans in Congress have to behave differently?
President Obama got one of the rarest things we get in politics and in life, and that's a second chance. He is now a more mature leader. He now has seen some of his shortcomings tested in the public arena, that he hasn't built relationships, that he hasn't addressed some of the fiscal matters that he needs to address. My hope is that we're going to see, Bill Clinton stumbled fell, came back into American politics,
James
and
Carville
grew
is
as
also
a president.
James, come on in
He
here.
may do it. I hope Obama does the same.
James, Alex was just making the point that he thinks President Obama has to now lead differently, that he's seen some of the mistakes. Do you agree with that?
Well, I'm watching an election. The president's going to be reelected. The Democrats are going to retain the Senate. And people are saying, well, Republicans are not budge. Obama has to meet them 80% of the way. Why did we have an election? I mean, there's a reason that we have it. You know? I mean, and he's going to, sure, Obama's not going to get everything that he wants, but he should get more of what he wants.
Do you think he should interpret this as a mandate?
No, it's not. I don't think it's a mandate. It's not a mandate. But what the public is saying is they're giving him power back. He certainly doesn't have to give up 80% of what he wants. He should get more of what he wants than the Republicans because we had an election.
But he didn't run on what he wanted. He ran on don't go back to what the other guy did. So there is no...
President Obama, both candidates said you have a clear choice. They both laid out a vision. There was a more laissez-faire vision that was laid out by Mitt Romney, I think taken to extremes, and President Obama said very clearly he wanted to have a way forward with a balanced approach when it comes to deficit. He laid out a vision, and he has a mandate for that. And part of that mandate is taxes will have to be raised on the wealthy people. People who have done well in America will have to do well by America and begin to pay America back. He was consistent about that for a year. That is a part of his mandate going forward.
And you're looking at the picture in Boston, in Romney's hometown, where you see cheering among Obama supporters there as well.
I'm not sure that either of these candidates laid out a true vision. I think that right now is an opportunity for both the Republicans and for the president. And, you know, I was told that the president, as early as the end of this week, may give some sort of economic speech or may hold some sort of availability to talk to the American public.
Well, we're certainly, and we're expecting to hear, obviously, from President Obama tonight, as well as from Governor Romney. We are obviously going to bring you those, both those speeches as soon as they happen. Certainly a lot to digest in not only tonight, but also in the weeks ahead.
Yeah, he's got the fiscal cliff coming up very, very soon, so he does need to lay out sort of what everybody's been expecting him to lay out.
But what is the path to actually change? I mean, at this point, who needs to give more? Because Obama supporters will say Republicans have been intransigent from early on.
The predominant thought in the marketplace, too, is that, you know, Wall Street was hoping that Romney would win only because they felt that the combination of the president and the Republican Congress, this intransigent Republican Congress, simply couldn't get the deal done. That something needed to go.
But that's like saying that the Republicans get to be rewarded by being intransigent because Democrats couldn't get anything done, so you got to give it to Republicans.
The tone that we're going into Washington in is entirely polarized. 80%, over 80% of the advertisements on both sides in this election were negative advertisements.
It's going to be so self-destructive. I mean, let's look at that. They're going to go over the fiscal cliff and cause another recession. I choose not to believe that, but I do believe they could come up with a framework of some kind.
This beating has been so large that I think you're going to find Republicans not accommodating, but you're going to find Republicans very realistic. Until Republicans learn how to move forward, you're going to find Republicans, I mean, I think right now
so
we're
where do you
looking
see
at
movement? You see movement on immigration reform?
I think you see movement right now. They're going to be, quote, revenues, as Democrats say, especially on upper-income taxpayers. I don't think they should start with something like immigration because it's a very polarizing issue. Go to the economic stuff where you're going to find common ground now. But please don't put immigration on the table first because the fighters will go to their respective corners and become polarized again.
What's important here is the president not go immediately into the details of where he wants to go. What's important is to set a new tone. He wants to, in effect, close the chapter on the first term and open a new chapter in his relationship with Congress in his second term. He needs to open a new chapter with the business community to go to your because there's hostility there. And I think he, as Churchill would argue, in victory magnanimity, he has to take the first step. He ought to make the first step, but then he ought to invite them to the White House. I agree with James. He shouldn't give up 80%. I don't think that, but I think he's got to have.
But is that in the president's DNA? Because
no, he can't. You couldn't dictate. That's not what he can do. But the idea that somehow or another Obama has to, that the election has to have a consequence. The voters, in effect, have weighed in tonight. Their view has to be respected. Obama has to respect the view. And yes, I don't know what the magic number is, but there got to be some movement.
And there are some liberals.
By the way, we know how this works. We've seen it done successfully before by a very brilliant Democrat and his very, very talented team of operatives, Bill Clinton and James Carvin. They did it when they got beat in a midterm election. This president now, even though he won, has to do the same thing. He has to move toward the middle.
Listen to what he said. Listen to what he said.
So do Republicans.
So do Republicans.
That's what will put pressure on Republicans to do that.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Bergen. There's a myth here that this president did not want to reach out, that he did not want to. Many of his efforts were rebuffed. He tried to put forward tax cuts for small business. He was rebuffed. He tried to put forward help for veterans. He was rebuffed. He tried to put forward tax cuts for 98% of Americans. He was getting rebuffed on putting tax cuts on the table. I think the Republicans now have a chance to say, you know what? We'll take your offer. The Republicans now have an opportunity to behave differently and to reach out across it. It should not just be on Barack Obama. Both of them have missed opportunities to cooperate with each other.
The president has to lead.
Fair enough.
The president has to lead, and in talking to Democrats, I think there's a discussion going on right now inside the Democratic Party about how is best to do that. Does the president go and say, here's my plan, here's what I want to do, and put it on the table and have them come to the table and negotiate? Or does he just sort of open it up for discussion?
What happens about the battle over Obamacare? Does that now...
Obamacare?
So it's settled.
It's resolved.
Nothing will happen to it.
I think the question becomes partly here how the Democrats interpret this election. If they see this as a big thumping victory because they won these electoral votes, that's going to lead them to a path I think will get them into trouble. I think if they realize the country is deeply divided, and they have won, they've won a very substantial election, but it's worth remembering, I've gone back, you go all the way back to the beginning of the 20th century. Every second-term president who has won re-election has always done so by increasing his share of the vote the second time out. This is the first time we've had a president go from a big percentage to a smaller percentage. And that ought to be the question right now.
Point out, if you look at the popular vote right now, it is getting closer and closer now. Mitt Romney's only ahead by 226,000 some odd votes in the popular vote, 63% of the popular vote being reported. Brianna Keeler is with some Obama supporters right now who are obviously elated. Brianna, what are you hearing?
Hi there, Anderson. I am here with a 15-year-old supporter of President Obama's. Her name is Kendall Herbert, and she's actually been volunteering with the Obama campaign since she was just 8 years old. So, Kendall, tell me, what did this feel like to see the projection that President Obama has been reelected?
It was kind of like, again, 2008. I kind of just had the moment again. I started crying in 2008, and then it came again, and I kind of felt like my hard work paid off, and it's just a really good feeling.
So you actually are too young to vote, obviously. You're 15 years. How does it feel to have spent all of this time working to elect someone who you will never be able to vote for?
It kind of, at the same time, is like a bad feeling, but at the same time, it feels like so good knowing that I can make an impact at such a young age, which I like. But voting-wise, it's kind of sad. Like, I watched my mom fill out her ballot, and I'm like, can I just step in for a second, check it off? But, yeah.
Now, to be clear, you're not quite satisfied. You said to me that you're hoping next time that you will see what elected?
A woman. Like a female for once, like Oprah.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, but certainly this is a supporter of President Obama's, Anderson, who has very high hopes. She spent time doing phone banks and canvassing in Iowa and Wisconsin, despite the fact that she is 3 years shy of voting age, Anderson.
We're obviously waiting to hear from President Obama as well as Governor Romney. If you were Joe Biden tonight, by the way, are you now looking at 2016 and getting very excited?
Let's wait till midnight.
He's got a career still on Saturday Night Live. But this does make it a little more difficult for Hillary Clinton. Assuming she leaves the administration. Now, James says she's got no thoughts of such a thing, and he'd certainly know better than I do. But this does make it more difficult for Hillary Clinton.
And who becomes Secretary of State?
John
Kerry.
I actually don't know if it makes it more difficult for Hillary Clinton. I think President Clinton is going to get a great deal of credit in this. I think Secretary of State Clinton has done a great job. I think that's all down the road. One thing I think we haven't talked about is look at what's happening in the Senate. You have, from a Democratic point of view, this has been a great night in the Senate. You have Elizabeth Warren, a true progressive hero, going in. It looks like you're going to have a stronger liberal basis in the Senate. Again, that's no reason to move to the center recklessly. It's not about moving from the left to the right. It's about finding a deal that will work for America. And I think that this president was willing to do that a year ago. I think there's a myth out there that this president did not want to cooperate. I think he did want to. I think he had a hard time finding a partner because of the Tea Party cause.
James, you were talking earlier about this being a testament to the ground game, to this much vaunted ground game that President Obama put in place, and the money that they devoted to it. You work in that world. Explain why it was so significant.
Well, it looks like if you just look at the results, it does seem that President Obama's vote in the battleground states is exceeding his vote outside the battleground states. And they have spent an enormous amount of money. I've heard up to $3 million developing $300 million, a very sophisticated operation. A lot of people, including me early on, were very skeptical about it. There was a lot written about it. There was a big piece in New York.
What was your skepticism early on?
That I don't know if this stuff can really work in a sense it's never been tried before. And it looks like, yes, without getting into the details of it, it looks like, just based on a back-of-the-envelope calculation, that it probably did work, that they're exceeding vote totals in swing states that they weren't. But this is going to be fodder for political scientists for a long time to come, to see what this is. It's hard to dissect in a night.
I mean, this is highly scientific, advanced market segmentation of voters. What they do, I mean, the Bush 04 campaign did this, and then the Obama campaign took it to the nth degree. What they do is they identify voters based on their consumer preferences. They overlay consumer preferences with prospective voting preferences, and then they are able to target, micro-target based on all of these consumer preferences, emailing, knocking on doors, how that voter would like to be touched, how are they going to best receive that campaign's message.
It also did seem that President Obama did a very good job of sort of targeting groups, traditional supporters within the Democratic Party and energizing them, gay and lesbian voters by switching his position on marriage equality, getting a lot of support for that, Latinos as well. I mean, they went sort of piece by piece and appeal to them.
Yes, I think it's been well remarked that whereas Romney had a more of a national message, that the Obama people are very smart about understanding the elements of their coalition. They not only appealed to them, but they did things along the way, such as with the Latinos, when they stopped enforcing the laws effectively and sort of created their own DREAM Act kind of a situation. What they did with women, with Lilly Ledbetter, and what they did on abortion issues and everything like that. I mean, they actually did deliver some things, and of course with working class whites, which was so important in the Midwest.
And women, it seems, very important, obviously, when we look at tonight.
Women have put him back in the White House. I mean, women made up 54% of the electorate, and they voted 55% for President Obama. And that gender gap, which was large, really had put him back.
And Romney didn't get enough men to counterbalance that. But in terms of the coalition, the one thing as we look forward, and maybe Van can speak to this, which is if you've put together this coalition, a progressive coalition, there's already fears that I'm hearing about a grand bargain betrayal of the base that put him back in the White House if the president were to do something on the... Well, that's the question. That's what I'm asking about. Well, if he compromises...
I got to jump in here. I want to go to Jim Acosta, who's been following the Romney campaign. Jim?
Yes, that's right. I just got off the phone with Gail Gitcho, who is the communications director for the Romney campaign. She told me as of 5 minutes ago, and I want to caution that's about 5 minutes ago, that the Romney campaign was not prepared to concede this election to President Obama. Now, that may have changed in the last 5 minutes. I can show you right now. There are, I would say, dozens of people filing in the room. Maybe, I don't want to say hundreds because it's not that many, but it's a very large number of people filing into this room. And you can see the stage is sort of being set there around the podium. People are gathering in this room for what appears to be a speech. I was told by Gail Gitcho with the Romney campaign that they don't have a timetable for a speech. but that there will be a speech later on this evening. But at this point, according to the Romney campaign, they are not prepared to make that concession to President Obama. Not at least right now. Maybe in a few minutes, we'll see. I'm trying to get back in touch with the Romney campaign because this could be changing minute by minute. But wanted to get you that information.
Jim, appreciate that. We've got to go to John King right now, the Magic Ball. John?
Well, Anderson, one of the reasons we're told there's some pause in the Romney campaign is that we've already called the state of Ohio. They dispute this. They're still saying they think they have a shot in the state of Ohio. If you look at it, it's 49-49, so it's very close right there right now. One thing I was told by an activist here, a longtime Republican activist here in Hamilton County, they say they think they're going to win this county, and as the more votes come in, Governor Romney has caught up. The president was ahead by more. This is a traditionally Republican county. If the Democrats win it, the state is gone. The president's leading here now, but just narrowly. But here's why we're confident in our call. Because if you look up here, even if Mitt Romney makes up some ground down here in Hamilton County and Cincinnati, come up to Cuyahoga County where Cleveland is, it's 12% of the state population, only half the votes in. The president's going to get more of a cushion up out of Cuyahoga County. That's why we're confident in our call. And I want to come over here to Toledo as well. Lucas County, it's 4% of the population. Look, only 12% of the vote in so far. The president's winning 2-1 in that county as well. Again, Toledo, auto bailout, Jeep ad. So the president's doing very well across the industrial part. The Romney campaign wants to see more numbers here. They say they still think Ohio's in play. I would argue against that. They also say they still think Florida is in play. Very, very close. Look at this, 3.9 to 3.9. So you're talking about 50,000 votes. They're just shy of that. But again, when you look at this map and you say, okay, find me the Republican votes to get Mitt Romney back in play in Florida, pick your conservative county. Pick anything red, 100% in. 100% in, 90% in here, but a very small county. And you look at places where some Democrats' votes are still out. Orange County now up to 99%, so that one's filled in since last time we checked. If you come down here, we're at 83, more votes for the president. We're at 97, few more votes for the president. 99, so Palm Beach County is about done. Again, you look at the map. You want to give anybody, any campaign, the benefit of the doubt. It's hard to find a place here. Now, we haven't called this one yet, but it's hard to find a place there where they make up the votes. And since last we spoke, the President of the United States has moved ahead of Governor Romney in battleground Virginia. So the Romney math is getting incredibly hard. Again, only 85% here. We'll watch this one. But remember, we were talking about this earlier with Mr. Carville, and we wanted to see Norfolk City. Norfolk City has started to come in. The president made up a lot of ground there. And as more of the Northern Virginia suburbs closer to Washington have come in, the president, Fairfax County, almost 60-40. Still some more votes to count there. Arlington County, just a few more votes to count there. The president winning big. You move over to Alexandria City, almost all the vote in there. But if you come into these areas here, still more votes to be counted. But where the votes are out in Virginia, where the president is now past Governor Romney, they're mostly out in Democratic areas. So the Romney campaign wants to wait. You can't blame them. It's a long, hard-fought campaign. But when you look at the map, whether you're looking at this map or whether you're looking, more importantly, at this map, we have the president over the top. The president got 365 electoral votes last time. If he runs the board, he'll get 330, 331, I think. Maybe there's one or two in there for Governor Romney, but warm up the fat lady.
He's going to get one more electoral vote, John. We've just projected that in the state of Maine, we earlier projected he would get 3 of the 4 electoral votes. That 4th electoral vote in the state of Maine will now go for the president. So that number will go up from 274 to 275, another 1 electoral vote for the president, the magic number being 270. So he's got, with Ohio, enough to win. Let's take a closer look at the votes right now and see where we stand right now. We got in the remaining states that we're watching, and we're watching Virginia. 86% of the vote is in Virginia. You see the president is ahead by 21,716 votes in Virginia right now. We're watching Virginia, still 13 electoral votes in Virginia. It's very, very close. Colorado right now, 70% of the vote is in Colorado. The president is ahead 51% to 47%. He's got an advantage of 60,000 plus votes in Colorado. So those 2 states, we're counting the votes closely there as well. In Florida, 91% of the vote is in. The president is slightly ahead, 50 to 49%. He's got an advantage of 47,000 plus votes. Only 9% of the vote still outstanding in Florida. In Nevada, 63% of the vote is in, 54% for the president, 44% for Mitt Romney. Those are 6 electoral votes in Nevada. Those are the states we have not yet made projections on, but you see the president is doing well. Take a look at the popular vote right now. 65% of the national vote is now in, and you see the president is now ahead, slightly ahead by 166 1,000 votes over Mitt Romney. Romney is ahead. Romney is ahead by 166,544 votes. He's gone up now to 172,000 votes. He is ahead of the president, 66,000 votes, but they're still counting votes in California, the largest state in the United States, and that's the state that the president will carry. We projected that the president will win in California, so we'll see where that popular vote goes. If the president loses the popular vote but wins the electoral vote, won't be the first time that has happened. Back in 2000, as a lot of our viewers remember, Al Gore won. Al Gore won the popular vote by 500,000 votes, but he lost the presidency because he didn't have enough votes in the electoral vote. All right, we got some more projections to make right now in Nevada. We project that the president will win in Nevada. We'll carry the 6 electoral votes in Nevada. 63% of the vote is in. The president has a significant 54 to 44 point lead. So with that, the president's numbers have now gone up to 280 electoral votes. He needed 270 to be elected president. So Nevada in the president's corner. He's building up, obviously, a little cushion over there. So we're still waiting for Florida, still waiting for Virginia, Colorado.
Yes, and Alaska. So let's assume Alaska stays to its Republican DNA.
They don't close till 1 a.m.
They don't close till 1 a.m. I'll make you some scrambled eggs.
Yeah.
Let's assume that one sticks to its Republican DNA. That would get Governor Romney up to 2004. But at the moment, Wolf, and we'll check the vote totals in a minute, at the moment, the president is leading in Colorado. The president has a narrow lead in Virginia, and the president has a narrow lead in Florida. So the president could get up above 330. Again, he had 365 electoral votes when he beat John McCain 4 years ago. If you look at the map, if this is the final map, if the light states are not called yet at home, but if this is the final map, what will the takeaways be? Governor Romney would have taken away North Carolina, a traditionally Republican state. The president won last time. Governor Romney would have taken away Indiana, a traditional Republican state. The president won last time. So if this is how we end up, Republicans are going to be profoundly disappointed, not only in losing when you had the president with no president since Franklin Roosevelt has won with an unemployment rate above 7.1%, has won re-election. So President Obama tonight making history again, if you will. Not only will Republicans be disappointed in losing, they'll be disappointed when they look at this map and thinking all they got back were very traditional Republican states, and they just barely won North Carolina. There are still some Obama people emailing me saying, why'd you call that? But we think that's a safe call. But they just narrowly won that, and they won Indiana. And so if you look at this map and you're the Democrats, you have to give them credit. They didn't have a primary campaign. When you traveled early in this campaign, that's all they focused on. Identify people who might or will vote for us, learn how to turn them out on Election Day. As Mr. Carville was talking about earlier, it's an impressive operation. And if you switch the map over here, if these stay, let's just check real quick. It's very close. It's very close, but we're at 91%, and I've been searching these counties, Wolf. Most of the vote that's out is in Democratic-leaning areas, so it's hard to see it happening. Not impossible, but it's hard to see it happening. Virginia, again, the president has passed Governor Romney, and most of the votes that are out, not all, but most of the votes that are out are in Democratic areas, so it's hard to see. Let's go out to Colorado, another big battleground. The Republicans really wanted to get this one back, but you see this edge right now. Not impossible, but the president is doing what he had to do in places like Jefferson County. A narrow win, but he's winning the suburbs. That's only 1%. You come up here to Adams County here, a narrow win for the president. You come down here, the president's doing what he has to do, and he wins inside Denver. I want to show you one thing, though. A lot of conversation over from our analysts about what happens now. How do we govern? We know the Republicans will keep the House. We know the Democrats will keep the Senate. We know President Obama, with less of potentially a popular vote loss or a narrow popular vote win and a smaller electoral college win, will come back. But there's a reason this country, will there be a mandate? Will there be compromise? I want to show you something. This is by county, the vote for president tonight across the country. Most counties in America are voting Republican for president tonight. The president wins in urban areas, and he wins in the big suburbs. That's why he is being reelected. But if you look across the country, this is a center-right country, even though a center-left president, some would say a left president, is winning re-election tonight. We are going to end the night, I believe, with 30 Republican governors. A Republican House, 30 Republican governors. We're going to have a civil war, perhaps. Alex, Margaret, you can answer this better than me. A generational and, I think, literally an ideological civil war in the Republican Party. But when the president says it's time to raise taxes on the rich, these people are going to say no. And so from a governing standpoint, a lot of question marks tonight.
Yeah, but it's still a win. A win is a win is a win, and the president is going to be the leader of the country for the next 4 years, and that's something that's going to energize that base, that's going to energize all those Democrats out there. So you got to give the president a lot of credit for putting that coalition back together and winning, and maybe even not necessarily the popular vote, but the Electoral College potentially pretty decisively.
Again, I want to say we're comfortable in our call, but while we were standing here, the map sometimes tells me things while we're having conversations. The map just switched. Mitt Romney is now leading in the actual vote count in the state of Ohio. I saw it turn red, so I wanted to see what happened there. But again, as you look for the votes that are out, still a lot of votes still out in Cuyahoga County. That's the most Democratic area, also the most populous area of the state. You come down to Akron and Summit County, still some votes out. The president is winning there. So we're very confident in our call, but we'll watch it as the light comes on. Lucas County, again, the president's winning much of the vote out there. But I was struck by just looking at the map when it turned back this way. The moral of this story is Mitt Romney is running a closer race, and to a degree a much closer race than John McCain, but a close second is still second.
Yeah, still second. And we're going to be waiting to hear speeches from both the President of the United States and from Mitt Romney. But so far, you just heard Jim Acosta, Anderson, say Romney's not yet ready to concede.
Yeah, there's also a number of state ballot initiatives we want to get you up to date on. We're going to get you numbers on that shortly, on marriage equality, also on marijuana in a couple of states. We'll get you the numbers as soon as we have them on that. More with our panel. John King talking about the idea of some sort of civil war within the Republican Party. I mean, where does the Republican Party go from here? How do they see this? Alex, Margaret?
Well, generationally, nothing new grew under the shade of the big Bush tree. We kind of missed a generation. That generation is ripening now. It's the Marco Rubios, the Bobby Jindals, the Susanna Martinez. Even Jeb Bush belongs to that next generation of Republican. Those are the folks who need to step up and lead the party. Otherwise, if it's the same old guys in Washington, then we will have
but where does the Tea Party
warfare.
fit into all of that?
You know, the Tea Party is really not a social issues party. The Tea Party is all about fiscal control. If something is done in the next year, and it has to be, to get put our fiscal house in order, the Tea Party will become less of a factor. But government has become this crazy thing that allows all of us to take more of each other's money than any of us actually have. Somebody has to do something about that. I mean, yes, Barack Obama won a mandate tonight. I think he did. He said, I'm for bigger government. Government needs to be a bigger part of your life. But he is also constrained by reality. We're broke.
I don't recall him saying I'm for bigger government.
He said a government, he advocated a government-centered society that would be a more important part of your life. That was fair.
That's your spin on it, and I get that. But I just want to speak a little bit about the Democratic Party and what this means to us. The coalition held. The coalition held. Nobody believed 4 years ago that in this country you could put together, you could have black folks and lesbians and gays and Latinos and young folk and all, standing together and trying to move the country forward. We are in a world now where we don't want to be thrown overboard into the global economy with no help from our government. We want a partner in the United States government to help us the same way that other governments are helping everything. But we want to be able to make progress as a society. Here's my problem. And here's what I'm saying about it. There is vindication here. We felt like this man was being demonized, like he was being just turned into some sort of a cartoon character. And a lot of African Americans felt, if Barack Obama is not acceptable, who is going to be acceptable? He is a clean-cut, good father. He's a hard worker. He's somebody who cares about the country. He has integrity. He is somebody who then was mistreated, in our view, by people who would rather see him fail than see America succeed. So there's vindication. The reason you see the tears out there, the reason you see people cheering out there is because there's vindication. And now,
do you think that's because, and that has led to some of the high turnout we've seen in some states?
So there's a backlash against the backlash. Can we just give these Democrats some credit? There's a backlash against the backlash. You saw African Americans stepping up. You saw young people stepping up. You saw Latinos stepping up. You saw people standing in line for hours and hours and hours and hours saying, listen, we are a better country than what we've been seeing in the attacks on this president. And I am proud of America, and I'm proud of this coalition. The coalition held.
One thing, though, it is entirely possible, and I hope that we've come to a place in America that even a black man can be a bad president. In other words, this had nothing to do with race and why anyone demonized Barack Obama. Barack Obama came into office in a country that was going bankrupt, and a lot of Republicans are concerned he spent it farther into
When you look
bankruptcy.
at some of these coalition groups, though, Alex.
Government said it, and that was a...
But look, some of the rhetoric, I mean, the doubting about his birth certificate, you don't think that had a backlash, that had a backlash effect on some voters?
I think that is one of the worst parts of the Republican Party. I think that alienated a lot of people in the suburbs. But I think to say that that's the only reason that Republicans voted...
I never said
we elected Barack Obama 4 years ago.
But, James?
Yeah, look, first of all, the man won re-election, okay? That counts for something. My point, as I said earlier tonight, that the consequences for the losing party are going to be dramatic. The Republican Party is going to have to reassess itself. The Tea Party has cost him 5 Senate seats. I don't know the value of a Senate seat, but it's very high. They cost him Senate seats in Nevada, Colorado, Delaware, Indiana, and Missouri, right? They're going to have to figure out how to come to terms with these people because they can't afford they can't live with them and they can't live without them.
Candy Kroll is standing by at Romney campaign headquarters. Candy, obviously a very different mood than the images we're seeing among Obama supporters.
Yeah, really different, Anderson. I mean, this has been a quiet crowd all night long. And subdued, they're waiting. They did see an analysis on another network about why the Ohio numbers might not be right. That gave them some cause for cheering. But right now what we're doing is wondering about what's going to happen here with the Romney campaign. They are up in their rooms. And I asked last time, about half an hour ago, what are you doing? And I was told we're pulling the numbers. So they're not ready to concede, as Jim Acosta just said. And they are sitting here, in fact, waiting to see what Mitt Romney is going to do.
And at this point, do we know what the Romney campaign is doing? I mean, Governor Romney is clearly not, at this point, ready to concede, correct?
Right. No, not ready to concede. They're still pulling numbers. They're looking at Ohio in particular.
All right. Candy Crowley, appreciate that. As soon as you hear anything different, let us know. Again, continue with our panel. Margaret, you were...
You know, I was just about to say, we're talking about these different demographic groups, and one thing about the millennial generation, any cohort, generational cohort, when they come of age politically, if they vote 3 times in a row for the same party, their partisan identity is solidified for the rest of their lives. The millennial generation split their votes for Al Gore and George Bush. They voted for John Kerry. They voted for Barack Obama. They have voted for Barack Obama again. They will not self-identify as Republicans for the rest of their lives. So this generation is lost to the Republican Party, and we've got work to do with women. We've got lies over time.
It's hard. The velocity of that process is picking up speed all the time, just like everything else.
I just fundamentally disagree with the proposition that people are lost forever, you know, politically. That it just happens. Yes, I know they're Roosevelt Democrats. I know they're hard to get back. But, you know, politics changes over time. I think the critical issue is it's extremely unhealthy for the country to have a party, the Republican Party, that relies on whites for about 90% of their national vote. And the other party becomes much more inclusive as a minority, huge minority population, but that the minorities all sort of collect in that party. It would be much healthier for the country, and frankly, the Republicans will become a permanent minority party unless they find ways to appeal to the minority community through immigration and doing things on black. But they've got to find a way to appeal to the
That should always be our message. That's always been our message. We're supposed to be the party of opportunity for everybody.
But it is not working.
Look at the primaries. I mean, you sat there during the primary debates with me, Alex. That was not the party you saw during the primaries. And let me just go to one of Van's points, because it's kind of interesting here. We have split popular vote, obviously, and the question of mandate has been raised. Is there a clear mandate? What does the president do? One of the questions I was looking at, and this speaks to the Tea Party, is your opinion of government. Should government do more, or does government do too much? And 53% of the people in this country believe that government does too much for you.
And some of those people voted for Obama.
And some of those people did vote for the president.
Let me just ask you just a procedural question tonight. If Mitt Romney does not concede and is not willing to make a speech conceding, does President Obama go ahead and make a speech?
I think Mitt Romney...
We have a precedent in 04.
I think Mitt Romney has to have a rationale very quickly within the next half hour of why he's not conceding.
In 04, Senator Kerry said he was going to contest the provisionals in Ohio. And so he did not concede until the next day. President Bush did not go out that night, as I recall. But I actually made the phone call. My wife took the phone call in the White House, and I said, look, I just heard that the Kerry people are going to contest the divisional, so you may want to think about tell the president before he goes out. Back to the other point is, I did write a book, 40 More Years. And it is true, and you're exactly right, that the science shows that repetitive voting as a young person is an indicator. How you vote at 24 is an indicator. At 54. Not totally, but it is.
We both wrote books about this.
And we come to the same conclusions in different parties. Yes.
Yeah, we came to the same conclusion.
Right.
The other issue is that we have Hispanics. About 25% voted for Mitt Romney this time, down in 2004 from 40%, maybe 44% for the Republican Party. So clearly the Republican Party has work to do with this. And President Obama won 12 points women, that he increased his margins on women. So the Republican Party has to, look, we talk about Nixon's 1972 strategy, a 50-state strategy. It's not just about geography anymore for the Republican Party, it's about demographics. And we've got to start growing the party and thinking about how we're going to grow the party.
I also, as soon as possible, I want to be able to put up some of those numbers on some of these ballot initiatives in the states, because there's some significant ones, obviously, on marriage equality in Maine and Maryland, also on marijuana, I think, in Colorado. So let's put that up as soon as we get the numbers.
That's great. I really agree with Margaret on this particular point. The Tea Party is allegedly libertarian and doesn't care about social issues, but then you have problems on the social issue side. If you didn't have Aitken, you didn't have those senators who were saying such atrocious things about women, you probably would have had a different outcome. So I think the Republican Party has two problems.
But to that point, which I think is right, it's not just about women. This is a recidivist attitude. This is still part of that kind of a 1950s America that we lost. So it's not just women. It's an old way of looking at the world.
My only point is that if we're going to be able to govern together, we got to have two healthy parties. We have problems with the Democratic Party. We talk about them all the time as Democrats. My concern is that you had a Bill Clinton who came to the Democratic Party and got us ready for the new century. I don't see who is going to get the Republican Party ready for the new century. And until they do, my fear is that everything that's wrong in Washington, D.C. gets laid at Obama's feet. And when I actually think that he has tried to find a partner, and he has not been able to in the Republican Party. And I don't think there's enough credit for trying.
Briefly point out that the Democratic Party has its own problems still tonight. It is not seen as a party of economic responsibility. Right now, competitively across the country, it's a 50-50 split. The Democratic Party is back to being the party that James Carville had to save with the economy stupid. And there are those next-generation Republican leaders out there, and we saw a lot of them on the periphery of this election.
If that's true.
Well, look, the demographic deck for the Democrats is going to do nothing but get better. So, honestly, it's right.
It keeps getting very much better, James. The country will go bankrupt.
You know what, Alex? I don't want to argue this tonight. I really don't want to get into this because everybody says it's only 15% of Obama's policies for the death of the inherited recession because it's not the discussion now to have this discussion. We can do that later.
We'll do it later.
The discussion is that, and you're right, somebody is going to grab hold of the Republican Party. There's going to be a healthy debate in there, but it's not. It's going to be a real because tomorrow morning people will say the reason that Romney lost is he wasn't conservative enough. Or we did this, so we did a Massachusetts liberal, or Chris Christie stabbed us in the back, or the storm helped, or the media was against us. And until somebody says, look, we got to deal with what it is that people are seeing about us that are turning them away. And until they do that, it's going to be a big mess.
This is the best advice James Carville has ever given the Republican Party. On that I agree.
If you're playing identity politics, the Democrats are going to win. That's just the way it is right now. And the Republicans have to find a different message and a different lead. The thing about Mitt Romney was, and I think we all sensed this at the Republican convention, was that people saw him as a transitional figure even before this, right? And the fact that he is not going to be the next president of the United States means that they can move on. There were people at the convention auditioning for the next spot as they spoke in favor of Mitt Romney, including Chris Christie and Marco Rubio, and I don't have to, and maybe even Paul Ryan. But so I think Romney was transitional, older, And now they have to move on to something else.
Starting in about 1968, Republicans started winning national elections. They won 4 out of 6. And Bill Clinton was the one who understood, if you can take this party more back to the center, the Democratic Party more back to the center, we can start winning. And since Bill Clinton got elected, now Democrats have won 4 out of 6. And it seems to me that the lesson should be clear for Republicans that they have to adjust, that they've gotten too far out. They are seen now as an extremist party by too many Americans. The people who were moderates, who were self-identified moderates in this election, went heavily for Obama. They went heavily for Obama.
Independence.
Let's check back in with Wolf and John.
You know, it's interesting that we have still not heard any indication that Mitt Romney is ready to concede, not ready to deliver a concession speech. The president obviously not delivering a victorious speech yet. What's going on, you think, behind the scenes?
This is always a very tough moment. You remember in 2000, Al Gore was coming to concede. Then he pulled back and didn't concede, and Bill Daley, as campaign chairman, came out and spoke. There's always communication. Each staff has a designated person who talks to the other staff before the candidates speak to each other. We have no knowledge and no belief that there's been any candidate-to-candidate phone call yet. Why were they waiting? Because they still want to wait and see what happens here. But, Wolf, we're up to 91% now. And why are they waiting? Because this is painfully close. If you're Governor Romney after a hard-fought campaign, you're looking at that and saying, there must be a way. There must be a way. I'm so close. I've been looking to see if there's a way, not to help Governor Romney, just to check on the math. And you keep going. Small amount of Democratic votes out there. Small amount of Democratic votes out there. Little more votes out there in Miami-Dade. So Governor Romney's not going to make it up there. The president's winning almost 2-1 in that county. And I keep looking and looking and looking. Are there places where there are Republican votes out? So pick your place. 100%, it's in. 100%, it's in. 100%, it's in. Now, there's always the possibility that some county down there, and they're in touch with somebody who's telling them, we've got some votes somewhere. So we'll wait and see their rationale, but I can't find them. And when the other guys have been talking across the room, that's what I'm doing. I'm hunting for votes there. Last time you and I spoke, this turned red on us in the middle of the conversation, the state of Ohio. We've already called it for the president. We're very comfortable in our call, but it's back turning blue now. The president has pulled slightly ahead. But again, if you're in the Romney campaign and you're looking at this math, only 81% of the vote in, you have to be thinking, is there some way we can get Ohio?
Because we discussed earlier, this is 20,000, about a 20,000 vote advantage that the president has with 81% of the vote in. But there were about 200,000 provisional ballots out there that potentially could be counted beginning November 17th in 10 days.
Could be counted in 10 days, but our decision team has made their own calculations based on this, based on where those provisional ballots are. You look at the demographics of a county, the voting patterns of a county. You look at where the provisional ballots are. Our team's a really good team. They've been through this many times before, and they're cautious. So when they make the call, they do it based on things. And in part, they base it on the fact that, yes, at 81%, you have that very narrow lead. But where are we missing votes? We're still missing votes in Cuyahoga County. That's a Democratic area. The president's margin is only going to go up in that regard. You come over here to Toledo, we have only 12% of the vote in. In Lucas County right now, it's 4% of the population statewide. It's blue collar, big Chrysler plant there. The auto ballot helps the president. He's winning more to 2-1. So you look at the places where the votes are out, and they are largely Democratic areas. Again, now I've talked to some Republicans down here in Hamilton County. They promised me when the night is done, this will be red, not blue. You see it's 50-49 right now, so that's conceivable. But even if Governor Romney catches up and passes the president, if the president's up 4,000 now at 775, maybe Governor Romney gets a net gain of 4,000 votes or so, maybe 10,000 votes or so, if he makes that up, if they have some numbers that we don't have yet. But when you look elsewhere around the state, again, we can go state by state by state. I'll give you another example in Virginia. I mean, look at this, 50-49, painfully close. If you are the Republicans and you're looking,
votes.
If you're looking at this math, painfully close. But again, you say what's left, and the places where you still have some outstanding votes, Prince William County. I told you earlier this was red for Governor Romney. This has now turned blue for President Obama. You move in; these are more Democratic when you move into Fairfax County. Not a lot of the votes still out, but still. It's a big, you look at the population center, there's a lot of votes there. When another 10% or 9% comes in, you can only assume the president's going to boost his numbers some. So if you're in the Romney war room, and again, Wolf, you can't blame them. This has been a hard-fought campaign. You are calling frantically. You got to a Republican governor in this state, to a Republican governor in this state, to a Republican governor in this state, and their staff and their political teams, and you are saying, what's out? Is there any way this can be possible? So Democrats out there are probably frustrated. We haven't heard from Governor Romney yet. At the end of a hard-fought campaign, if we were on the flip side and it was President Obama in this situation, you'd probably have many of the same questions. I'm going to walk over and switch walls for just one quick second to the conversation the analysts were having over there. I just want to help them with the numbers in this campaign. Remember, one of the advantages for the president here is he didn't have a primary challenge. He was not pushed as Governor Romney was a man who once supported the Bush-McCain-Kennedy immigration proposal, to say he favored self-deportation. 65% of the people who voted nationally tonight think illegal immigrants should be offered legal status. That is a change in our politics from 2010. Let's slide this over this way. Van was talking moments ago at the president's coalition. Republicans are winning among 65 and older voters, 17% of the electorate tonight. But Governor Romney won about an 11-point victory among older voters, critical to him in some states. But the president's coalition was intact. The Obama campaign told us this number would be stable or go up, and it did. And the president won hugely among younger voters, a key part of the Democratic coalition. This will be discussed after the election. I want to wander over here as well. Margaret was just talking about this. And Gloria, women were a majority of the electorate. They will be a majority of the electorate for some time to come. And among that group, you see a 12-point gender gap in favor of the President of the United States, 55 to 43. It's simple math, folks. We sometimes try to say politics is complicated, but as Bill Clinton said at the Democratic Convention, often it's just arithmetic. And if you look at the breakdown of the electorate, the Romney campaign needed this number to be higher. 72% white electorate. Given the president's coalition, given the unique characteristics of Barack Obama's coalition, a 72% white electorate is not enough for a Republican to win. Among those white voters, Governor Romney got 50%, but President Obama crossed the line. His staff always said if he could get to 40%, he would win the election, and Wolf, he did.
He certainly did. All right, stand by, because we want to take a closer look at one of the battleground states in this presidential race. Look at this map of Ohio. Mitt Romney is carrying the counties that appear in dark red. The dark blue counties are going for President Obama. Now let's highlight the major population centers that are critical in deciding who wins the state. And let's take the counties that are decided out of the picture. We'll turn all the counties reporting 99% of the vote gray. And you notice most of the state, most of the counties are blue. Take a look at that. You see, most of the counties remaining are blue. That's why we feel very confident in our projection right now, in our projection that Ohio will be won by the President of the United States. John?
And Wolf, when you look at the map and you go through this, remember we went through this a lot in the Republican primaries as well. You see all this red if you're a Republican, you're saying there's no way my guy is losing the state. We went through this a lot in the primaries. Remember when Rick Santorum would rack up wins across small rural counties of a state, and Governor Romney would win because he would win in the suburbs where you had more people. That's what's happening tonight, and that's part of both any Democratic coalition nationally to win an election, and especially President Obama's coalition. You just showed there the depth of the population in Cuyahoga County again, not to sound like a broken record, but you win a state by winning big where the people are. Major population center, you run up a 68% to 31 advantage, then you're going to do very well. You drop down here, Summit County, 60% to 39%. This can be more competitive in some statewide elections, the president keeping it up. You drop it down again to Stark County. This is always a swing county. This one is always, if you go back in history, in 08, the president carried it 52-46. In 04, John Kerry even carried it 51-49. In 2000, George W. Bush over Al Gore, 49-47. So it's always a swing county. So the president is holding it 61% at the moment. And that's what you look for. You go through these. Where are the swing counties? The 50-50s? The president's holding those. Then where are the big Democratic counties where he has to run up a margin? There's one in Franklin County, African-American vote. He's doing what he has to do. His base voters live here. They turn them out. That's how you win a close statewide election. And when you pull it out, the same thing at the moment is happening here. Got a little math to do still in Florida, still at 91%. It's been stubborn at 91 for a while. We'll wait and see what happens. Then this is the fascinating one. Governor Romney sprinted out to an early lead here. President Obama has caught up and passed him, and slowly he's adding to his vote total. Again, you're looking around. You say, well, can Romney catch up? Just pick one randomly. Just pick a red county, 100% of the votes in. 100% of the votes in. Let's move back this way, 100% of the votes in. You just go around, 96% there in Franklin County. But look, we're not talking about a lot of votes. Governor Romney could get a few more there. But you keep going across, there's another 100. There's a 92, tiny county. Might get a couple hundred votes there. But you come up back up here, and you get closer to the Washington suburbs, Wolf. There's Richmond, 100% is in there. Then you come all the way out, and you come up here. There are still votes missing up here, which is the most reliably Democratic area of the state. And back to the point our friends were talking about across the room, there's where you find your college-educated women. There's where you find your younger college students. There's where you find your Latinos. It's all blue.
Stand by. I want everyone to stand by. Waiting for the President of the United States, Barack Obama, to speak about his election victory. His supporters clearly anxiously waiting over at his headquarters in Chicago. We also hope to hear from Mitt Romney soon, though an aide says he's not, repeat, not yet willing to concede. A lot more coming up on this big historic night in the United States. We have another projection to make right now. CNN projects Colorado will be won by the President of the United States. The President will win Colorado in its 9 electoral votes. 73% of the vote is in Colorado. Right now, the President has 51% to 47% for Mitt Romney. He has a 65,000 vote advantage. So let's show you where it stands right now, where the President needed 270 to be re-elected for another 4 years. We now have him at 290 electoral votes compared to 201 electoral votes for Mitt Romney. Two states we have not yet made projections in: Florida and Virginia. Alaska, the polls have not yet closed. In Alaska, they'll close at the top of the hour. Colorado was a state the Republicans desperately wanted.
And I'm going to call it the exclamation point for President Obama. I'm going to show you why. We have him at 281 right now. Before you gave him Colorado, let me give him Colorado. That gets him to 290. What's the significance of that? Well, he's 20. He's already over the top. 270 gets you over the top. But let me do this. Here's a hypothetical for you. So the Romney campaign has been unwilling to concede because they dispute some of the things. So let's just say Governor Romney wins Alaska, as we expect him to do. Now let's say we're not wrong. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, we were wrong, and our Ohio call was wrong. So let's give it to Governor Romney. Virginia right now, the President leads narrowly. Let's say Governor Romney comes back and wins the state of Virginia. And the President's ahead in Florida right now. Let's just say, for the hypothetical, Governor Romney comes back and wins Florida. It's not enough. It's not enough. Now that the President has Colorado, even if Governor Romney wins Florida and wins Virginia, and somehow we have to take Ohio back, which I don't think we're going to have to. I'm very confident in our call. But even if we had to, if they're looking at the map saying maybe here, maybe there, even if they get there, and there, they can't get there.
Colorado, clearly a little exclamation point, as you point out. Colorado, let's take a look at Colorado and see where it stands right now in terms of the actual vote. From Colorado. This is the national vote. The popular vote right now in Colorado, 51-47%.
This, Wolf, again, not to sound like a broken record, but to agree with our friends across the room, this is a wake-up call and a message to the Republican Party. This was once one of the most reliably red states in presidential politics. Bill Clinton carried it once with the help of Ross Perot back there, but this is a fast-changing state. Most of the change is here. In Denver, in the Denver suburbs, in the Boulder area. And so let's dig in. You win by winning where the people are. Let's come straight into Denver first. Let me get this out of the way for you. We'll come straight into Denver. In Denver County, 13% of the population, not all the votes in yet. President's getting 3/4 of the vote. That's a great way to start your foundation. You turn out your base in the biggest population center, and you thump your rival. It gets you off to a huge cushion. Then you come out into the suburbs. Jefferson County, much closer here, much closer. These are more competitive, once very reliable Republican areas, but they're growing. The Latino population is growing. Suburban women, again, critical to the President's coalition. Bang. Let's come over here to Arapahoe County. Again, 11% of the population. Most of the population of the state is right in here. Denver and the suburbs. Governor Romney's close, but close isn't good enough. In a county like this, again, the President's pulling up. And you pop up here to Adams County. I spent some time out here last time I was out in Colorado, or 2 times ago when I was out in Colorado. Latino population is growing in Adams County. Again, if you go back in time, this is once solid Republican territory, although you can see them carrying it there. Adams County, whoop, we lost it, 92. We don't have the county data. You see the President pulling up again in here, and then you come out, and you're looking at the map, filling in here, winning in the center state, winning where the people are. Republicans are running it up out here, but it's just not enough.
The people are out here. Colorado for the President. Let's go back to Virginia right now, because 89% of the vote in Virginia is in. The President slightly ahead, 50-49%. We have not yet gotten indication that the Republican presidential nominee is ready to concede.
Right, and let's do my math real quick. 1.74, 1.689 are in the ballpark of 50,000 votes right there. Again, it's very close. You're looking at a state like this. It was 234,000, the President's margin in Virginia 4 years ago. So Governor Romney is closer. But as we said earlier, and I don't mean to be mean about it, a close second is still second. The President winning big in the Democratic vote here. Some of the votes still outstanding is down here in Norfolk. That's a big Democratic area. The President's going to pad his margin there. You keep coming up and looking for places. You come out here. Governor Romney's doing quite well, not in Roanoke itself, but there's more votes out here. He's doing very well around it out here, smaller population centers, but most of the vote is in. Well, what you do here is you hunt and you say, where are their votes out? And the places where you're shy of 100, are right up here in the Washington suburbs. Prince William County used to be Republican, trending Democratic.
Hold on 1 second, John.
It's just hard to find the votes.
I want to just show our viewers. Take a look at this. Look at this wall over here. You see the popular vote for President of the United States. 73% of the popular vote is in. 49%. You see the Mitt Romney lead nationally by 335 votes. Look at how close it is. 49%, 49%, 49 million for each of these candidates. Mitt Romney, right now, with 73% of the vote in, has 335 more votes than Barack Obama has. Wow, that's an amazing statistic, Anderson. We watched the popular vote. I don't know what's going to happen in the end when 100% of the popular vote is in, but it shows how divided this country is right now.
Yeah, 73% of the popular vote in. Does that matter in terms for President Obama moving forward if he does not win the popular vote?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yes. I think already, you know, the first debate still mattered in this whole election because I think had he won that first debate, I think he would have won tonight by a much more convincing national margin. And I think that would have given him the mandate that he was looking for and given him the kind of authority he needed to go to the Congress and say, look, the country spoke in a clear, decisive voice. The country has spoken tonight. It's not as clear and decisive as it would have been had President Obama won that first debate. I think now it's a much more complicated thing. The Republicans can still say, look, the House of Representatives, we won the House. That's the people's voice. In Washington, that's the
we already hear a lot of Republicans that tonight, though, blaming Mitt Romney as being a Northeast liberal and not conservative enough.
They can go that way. They can double down. They can double down on Arizona, and they can say, you know, yeah, with their own peril, they can be a minority party for a long time to come.
You know, I mean, the big story tonight is the demographic story. I mean, John King just put up the number before, which is that whites are now 72% of the electorate,
and that's been coming down like that.
Right.
And it's going down. And Bill McInturre, Republican pollster, I've got his stuff here, predicted, rightly so, that if whites dropped to 72% of the electorate, the president would win. If whites were 76% of the electorate, that Mitt Romney would win. But this is a party that has not done any reaching out and looking, and demography is destiny here.
Also remember too that. To be a successful president now, which is what Barack Obama wants. And now he is unencumbered politically in how to do that. He has won a second term with a remarkable campaign. But to be a successful president now, his biggest challenge, there's a challenge even before he deals with the economy, and that's bringing the country together. Because right now it is split into pieces.
But how does he do that?
He knows how to do that. He's done it before. He got elected president by saying there's no red and blue, by saying we're one America. Americans, I think, are going to be more than hungry to see if he wants to hit the reset button, if he wants to be that guy again.
But is he the one? I mean, he can't do that alone. Doesn't that also require Republicans
if he
in
does
Congress
that,
to
he
say,
will
you know what,
put
let's do that
incredible. He's the president. He has all the flexibility and the power to do that. And if he does that, he'll put an incredible amount of pressure on Republicans to step forward and meet him, if not halfway, if not 80%, if not 20%. But he'll put an incredible amount of pressure on Republicans to come to the table, too. He's done this before. Clinton's done this before. This is not hard to do.
Again, I want to go back. The pressure is going to be on the Republicans because guess what? In 2016, they're going to be faced with a 70 or 69% white electorate.
Right.
They're going to have to, they're not going to be able to deal with things the same way they did before. The Democrats, we have our own problem. I completely agree with that. But what the trend that's going on in this country is going to continue, and we need to realize that.
Yeah, I think James is right. I think they've got to do that, and it's absolutely right. But there is a practical problem for Republicans in the Senate, which I've always thought they would go along with tax increases after this was over if Obama won. But Grover Norquist pointed out to me, look at who's up among Republican senators just in 2 years. Mitch McConnell is up in 2 years. Lamar Alexander's up in 2 years. The senator from Georgia is up in 2 years. All of them, if they vote for tax increases, are going to face primary fights from their right and could get knocked off. That is a serious problem within the dynamics of the Republican Party. I think this goes back to your point. This is going to be hard for them.
And McConnell could really be primary.
If they keep throwing Todd Akins and Richard Murdochs and Sharon Ingalls out there, they're going to keep. That's their problem. They got to wean from that. And yes, they could beat Lamar Alexander, who was an enormously popular politician in Tennessee, with a challenge from the right, but that's just going to hurt them more when they run into
But Lamar's the guy who wants to see if they can find a middle. There are people in the Republican Party who want to see the middle.
They're vanishing
and when they go to the middle, then they do face these challenges.
The Democrats did not win this election by going to the middle. The Democrats won by polarizing the heck out of this country and churning out their base. Just because Republicans are not doing so hot does not mean the Democrats have found the holy grail here of politics. This is a party that has gone backwards in terms they're not trusted with money, they're trusted more than us, but that doesn't mean a lot.
We're trusted with lesbians and gays, we're trusted with Latinos, we're trusted with who America is becoming, and that's important. And
that is important, but just not with money.
And if you look at
and to the point about money, against the backdrop of a $16 trillion debt and deficit, the one issue that Mitt Romney consistently pulled ahead of Barack Obama in every single swing state by all the independent voters, every single time you asked him, debt and deficits. Not necessarily economy and jobs. Debt and
not tonight. Tonight it was 1 or 2
No,
points.
they didn't vote on debt and deficits tonight. They voted on.
But who's better?
It was a mandate on the president, and he needs.
But on the exit poll question, which was asked specifically, who's better able to handle the debt? It was a 1 or 2 point difference. So the president managed to close that gap, and I think it was because the president was seen as best able to deal with my problems and to understand the middle class and care about
both parties want to deal with the debt.
There's a bigger problem.
The problem is
different ways to get there.
If you look at a politician, be it a senator or a House member, ask yourself, is that politician more afraid of being a primary or a general? Because that is going to produce entirely different behavior.
Exactly.
Entirely different behavior.
Exactly.
So if you're from Tennessee, you're more afraid of getting beat in a primary. Or Kentucky.
Yeah.
All right? So they have their behavior, or the same thing is true in a House member. That's the first thing when you go in to see a senator or a congressman. That's the first question you have to ask. That's going to govern that person's behavior.
This common ground between me and Alex, I want to point out. Both parties are concerned about debt and deficit. That is common ground. Now, there's a difference about how you approach it. And do you have a more balanced approach, which is what the president was talking about, where you both have increase in revenue and some cuts, or do you do all cuts? But there is common ground. Nobody wants to be Greece. Neither party. And so there is common ground.
Dan, there may or may not be, because Gloria was raising a point about how much are the Democrats going to be willing to cut spending after this election.
Right. I mean, that's a question. If the Republicans are going to give on taxes, the Democrats have to cut spending. And that's going to be a big problem, particularly with the Democratic.
Let me jump in here because I want to go to Wolf, who's got to look at the popular vote, because really interesting movement just here happened. Wolf?
All right, as more votes come in from California, check this out. All of a sudden, the president is now ahead in the popular vote with 75% of the vote in. Both of these men have 49% of the vote, but the president has 40,699 more votes right now. As we get more votes in from California, Oregon, Washington State, probably that number will go up because a lot of those votes are still being counted out on the West Coast. California, the largest state in the United States. So you see right now they both have 49,500,000 votes, but the president now has a nearly 40,000 advantage in the popular vote. This will be very important psychologically, politically. If the president does win, and we have projected he will have more than 270 electoral votes, so he will be reelected president. But it's psychologically important for this president to certainly say he won more votes nationally than the Republican presidential nominee. We'll see where that number goes. I suspect it will continue to increase as we get more votes coming in for the West Coast, especially from California. But right now, as our last count, the president has an advantage of 38,711 votes. It does underscore how divided this country is, how Mitt Romney has managed to do, even in losing in the Electoral College, managed to win almost as many votes, at least so far, as the president of the United States. And until a few minutes ago, he was actually ahead in the popular vote. So this is something we're watching very closely. We'll continue to watch it. Interestingly enough, the president has not yet spoken because as of right now, Mitt Romney has not yet conceded. We don't know if there have been any phone calls between the president and Mitt Romney. We have projected that the president will be reelected. But so far, there's no concession coming from the Republican campaign, no concession coming from Mitt Romney. We're watching this very closely. Anderson.
Yeah, we're also watching these ballot initiatives, major one in Maine on marriage equality, also in Colorado on marijuana legalization. We're going to get you those results shortly. I want to go to Jim Acosta, who's standing by with the Romney campaign. Jim, what are you hearing behind the scenes about when or if Governor Romney may concede?
Anderson, it has been radio silence now for the good portion of a half an hour to an hour from the Romney campaign after we spoke to Gail Gitcho, the communications director, at around 11:30 when she said that Governor Romney was not ready to concede this election. I can tell you, though, within the last half hour, I did talk to Mike Leavitt. He was going to be the transition head for Mitt Romney, transitioning from candidate to president-elect. Were Mitt Romney elected president of the United States, I can tell you that he's seated among some of these other dignitaries that have been brought in by the Romney campaign. Off to my right over here, we could perhaps pan over to this area or show you this area perhaps with one of our other cameras in just a few moments. But I can tell you that Scott Romney, the brother of Mitt Romney, is also in the room right now. I saw a brother of Paul Ryan make his way into the room. So family members of the candidates are starting to make their way into the room. That is also a sign of what's to come the next stage of this night. But as of right now, and Anderson, I keep checking, I keep looking down at my iPhone just to make sure nothing official yet from the Romney campaign. We'll keep checking.
Behind the scenes, Dave Gergen, James Carville, how does this work? I mean, when a candidate...
I've worked in the presidential campaign, and these guys are dying. They have wanted this in 2008. They've wanted it in 2012. Inside the Romney family, the Governor Romney, all the people that worked on it, I mean, they believed, and they really believed they had a shot. It is a sad thing. I mean, I might have voted for them, but when a campaign loses, you're dying on the inside. I mean, it hurts like you can't even imagine how much it hurts.
And the gracious thing to do, which I'm sure Barack Obama will do, is you give him time to get that together, and it probably won't be long.
Alex, you know Mitt Romney better than I do, probably better than anybody else here. My impression of him is that, he told me his wife talked him into running, and I don't think he was like some of these candidates that I've known who've been obsessed with becoming president. My sense is he'll bounce back pretty fast.
Well, he's been running quite a while.
He's been running quite a while, but I think he's a pretty resilient guy. I think he'll bounce back.
He has a life. He has a life outside of politics. He has family, he has faith, he has friends. But he asked a lot of people to believe and invest in him. And when a candidate disappoints those people, it leaves a pool of tears at the bottom of your heart. It's just a brutal, brutal thing.
He's been running for, he wanted this. He's been running for president now for a long time. James, you seem...
The loss he's imposed on other people.
No, I think he wanted to be. Obviously, no one does this unless they really want to do it. And he's done it twice. He knew he was getting in. I'm just saying, internally, it is a hard... lose. Somebody's got to lose in every race. But I'm just saying, I can understand why they're taking a long time. I can understand that he wants to play out every possible option. And I think that President Obama understands that, too. I mean, at some level, if you've been there, you know what it's like.
In spending some time with the Romneys and the family, I'll tell you one thing. His wife made a video for him after the 2008 campaign and said to him, never again. And then she and Tag, as David was saying, came to him and said, we want you to do this. It's a staff that's been with him, just like the Clinton staff. It's a staff that's been with him since, some of them since he ran for the Senate seat in 1994, but since he was governor in 2002. So it takes a lot of time. They got it together a second time. And I think James is absolutely right. I think there are people who are so emotionally invested in this, in his family, because it's been a real family kind of campaign. He's got 5 grown sons. They've all been out there. His wife has been out there on the campaign trail this fall, 40, 50 days. So I think, it's a very tough thing.
You missed the last shot in the tournament and let the team down. But on top of that, you actually believed that you were doing something important for the country. And if you didn't succeed, you've left the country in a not as good a place. So it's a tough thing for these guys.
But don't you think that he actually ran a good campaign, given who he was? He ran a good campaign, especially the first debate. He redeemed himself. I think he lost to a considerable extent because of the primaries when he was sucked so far over to the right.
Well, this is a really interesting question, is whether the Republican primaries and having 20 debates were actually good for the Republicans in the general election. And I think there are a lot of Republicans who will scratch their heads and they will defend it. But there are a lot of folks who will say this was not a good thing because Mitt Romney simply could not reconcile saying to Hispanics, self-deporting.
We got another projection to make. Let's go to Wolf.
Yeah, we got a major projection to make right now in this race for the White House. All right, CNN projects the Commonwealth of Virginia will be won by the President of the United States. The President will win all 13 of Virginia's electoral votes. You see 89% of the vote is in. The President is ahead by about 50,000 votes. More than 3 million votes counted already. We have projected, though, right now that 13 electoral votes from Virginia will go for the President of the United States. So that adds his total right now. Let's update you right now what's going on at 303 electoral votes for the President, 203 for Romney, 270 needed to win. Let's go to Candy Crowley right now. She's over at Romney headquarters in Boston. Candy?
Still very quiet here, Wolf, waiting for Mitt Romney to come over here. The last we heard, Jim Acosta hasn't heard from anybody. I haven't heard from anybody despite our efforts to call. Listen, it takes a little while to adjust to this. If they believed the things they were saying as they moved into an election day, they thought they were going to win. So that's a hard thing to sort of adjust to. We know that Mitt Romney said that he had only written one speech, his victory speech, so that takes a little time. And they wanted to follow Ohio. But we have seen signs, as Jim said, that they're getting ready to do this. We know that Paul Ryan is here, at least in the general area, in the adjoining hotel. We expect him to come first, and then we expect Mitt Romney to come. But so far, we have not gotten any definitive word as to when they might be here. The last we heard, they were still looking at Ohio, still thinking that those numbers might be other than what the projections have said on our network and others. So that was the last time we heard. But again, we've seen people in here, relatives, brothers, kids of the candidates, and it leads us to believe that he will be here at some point. But you got to write that speech. You got to get everybody together and come out and put on a good face and give a speech.
So we're just waiting, Candy. We're waiting for Mitt Romney to go ahead and concede, assuming he's going to do that at some point tonight. We'll stand by for that. We do want to update you on some major initiatives that were on the ballot in several states, and we've got some results. Beginning with the issue of marijuana. Let's show you what we know right now. In Arkansas, allow medical marijuana. We project the final vote in Arkansas will be no. They reject allowing medical marijuana. Let's go to Massachusetts. On the other hand, they say yes. They do allow medical marijuana. Question 3 in Massachusetts. We project that that will pass in Massachusetts. Let's continue. Right now in Colorado, this would legalize marijuana, not just medical marijuana. It legalizes marijuana in Colorado. Yes. That goes forward in Colorado. That's Amendment 64. In Oregon, they're legalizing marijuana. Similarly, that's Measure 80 in Oregon. That is a no. We project that that will be a no. They do not go ahead and legalize marijuana in Oregon right now. Let's continue. We've got some more ballot initiatives. Here in Maryland, take a look at this. Allowing same-sex marriage in Maryland, that is a yes. Question number 6 in Maryland, we project will be approved. Maryland will go forward and permit same-sex marriage in the state of Maryland. There are 3 other states, by the way, that had that on the initiative. Maine, by the way, had that on the initiative. And Minnesota, I believe, as well, in Washington State. Let's get some more information on those 3 states there, and we'll let you know what's going on. But right now, Maryland, historic moment, has approved same-sex marriage. Anderson?
We should also point out Maine passed it as well, correct?
Maine also passed it with flying colors. Look, I cannot emphasize what a historic night this is for the gay rights movement.
It's the first time it's been put up to vote and actually passed.
It has gone to a ballot 33 times and failed. And now in one night, it is likely that 4 of 4 have won. We won't know Washington for 3 days or so because they're all mail-in ballots. But this is a watershed movement for the gay rights movement. It has.
It looks like it is in Maine. We haven't called it yet, but
I mean,
others have.
Okay, so first this passed in the courts, and the opponents said this is judicial activism. Then it passed in the legislatures, and then the dissenters said, well, it will never pass at the ballot box. And tonight it is passed in likely.
It's interesting though. This whole issue did not come up in any of the debates. And, I mean, there are some who criticize that for not being brought up by the moderators, but the flip side of that is it was not being used as a wedge issue in this election.
Republicans have a problem here, you know. This is an area where there's a schism in the party, where the party's at war with itself. You know, is big government a good idea for Republicans when it agrees with some of them? The next generation of Republican leader, I think you're going to see freedom nationally, values locally. Live your life. But the Republican Party can't be the party that thinks one of the biggest problems is that there's too much love in the world. We're not going to move forward.
I agree with that. And I think this is a huge civil rights issue. I want to say that as an African American. This is about liberty and justice for all, period. And there was an attempt to turn African Americans against the president and the wrong way on this issue. The problem in the African American community is not that we have too many people who want to have lifelong loving commitments. That's not the problem. If people want to be able to stand together and not be judged by their race, by their gender, or by their sexuality, the African American community needs to follow and lead. Ben Jealous, once again from NAACP, took the right position on this, and he lined up a lot of African American preachers who needed to be brought on board. It's a civil rights issue.
Julian Bond was also very much.
Julian Bond is a civil rights issue, and it's moving forward. And people who are against it are on the wrong side of history.
We got to take a short break. When we come back, we are anticipating hearing from Governor Romney shortly. We'll be right back.
Let's go to Candy Crowley. She's at Romney headquarters in Boston right now. Candy, what are you learning?
Hey, Wolf, I can tell you that the phone call has been made between Governor Romney and President Obama. We know this. Jessica Yellen has sources on her side, and we have sources over here, so that's happened. We also know that the motorcade, which honestly you could walk from where he is to here, but the motorcade, we are told, has taken off. So we are expecting to hear from the governor very shortly, Wolf.
Yeah, we just saw one of somebody put some paper up on the podium behind you over there, so I assume we'll hear from the governor first. The governor will concede, and then the president of the United States will speak after that. Normally, that's the way it goes, Candy. So he'll be speaking right behind you, and you're saying he's not very far away from that location in Boston?
Right, exactly. We think he will speak in the next 5 minutes or so. So he's not far away at all. He's in an attached hotel.
All right. Thanks very much, Kenny. We'll get back to you. Let's go to John over here. John, you're getting some more information as well. What are you learning?
Emailing some sources right now. I hate to be on the BlackBerry, but I'm just told by a very good Republican source that it was a short conversation, a polite conversation, and that Governor Romney conceded the election to President Obama and said he was going to speak shortly to his supporters.
Yeah, so that'll be a sad moment for him. He'll speak to his supporters out there. That's normally the way it goes. The losing candidate calls the winning candidate, congratulates the winning candidate, concedes, and then we hear from the concession speech first and the victory speech second.
It's one of the rituals of American politics, and it's an important ritual, and I'm sure our group conceded, but it's an especially important ritual when you have a country that is so evenly divided. As you look at this right now, this is the national vote total. The president's lead is ahead. What's that, 100,000 votes?
Yeah.
About 100,000 votes in the popular vote, thanks to California. We're watching the rest of the votes come in. Here's where we are. This is the older electoral map. I'll stay away from that right now. We just reset the wall, so we don't have the up-to-date totals in there right now. But when you look at this and you watch and you see a state like Florida, where the president won, 4 years ago with a bigger margin, 50 to 49, you go through these battlegrounds, and Governor Romney, this is why it took so long. The president won the state by 240,000 votes last time, 234,000 votes last time. You see against 50,000 votes this time. You go through state by state by state, and the Romney campaign, as Candy was just noting, takes a little longer. The feelings are harder. James has been through this in winning presidential campaigns and losing other campaigns, Alex as well. You see a state like Ohio, 50 to 48. You're looking at such a narrow vote margin. It's harder to digest. In some ways, coming this close and losing is harder, but I am told the conversation was short, polite, and that Governor Romney is prepared to step forward, concede the election, and then we'll hear from the president.
Yeah, we'll hear from the president after we hear from Governor Romney. A very difficult, painful moment, I'm sure, for him, for his wife Ann, the 5 sons, 18 grandchildren, a very close-knit family. They worked really, really hard for this. They came up short.
They worked hard, and look, a lot of people have talked tonight about how the first debate in this campaign was game-changing in terms of the competitiveness of the national election. If you go back to the Republican primaries, it's easy to forget because they seem so long ago. But remember, here you have Mitt Romney. His opponents called him Moderate Mitt. He was the governor of Massachusetts. He once favored abortion rights, was more moderate on gay rights, and he was pilloried in the primary by his conservative opponents, saying he was not a true conservative. And yet, in the first election after the rise of the Tea Party, he won the Republican nomination. A tenacious guy. People will say, oh, it was a weak Republican field. Oh, he had a better fundraising operation. But he proved his tenacity time and time again in the Republican primaries, and he proved his tenacity in the general election as well, with the strong debate performances, and then a strong but not strong enough performance on the ground in these final days.
We're told maybe a minute or so away from Mitt Romney walking to the microphone there in Boston, over at the Boston Convention Center. His supporters are pretty quiet right now. They're waiting for Mitt Romney to come over. Candy Crowley is on the scene for us. Candy, it looks like it's going to be very, very soon we'll hear from the Republican presidential nominee.
Indeed. And, you know, Wolf, I'm not sure in any of the elections that I've covered have I heard a crowd as quiet as this crowd has been. They've started a couple cheers. Now you can hear them sort of starting to sing God Bless America, but it has been incredibly subdued. I think we're about to hear the announcement. Here we go, Wolf.
Yeah, here he comes. He's walking out right now, and he's getting thunderous applause from his supporters. Mitt Romney, the Republican presidential nominee, getting ready to concede. Let's listen in. Let's go to Boston.
Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Thank you so very much. Thank you. I have just called President Obama to congratulate him on his victory. His supporters and his campaign also deserve congratulations. I wish all of them well, but particularly the President, the First Lady, and their daughters. This is a time of great challenges for America, and I pray that the President will be successful in guiding our nation. I want to thank Paul Ryan for all that he has done for our campaign. And for our country. Besides my wife, Ann, Paul is the best choice I've ever made. And I trust that his intellect and his hard work and his commitment to principle will continue to contribute to the good of our nation. I also want to thank Ann, the love of my life. She would have been a wonderful First Lady. She has been that and more to me and to our family and to the many people that she has touched with her compassion and her care. I thank my sons for their tireless work in behalf of the campaign and thank their wives and children for taking up the slack as their husbands and dads have spent so many weeks away from home. I want to thank Matt Rhodes and the dedicated campaign team he led. They have made an extraordinary effort, not just for me, but also for the country that we love. And to you here tonight, and to the team across the country, the volunteers, the fundraisers, the donors, the surrogates, I don't believe that there's ever been an effort in our party that can compare with what you have done over these past years. Thank you so very much. Thanks for all the hours of work, for the calls, for the speeches and appearances, for the resources and for the prayers. You gave deeply from yourselves and performed magnificently. And you inspired us and you humbled us. You've been the very best we could have imagined. The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work. And we citizens also have to rise to the occasion. We look to our teachers and professors. We count on you not just to teach, but to inspire our children with a passion for learning and discovery. We look to our pastors and priests and rabbis and counselors of all kinds to testify of the enduring principles upon which our society is built: honesty, charity, integrity, and family. We look to our parents. For in the final analysis, everything depends on the success of our homes. We look to job creators of all kinds. We're counting on you to invest, to hire, to step forward. And we look to Democrats and Republicans in government at all levels to put the people before the politics. I believe in America. I believe in the people of America. And I ran for office because I'm concerned about America. This election is over, but our principles endure. I believe that the principles upon which this nation was founded are the only sure guide to a resurgent economy and to renewed greatness. Like so many of you, Paul and I have left everything on the field. We have given our all to this campaign. I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation. Thank you, and God bless America. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Very sad moment for the Romney family, for Paul Ryan and his family. They worked obviously very, very hard, but they did not succeed. They lost tonight, the President of the United States and Joe Biden. They have been reelected. You see Mitt Romney there. He's there with his 5 sons, his 5 daughters-in-law, 18 grandchildren. I don't know if all the grandchildren are there. It's pretty late after 1 a.m. right now on the East Coast of the United States. Those 5 sons worked very, very hard for their dad. Paul Ryan worked very hard as well. Momentarily, we'll be hearing from the President of the United States. He'll have a very different speech. He will not be conceding. He will have a victorious speech because he was reelected rather impressively in the Electoral College. I must say, Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan, they worked hard. There they are on the stage over there in Boston at the headquarters. You can see how painful in her face, Ann Romney, how difficult this has been for the evening. It started off, they had high expectations. All of their aides were pretty pumped going into this night, but it didn't work out well for the Romneys or the Ryans. We'll wait to hear from the President of the United States very, very soon. Anderson?
Well, thanks. David, it is remarkable when you think about it. After all the years of campaigning, all the hundreds of millions of dollars, all the speeches, it boils down to that, making a speech and walking off the stage, and it's over for Mitt Romney.
And walking basically out of and off the national stage. He doesn't have a place right now, and parties aren't kind usually to the people who
you don't see him having a role in the Republican
Well,
Party.
I thought he, Paul Ryan will. He's going to be a key figure.
He's still in Congress.
He's still in Congress. He's chair of the Budget Committee in the House. So he was either going to be the negotiator for a President Romney, or he's going to be one of the chief negotiators for the House of Representatives with President Obama. So he'll have a role, but there's no formal roles. I kept waiting in his speech. It was a very gracious speech, and I think we really got a sense of the basic fundamental decency of the man, which has come through more over the past few weeks. But he had no mention about how he might work with President Obama. There was nothing about that. You sort of wait for that. Are you going to, and sometimes in the past, say when Franklin Roosevelt beat Wendell Willkie, and just as Wendell Willkie became a real partner in helping him.
But as you say, he has no real role because he has no role in Congress.
And he didn't have a role after 2008 either, when he wrote a book, and then he started running again.
He'll have an important civic life, but he'll be a critical civic life.
Charitable
And he may go back to banking.
We've got new voices joining us on the contributor table. Paul Begala is with us, Ana Navarro, Ari Fleischer, Man Jones remains. And Paul, I just wanted to get your thoughts. We haven't heard from you.
Your heart goes out to Governor Romney and his family. I've been there. I've won and I've lost. Winning is better. And I thought he handled this most difficult of political tasks with real grace. I was really struck that he spoke so authentically about family and friends and staff and volunteers and donors and all the other people, because, it's his name on that sign. He got all the glory, and now he's going to get all the blame. What was not there, I think David Gergen alluded to this, was the agenda he might continue to push. In other words, if he really were a movement leader the way Ronald Reagan was, the way Paul Ryan probably is, he would have, made a case for a collection of issues that will live on. And that's usually standard fare in a concession speech. And that was absent. It was a very personal and wonderful speech, but it didn't have that movement.
We're just getting a photo now of President Obama and Vice President Biden and their wives after the news that they had, in fact, won. That's the first photo we're being released. And I saw online, and I haven't verified this, but a tweet went out under Barack Obama's Twitter account. Apparently, it's now been the most returned tweet ever. And it's a picture of him hugging Michelle Obama after the announcement was made, but I think it's an older photo. Ari, your thoughts?
Well, no, and Paul picked up on something very important there. It was not a concession speech from a movement leader. And if you remember going back throughout the primaries, I kept talking about this in the primaries, that there are other ideological leaders of the party who are stepping up and then being defeated. Michelle Bachmann, Newt Gingrich, McCain, not quite, but Mitt Romney was a very strong resume, background, businessman, Olympic fixer, personal candidate, not the movement ideological candidate.
And we should point out Michelle Bachmann is in a very tight race right now, and we're still watching it closely.
Right, and so, the interesting thing about my Republican Party is we don't nominate the most conservative in the Republican primaries. We haven't done it for the last 3 primaries in a row, Romney, McCain, and George W. Bush. But our party still has to do some careful analysis. But I would urge Republicans, though, take a deep breath, take some time. If the Democrats after 2010 said the sky was falling, they wouldn't have been here tonight despite suffering the biggest loss since 1938 in a midterm election, 63 House seats and 7 Senate seats. Republicans need to take their time, take a deep breath, start the conversations. We've got a lot to learn.
Republicans,
Anderson, I think what we heard today was an unprepared speech. I think he really thought, the Romney campaign really thought he was going to win today.
He had told reporters earlier that he only had one version of the speech.
He only had one speech. It's like, 4 years ago, I was standing there when John McCain gave his speech in the Biltmore Hotel in Phoenix, and we knew he was going to lose. He had days to process that. He had days to write a beautiful concession speech. I think this was a surprise, and it's going to take some time for him to process it. It was very gracious for a quickly written speech.
And there you see a very different mood right now. Obviously, Obama supporters are very excited to hear from President Obama. Let's just listen in for a moment. No, we're listening to a videotape of President Obama, and they're responding to it. The crowd obviously very excited, waiting to hear from their candidate. Ari, we haven't really talked to you about, you said Republicans shouldn't think the sky is falling, but there does need to be some sort of look inward. Where does that look go? Because we're already hearing from conservatives tonight online and in public statements saying we didn't elect a conservative enough candidate, and that's the problem.
Right. Well, let's start with the demographics. Those are the simplest to get your arms around. One, America's becoming increasingly non-white. Happened another 2 percentage points this election. When George Bush beat John Kerry, the percentage of the electorate that was white was 77%. 4 years ago, it was 74%. Tonight, 72%. The youth vote and the black vote turned out once again. And this is to the president's credit and the Obama campaign credit.
And I guess, Van, you actually predicted this when a lot of folks were saying, "What, we don't see the enthusiasm among young people, and we're not sure about African-American."
I appreciate you pointing that out. I've been saying the whole time that I think people are going to be surprised that the enthusiasm gap was a myth, that there was going to be a backlash against the backlash, that the idea that you're going to push people away from voting, that you're counting young people out too early, and you had groups like the Dream Defenders, young groups like Vote Mob, Hoodie Vote, all these young groups that didn't get any press, they were out there working hard and they did great.
Okay, sorry, all right, guys.
Two other points I wanted to make, though. One is Romney took independent votes. McCain didn't take them, and neither did Bush. So this is to the Republican credit. Unusual to take the independent vote, and he did it by 4 points. And secondly, senior citizens. Senior citizens went 5 points for Bush, 8 points for McCain, double digits for Mitt Romney. And seniors are actually growing because of the baby boom retirement. The bottleneck is at the front, the 65 to 70. It's not the other end. So there are good demographic factors for Republicans, but there are bigger issues.
You say good demographic factors, but having a party based on older whites is not necessarily great for
That's my point. You have to put all of these data points together, but it's not as if it's the seniors in the 80 to 90 range who are the Republican core. It's the ones who are just turning 65 to 70. That's a growing group of seniors, and that's good news for Republicans.
Persistent myth that because Republicans are winning independents, they are winning moderates. Okay, the exit poll asked both. Obama won moderates. Romney won independents. Why? Because you remember Venn diagrams from elementary school math? The Venn diagrams have moved. The independents who leaned left have become Democrats. Obama has done his job. President Obama has done his job, and he's won them over. So now they've re-identified. They don't call themselves I's, they call themselves Team D. So the remaining cluster of independents has shifted rightward. Meanwhile, some Tea Party Republicans are identifying as independents, and Tea Party conservatives. So what a pollster would say as independents is very, very different today than moderate. So if you say, look, we're winning independents, we're going to be okay, you've got to actually look at moderates.
And what independent means.
56% for President Obama. And don't you think that's because of social issues? I mean, they may be fiscally more conservative, but on social issues, they would be with the president.
I also want to bring Jeff Toobin, who we haven't heard from as well.
Hello,
Jeff. Welcome.
This idea that the Republican Party is engaged in some sort of introspection, where is any evidence of that? Where is a single elected Republican for same-sex marriage? Where is a single elected Republican for abortion rights? I mean, they are way out of the mainstream at this point.
Lindsey Graham was very emphatic about this point the other day.
He
said basically, if I hear anybody say that Mitt Romney lost it because he went too far to the center, I'm going to go nuts. The fact is,
he said it a lot better than that.
Yeah, he did say a lot better.
There's a lot of people saying that.
We're losing Latinos, we're losing women, and we've got. Yeah,
he's the one.
He's more of a.
But he doesn't. I mean, he's saying that.
Well, he's more of a.
Let me tell you,
you're not going to. You're going to get a center right Republican. You're not going to get a center Republican.
Let me tell you this. I spoke to Lindsey Graham today, and I think that's exactly where his head is. I know we talked about Latinos, we talked about immigration, and I talked about it with 2 or 3 other senators today who are Republican leaders, and some former senators as well. I think we're going to see a much more vocal, moderate Republicans on some of these social issues. I think that folks like Jeb Bush, he's in the middle of writing an immigration book. I think Marco Rubio realizes it's part of his duty and something that he has to do. I think the Republican Party is going to look at Marco Rubio.
Is there a new star born in the Republican Party today with a new senator from Texas?
You know,
Is that possible?
But he got elected by calling his opponent a moderate.
I'm not saying he's a moderate, but I'm just asking you, can he lead the party back?
He is incredibly smart. He is a good orator, but we already have some stars. Susana Martinez is a star that does not get mentioned enough.
But can any of these people be elected? I mean, if in a primary were the immigration issue, I mean, you had Governor Romney going to the right of where he originally had been on immigration. If that's where the thrust of the party is, can these folks...
They couldn't get elected this year. They can't get elected today. But I think we are going to have a conversation about this. If we don't do better with Hispanics, we are going to be out of the White House forever. It's just that simple.
The party has to be ready to change. They need leaders and followers. And so far, neither seem to be ready to change. Bill Clinton ran in 1992 and got nominated in the primaries for welfare reform, for the death penalty, for 100,000 cops, for NAFTA, and he survived and won. Had he run on that same platform 4 or 8 years earlier, my party would have rejected it. Democrats weren't ready to change until Governor Clinton came in 1992. I have no idea if the Republicans are ready to change. I don't see much sign that they are.
George W. Bush did on immigration. He got put through the meat grinder for it, right?
Well, that's right. He got
10
put
years
through the
ago.
meat grinder by both parties for it. He couldn't get the conservative wing of the Republican Party on board, and the liberal wing of the Democratic Party wasn't going to compromise also on immigration, especially labor. So, but Anna is right on this. The big issue Republicans are going to have to wrestle with is the Hispanic issues. It's not the social issues, Jeffrey. It's not. You're not going to make the Republican Party the party that's pro-choice and pro-gay rights. I think you've made the Republican Party the popular party. We have a party like that. It's the Democratic Party. The issues, though, are going to be the economic issues and the Hispanic immigration-related issues where Republicans are going to have to figure out a different way forward.
You've missed something very, very important that Jeff is really bringing up, and that is for women, it's not only reproductive rights, it's also pay equity. That is hugely important to a lot of women, and I think if the Republicans continue to be seen resisting that, and Lilly Ledbetter, they're going to get killed on that.
Well, don't forget, there was no gender gap 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the gender gap was eliminated in the 2010 midterm election. That's my point about you need to take your time and not just react immediately.
The Republican Party used to be against abortion, which is a well-established and very popular position. I mean, it's not a majority, but it's close. In the past year, they have become identified with opposition to contraception. That is, moving backwards at a pace that is astonishing and politically disastrous. Where is one Republican talking about how out of the mainstream they've become on that?
Can I say one thing about the Democratic Party? I mean, since we just won, we just won. So I just want to say a couple things about the Democratic Party. This is, again, I said it earlier, this is not just about Republican failure, Republican weakness. This is about Democratic strength and Democratic success. We have been able to hold together the coalition of 2008. That coalition, which people said was catching lightning in a bottle, it was only about Barack Obama's smile, it was only about George W. Bush. Surprise, surprise, it is not true. There is, in fact, a governing coalition that's emerging in this country. It looks different, it talks different, it thinks different, and has a different view. And I think as long as we don't recognize that, there was a backlash against the backlash. There was a backlash against this president. It took some very nasty forms. It took some very ugly forms. And it brought the best out in the African-American community, who went out in record numbers tonight. It brought the best out in a new generation of young people who came out. And you see now, look at these ballot measures. A sea shift, a watershed moment on marriage equality. I mean, this is a big, big night. This is a watershed moment for the country, and I just think we got to give a little bit of credit to the folks who won here tonight.
We got to go to Wolf. When we come back, I do want to talk more about what we should anticipate hearing from President Barack Obama tonight and what he does moving forward to try to bring the country together. Wolf, let's go to you for a moment.
Thanks, Anderson. We're told about 10,000 people are over there at McCormick Place. That's the Obama campaign headquarters in Chicago. We're anticipating that the president will be speaking very, very soon. Now that Mitt Romney has conceded that he lost this election, we're going to hear from the President of the United States. He's getting ready to speak. Let's go there. Our Chief White House correspondent, Jessica Yellen, is on the scene for us. Jessica, I'm told it's going to be pretty soon. What do you hear?
Hi, Wolf. That's right. The president has left his hotel and he is on his way here to McCormick Place to address a crowd of, frankly, euphoric supporters. I'll tell you, they have been cheering and chanting at turns USA and Obama, not just since we called this race for him, but frankly, since we called the state of Michigan for him. And now I've been in touch with a number of the president's aides, and I have a little bit of color for you. I'm told that he will come here with his family, Mrs. Obama, his girls. Also, Craig Robinson, her brother, and his sister are in town with their children. And the president has worked on his speech with his chief speechwriter over the last few days. And I asked if there's a way you describe the speech. I was told by one person if there's one word they would use to describe it, it is the word hope. A word we remember from his last campaign when they emphasized hope and change, Wolf.
We certainly remember that. Thanks very much. Let's stay at Chicago over at the Obama campaign headquarters. Brianna Keeler is on the floor. What are you seeing? What are you hearing, Brianna?
Wolf, I will tell you, this crowd is anxiously awaiting President Obama and his speech. They're not really aware of the timing, even though we are, that soon this is going to happen. And they have been waiting for some time now. I'll tell you, talking to the people here in the audience, as the night progressed and projections were made, they were very much surprised that things were moving along so quickly. They were ready to kind of hunker down for the evening, and they thought it would take a while. Also, while they watched Mitt Romney's concession speech, which was broadcast here live, this audience was rapt, and I'd say it's safe to say for the first time, for I'd say almost everyone here, they were cheering as Mitt Romney spoke. And now it's very much a party atmosphere as they await President Obama and his acceptance speech. Wolf.
No doubt, Brianna, once he walks up to that stage and starts to speak, the crowd will get even more excited than they are right now. Let's bring in John King once again. It was a pretty impressive win. He's ahead of the popular vote as well. Is he ahead of the popular vote right now? It looks like it's still very close, but it looks like the Romney, well, maybe over here.
He's ahead. Yeah, he's ahead here. You might have, sometimes the feeds come in at different speed. At the moment, California is keeping him narrowly ahead in the popular vote, so people will say, wow, he's under 50. It's a very narrow victory, and that's a fact. We'll see what the final numbers are as we count them. But if you look at this map, Wolf, it's a significant victory in the sense that you heard Van talking earlier about the coalition. There'll be a debate about exactly what's in and what's out, but if you look at the Obama map from 2008, and you look at the map tonight, I'm going to trace as elegantly as I can North Carolina and Indiana. That's the only thing that changed. That's the only thing that changed. Two of the most Republican states in our history, in our lifetimes, that President Obama turned blue 4 years ago, Mitt Romney turned back, and just barely, in the case of North Carolina, turned back. So that's the only big change. Democrats will celebrate that in terms of a presidential coalition. One little fun footnote for those of us who like to study maps and look for quirks out there in the country, this little county right here in Indiana, which Mitt Romney carried handily, but Vigo County, since the 1880s, has only twice gotten it wrong. The last time it got it wrong was back in the 1950s. Vigo got it right tonight, just barely, by 162 votes, if my math is right there. But Vigo County's streak continues. Only twice since the 1880s, and since the 1950s, Vigo County has called the winner in our presidential election. One other thing. I know we're waiting for the president. I just want to make this point. When you look at the 2012 map, I want to circle some states out here. I'm going to circle Nevada. I'm going to circle Colorado. I'm going to circle New Mexico. Those are just three of the examples. The conversation across the room about demographics. Yes, the gender gap, women is one thing, but Latinos are the fastest growing segment of our population. And in 2008, the president carried these three states. Back in 2004, George W. Bush, when he got 40% of the vote nationally among Latinos, carried these three states. If you go back, New Mexico has traditionally been a swing state. It goes back and forth. I would make the argument New Mexico is now more and more part of the Democratic coalition. If I can swing over here just 1 second. Nationally, Latinos tonight crossed 10% of the U.S. electorate for the first time. It's the first time that has happened. It's the fastest growing segment of the population. The president got 70% of those votes. And Wolf, if you just look at the percentages, if you go by in the state of Nevada, Latinos 19%. In the state of New Mexico, Latinos 37%. In the state of Colorado, 11%, into double digits and growing. In the state of Virginia, only 5%, but a growing slice of the population in those northern suburbs that matter. And in the state of Florida, which Honor across the room knows very well. If I can get that to flash up, that one doesn't want to come. There we go. 17%. Now, some of those Cubans are more conservative, but a growing non-Cuban Latino population as well. If the Republican Party doesn't deal with that issue, it risks dramatic changes in the map. In fact, it risks not being a very competitive national party.
I'm sure you're absolutely 100% right on that. We're getting ready to hear the President of the United States deliver his victory speech. He's been reelected for a second term as President of the United States. We'll, of course, have live coverage. We're standing by for that. We want to see all of what's going on, the excitement over there at Obama's campaign headquarters in Chicago. In the meantime, let's go back to Anderson.
Yeah, historic moment. You will definitely want to see that live with your families. Let's talk about what John King was just mentioning. I mean, extraordinary to think back. George W. Bush getting 44% of the Latino vote. What a difference a couple of years made.
And it wasn't because he spoke broken Spanish. It was because he tried. Because we knew he liked us. It was because he talked in a way that his tone was the correct tone, and because he tried. He tried on immigration reform. I would tell you, that Mitt Romney lost this race in the Republican primary. He self-deported from the White House. He didn't have to go. He did not have to. I'm going to say this. Look, it's just, you know, it's time to start having this conversation. We cannot pretend that some of the things that were said about Latinos and about immigrants in the Republican primary were not hurtful. Look at the numbers. They speak for themselves. I can tell you that, you know, it was unimaginable to me that we would be having these numbers. Barack Obama was vulnerable with the Latino vote. He told Univision, no less, that his greatest failure was not having delivered on the promise he made on immigration. Latinos were disillusioned with Barack Obama, but they were absolutely terrified by the idea of a Mitt Romney.
But he did do that executive action on the DREAM Act.
Yes.
Which sort of remedied a lot of the problems that he had had.
And it worked beautifully.
Right.
It's not just that these are the fastest growing groups in the country and that the young vote is growing. It's the spread. George Bush lost to John Kerry among young voters by about 9 points. Now President Obama is winning the young vote by 30 points. The Hispanic vote, as Anna pointed out. George Bush was able to hang in there with the Hispanic vote. He lost it by 9 points as well. But now it's up to 30 points again. So the growing groups, the spread against Republicans is even getting bigger. It's a double whammy.
Well, also, I mean, the Republican Party does not know how to deal on the issue of gay and lesbian Americans. They're invisible on the campaign trail among Republican candidates. They're not mentioned. Democratic candidates at least mention the word, whereas you never hear about it from Republican
candidates. It's a
candidates.
great danger for a political party to represent people who are leaving the stage and have another party represent people who are coming onto the stage. And that's what the Republican position right now. They're increasingly in that position. And we started this by talking about how the Democrats now, going into this campaign, had 19 states they've won 5 times in a row, equal 242 electoral votes. You start talking about what John King was talking about, and new states being added to that coalition, and it becomes really, really hard for any Republican.
As we wait for President Obama, and we anticipate him very shortly, you can see the crowd is really eagerly anticipating him. Let's just talk a little bit of what we anticipate him saying tonight, because this is a crucial moment for President Obama in terms of the next 4 years and what he can accomplish. And to a point Alex Castellanos made earlier, he knows his legacy is at stake, and he wants to secure his legacy. He wants to get things done. What happens now?
A couple of things I'm told. One thing I want to add that has nothing to do with the speech, but I suspect he may mouth the words. He called Bill Clinton after he spoke to Governor Romney tonight. President Obama called Bill Clinton and thanked him for all his hard work out on the campaign trail. And I think if you look at the close margin in Ohio, if you look at the close margin in some of the other states Bill Clinton visited, that was a call well placed. Another thing I'm told the president will say tonight is that, yes, he won the election, and yes, he will be inaugurated in January for 4 more years, but there's work to do even before then, and quickly get to the idea, and he will thank Governor Romney for what I think we can all agree was a gracious speech, saying the election's over, it's time to reach across the aisle, it's time to try to do some business. The president will try to follow up on that.
He needs to be conciliatory. Tomorrow he is the president-elect of a very divided country. And somehow he needs to bring us all together, not only as Americans, but also figure out a way to work with this divided Congress.
This is an evening to set the themes for his presidency, and then he needs to hold a press conference in the next 2 or 3 days and get into the specifics.
Or give a
This is not the time for specifics about what he wants to do about the fiscal cliff. It is to set, open these new chapters, close chapters from the first term, open new chapters with the Congress and with the business community.
Whether he does it through a press
and
conference, whether he does it through a press conference or whether he does it through a speech, there is talk that the president is, by the end of the week, going to talk about the fiscal cliff and start leading on that. The question is how. We don't know the answer to that yet, whether he'll come out with a plan or
should
they
Mitt
get
Romney
together.
tonight have said, I have ideas on how to spur the economy and help jobs, and I would like to work with the president and help him.
He lost the election. It will be interesting to see if the president reaches out to Mitt Romney. Look, we saw in the debates. They don't know each other very well. They hadn't met before really the debates once or twice before that. It's clear they didn't like each other much in the debates. It'll be interesting to see. You could say Mitt Romney and Bill Clinton, they'd be the good co-chairman of a coalition to deal with some of the fiscal cliff issues, wouldn't they? Paul Begala shaking his head. He says, no, he doesn't want Mitt Romney in the room because he lost the election. But I think the most important relationship that has to be repaired is the President of the United States and Speaker Boehner. They have a frayed relationship because they came very close to a grand bargain. It collapsed. The Speaker blames the President. The Speaker believes the President undermined him with his own caucus because he went to try to sell that deal, and the Speaker says he walked away from it. And that's a tough relationship.
And I don't mean disrespect to Governor Romney, but he can't deliver the President any votes for a fiscal compromise from the Republican Party. He just can't do it. That's why he's the wrong choice. John Boehner can. That's why King is right to say he's got to go to Speaker Boehner. He's got to go to others. I don't really know the Republican Party well enough, but I know the criterion. It needs to be someone who can deliver Republican votes for a compromise, bipartisan solution to this fiscal problem.
He also has to go to some Democrats. He's not known for having very warm, fuzzy relationships with many of the Democrat leaders.
They're pretty warm and fuzzy right now in Chicago, let me tell you.
He needs to strike up some friends quickly on both sides of the aisle.
It's easier to strike up friendships, though, when you've just been given a second term. You do. I mean, it is worth saying. The first election was historic. This re-election is miraculous.
well said. But to Anna's point, there is a base of folks in the party who just went out there and threw ourselves on hand grenades and did a lot to make sure he's reelected. And we're concerned about how the fiscal showdown is going to be handled. Our view is different. We say, if America is broke, we didn't go broke helping grandmama too much with Medicare. That's not, we went broke with the Bush tax cuts and the Bush wars, and if you're going to fix it, you've got to start with the revenue question first. And we want to make sure that we don't get in a situation where we have a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 or 5-to-1 cuts versus revenue.
Sorry, Van. I'm just reading the statement from the aforementioned speaker-to-be, John Boehner, who says the American people re-elected the president and re-elected our majority in the House. If there's a mandate, it's a mandate for both parties to find common ground and take steps together to help our economy grow and create jobs, which is critical to solving our debt. Nice tone. No specifics. Good luck, gentlemen.
Candy Corleo is also... Candy, what do you expect tonight?
Well, you know, I think a couple things. First of all, there are a lot of groups, I'm sure you all are getting them as well, currently blasting out emails about their part in President Obama's victory. Now, these folks, and largely these are progressive groups, are expecting something from this president. They do believe they helped reelect him. So I think that puts him in a difficult position in terms of certainly with the tax cuts, starting with a fiscal cliff. And I believe, check me if I'm wrong, that Speaker Boehner told our Deirdre Walsh that the tax, letting the tax cuts on the rich expire was not something he was willing to do. So I'm not sure where we are. Nothing much gets done in lame ducks. I don't care if it is going to be the same president coming up. I think the best you're probably going to get out of this lame duck Congress is some sort of extension for 2 or 3 months, and then they come back in January.
David, you agree with that?
On a record yesterday is saying he wasn't going to go along with the decoupling, as it's called, separating out the high income from everybody else. He's also said he's not expecting much out of this lame duck. I think that the real issue is the president needs to get him in. He needs to sit down with him and see what they can work out.
Jessica Yellen has some new information. I just want to go to her. Jessica? Jessica Yellen, you have some new information? Go ahead.
Oh, Anderson, yes. The president has arrived here at McCormick Place. His motorcade has pulled up, and he should be appearing here any moment. You now know this before the crowd here does. So as soon as they emerge from what I'm told is the largest motorcade members of the White House press corps have ever seen, because he is with an extended group of his family and close friends who are here to observe this historic night with him. When he emerges on that stage, this crowd is going to erupt in enormous cheers and excitement.
Do you have a sense, Jessica, how long before he starts speaking?
No, we don't have any timing on that yet, but it won't be long now, Anderson.
Okay. We continue.
It's also a re-election with no coattails. In the House of Representatives, the last I looked, which is about half an hour ago, Republicans are actually a net up 2 in the House. The Senate's a series of failures for Republicans to take advantage of any of the multiple Democrat-held seats, but the composition of the Senate's not going to change very much either. So the president gets reelected. We'll see what the margin is. As you break 50%, that'll be psychologically important. But we're still in the muddle. We're still in the muddle that we've been in all the last 2 years with Congress and the president.
There are two important things about Congress. One is the redistricting really hurt Democrats. We got murdered in places even where Obama did well. So that's something I think that is going to make it tougher for us going forward. But in the Senate, you see a strengthening of liberal voices in the Senate. You see an Elizabeth Warren coming in.
Indiana.
Well, fair.
Yeah, you got a pro-life conservative Democrat.
Fair enough, but if you look at Elizabeth Warren coming in, if you look at Tammy coming in, you've got a strengthening of the liberals in the Senate. So it's a mixed message. It's mixed.
Necessarily help the president.
It ran ads. Elizabeth Warren's case saying would never cut Medicare, never cut Social Security. So the fiscal cliff issues.
Look, we
welcome to the
had
party.
a real chance. We had a very good chance to retake the Senate. The truth is that the Democrats had dumb luck. They got lucky, and we had candidates that said dumb stuff.
You had bad. It wasn't luck. You had bad candidates, and you had some Tea Party candidates there. And if I keep saying this, if it weren't for the Tea Party, Republicans might have had control of the Senate, and it cost you 5 or 6 candidates since 2010. But on the fiscal cliff, my guess is that it's a very large can that gets kicked down the road in the short term with maybe some kind of a framework.
You
can't do a big
deal. The president said he won't sign a short-term extension. He said that he won't sign one. He's going to force it to a head.
The Tea Party, if nothing else, stands for austerity, for a radical anti-government agenda. It was rejected even in conservative states tonight. The president, I think his best ad was one of his concluding ads. It was a 60-second ad. He looked right to camera, and finally, he said, here's my economic agenda. And on the screen, it says, higher taxes for upper-income Americans. He ran on that. I can tell you from a lot of polling, 2/3 of the American people want those Bush tax cuts to expire for the upper end, for the high income.
By the way, didn't you get a shout-out from Sarah Palin tonight? Did I hear
I'm happy to say our super PAC I advised ran all these Bain Capital ads, and the former governor of Alaska, thank you for mentioning it, went on the air and said those ads inundated the people in Ohio and turned the race. And I do want to thank Governor Palin for her trenchant and accurate political analysis.
I was sure you would have said that the best ads of this campaign were the priorities ads.
Even I'm not that arrogant. The president's ad was the best.
By the way, we're told
she can see you from her house. She's going to get in trouble for having that channel on.
By the way, we're told President Obama is probably about a minute away from speaking. So again, you do not want to turn away from your screen at this point. A historic moment as this president comes on that stage. We're going to listen to the crowd, obviously, as he approaches.
It's interesting, quickly, these guys over there, some of them have served him 3 consecutive 2-term presidencies.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton tried to deal with some of these issues, divided government, got welfare in a balanced budget. At the end of his second term, the Lewinsky scandal kept him from doing Medicare and Social Security. George W. Bush tried, whether you agree or disagree with his proposals. He tried, couldn't get it done. Barack Obama in the first term had the one attempt with Speaker Boehner to grant compromise, didn't get it done. These problems, Gloria mentioned the Ken, when it comes to Medicare, Social Security, the fundamental big budget questions have been kicked down the road now. Now we're going into the second term of the first president.
The big question I want to know, are the Democrats willing to compromise? If the Republicans will compromise on taxes, will they make big changes on Medicare?
Who's going to blame? Who's going to blame?
That's the question. And as Van is saying, the liberal base of the party is going to say to the president, you can't do this to us. We just got you elected, by the way.
It's not an even Steven deal.
You're going to fight against him?
The good news is he doesn't have to get reelected.
Wait, I'm sorry. The president's about to come out. Let's watch.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast, I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up,
no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I'm gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Tonight, more than 200 years after a former colony won the right to determine its own destiny, the task of perfecting our union moves forward. It moves forward because of you. It moves forward because you reaffirmed the spirit that has triumphed over war and depression, the spirit that has lifted this country from the depths of despair to the great heights of hope, the belief that while each of us will pursue our own individual dreams, we are an American family and we rise or fall together as one nation and as one people. Tonight, in this election, you, the American people, reminded us that while our road has been hard, while our journey has been long, we have picked ourselves up. We have fought our way back. And we know in our hearts that for the United States of America, the best is yet to come. I want to thank every American who participated in this election. Whether you voted for the very first time or waited in line for a very long time. By the way, we have to fix that. Whether you pounded the pavement or picked up the phone. Whether you held an Obama sign or a Romney sign, you made your voice heard, and you made a difference. I just spoke with Governor Romney, and I congratulated him and Paul Ryan on a hard-fought campaign. We may have battled fiercely, but it's only because we love this country deeply. And we care so strongly about its future. From George to Lenore to their son Mitt, the Romney family has chosen to give back to America through public service. And that is a legacy that we honor and applaud tonight. In the weeks ahead, I also look forward to sitting down with Governor Romney to talk about where we can work together to move this country forward. I want to thank my friend and partner of the last 4 years, America's happy warrior, the best vice president anybody could ever hope for, Joe Biden.
the man I am today without the woman who agreed to marry me 20 years ago. Let me say this publicly. Michelle, I have never loved you more. I have never been prouder to watch the rest of America fall in love with you too, as our nation's First Lady. Sasha and Malia, before our very eyes, you're growing up to become two strong, smart, beautiful young women, just like your mom. And I'm so proud of you guys. But I will say that for now, one dog's probably enough. To the best campaign team and volunteers in the history of politics, the best ever. Some of you were new this time around, and some of you have been at my side since the very beginning. But all of you are family. No matter what you do or where you go from here, you will carry the memory of the history we made together. And you will have the lifelong appreciation of a grateful president. Thank you for believing all the way to every hill, through every valley. You lifted me up the whole way, and I will always be grateful for everything that you've done and all the incredible work that you put in. I know that political campaigns can sometimes seem small, even silly. And that provides plenty of fodder for the cynics who tell us that politics, nothing more than a contest of egos or the domain of special interests. But if you ever get the chance to talk to folks who turned out at our rallies and crowded along a rope line in a high school gym, or saw folks working late at a campaign office in some tiny county far away from home, you'll discover something else. You'll hear the determination in the voice of a young field organizer who's working his way through college and wants to make sure every child has that same opportunity. You'll hear the pride in the voice of a volunteer who's going door to door because her brother was finally hired when the local auto plant added another shift. You'll hear the deep patriotism in the voice of a military spouse who's working the phones late at night to make sure that no one who fights for this country ever has to fight for a job or a roof over their head when they come home. That's why we do this. That's what politics can be. That's why elections matter. It's not small, it's big. It's important. Democracy in a nation of 300 million can be noisy and messy and complicated. We have our own opinions. Each of us has deeply held beliefs. And when we go through tough times, when we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that As we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter, the chance to cast their ballots like we did today. But despite all our differences, most of us share certain hopes for America's future. We want our kids to grow up in a country where they have access to the best schools and the best teachers. A country that lives up to its legacy as the global leader in technology and discovery and innovation, with all the good jobs and new businesses that follow. We want our children to live in America that isn't burdened by debt, that isn't weakened by inequality, that isn't threatened by the destructive power of a warming planet. We want to pass on a country that's safe and respected and admired around the world. A nation that is defended by the strongest military on earth and the best troops this world has ever known. But also a country that moves with confidence beyond this time of war to shape a peace that is built on the promise of freedom and dignity for every human being. We believe in a generous America, in a compassionate America, in a tolerant America, open to the dreams of an immigrant's daughter who studies in our schools and pledges to our flag. To the young boy on the south side of Chicago who sees a life beyond the nearest street corner. To the furniture worker's child in North Carolina who wants to become a doctor or a scientist, an engineer or an entrepreneur, a diplomat or even a president. That's the future we hope for. That's the vision we share. That's where we need to go. Forward. That's where we need to go. Now, we will disagree, sometimes fiercely, about how to get there. As it has for more than 2 centuries, progress will come in fits and starts. It's not always a straight line. It's not always a smooth path. By itself, the recognition that we have common hopes and dreams won't end all the gridlock or solve all our problems or substitute for the painstaking work of building consensus and making the difficult compromises needed to move this country forward. But that common bond is where we must begin. Our economy is recovering. A decade of war is ending. A long campaign is now over. And whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever about the work there is to do and the future that lies ahead. Tonight, you voted for action, not politics as usual. You elected us to focus on your jobs, not ours. And in the coming weeks and months, I am looking forward to reaching out and working with leaders of both parties to meet the challenges we can only solve together. Reducing our deficit, reforming our tax code, fixing our immigration system, freeing ourselves from foreign oil. We've got more work to do. But that doesn't mean your work is done. The role of citizen in our democracy does not end with your vote. America's never been about what can be done for us. It's about what can be done by us together through the hard and frustrating but necessary work of self-government. That's the principle we were founded on. This country has more wealth than any nation, but that's not what makes us rich. We have the most powerful military in history, but that's not what makes us strong. Our university, our culture, are all the envy of the world, but that's not what keeps the world coming to our shores. What makes America exceptional are the bonds that hold together the most diverse nation on earth. The belief that our destiny is shared, that this country only works when we accept certain obligations to one another and to future generations, so that the freedom which so many Americans have fought for and died for comes with responsibilities as well as rights, and among those are love and charity and duty and patriotism. That's what makes America great. I am hopeful tonight because I've seen the spirit at work in America. I've seen it in the family business whose owners would rather cut their own pay than lay off their neighbors. And in the workers who would rather cut back their hours than see a friend lose a job. I've seen it in the soldiers who re-enlist after losing a limb. And in those SEALs who charged up the stairs into darkness and danger because they knew there was a buddy behind them watching their back. I've seen it on the shores of New Jersey and New York, where leaders from every party and level of government have swept aside their differences to help a community rebuild from the wreckage of a terrible storm. And I saw it just the other day in Mentor, Ohio, where a father told the story of his 8-year-old daughter whose long battle with leukemia nearly cost their family everything. Had it not been for health care reform passing just a few months before the insurance company was about to stop paying for her care. I had an opportunity to not just talk to the father, but meet this incredible daughter of his. And when he spoke to the crowd, listening to that father's story, every parent in that room had tears in their eyes. Because we knew that little girl could be our own. And I know that every American wants her future to be just as bright. That's who we are. That's the country I'm so proud to lead as your president. And tonight, despite all the hardship we've been through, despite all the frustrations of Washington, I've never been more hopeful about our future. I have never been more hopeful about America. And I ask you to sustain that hope. I'm not talking about blind optimism, the kind of hope that just ignores the enormity of the tasks ahead or the roadblocks that stand in our path. I'm not talking about the wishful idealism that allows us to just sit on the sidelines or shirk from a fight. I have always believed that hope is that stubborn thing inside us that insists, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that something better awaits us, so long as we have the courage to keep reaching, to keep working, to keep fighting. America, I believe we can build on the progress we've made, and continue to fight for new jobs and new opportunity and new security for the middle class, I believe we can keep the promise of our founding. The idea that if you're willing to work hard, it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from or what you look like or where you love. It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try. I believe we can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America. And together, with your help and God's grace, we will continue our journey forward and remind the world just why it is that we live in the greatest nation on earth. Thank you, America. God bless you. God bless these United States.
Bruce Springsteen, his new song, We Take Care of Our Own. He was a big supporter for the President of the United States. They're celebrating at Obama headquarters in Chicago over at McCormick Place. You can see the confetti, you can see the Bidens, you can see the Obamas, a lot of their close friends, family members. They are there on the stage celebrating this historic win, a second term for the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States. They are pretty happy. Perhaps earlier in the day there was a little tension, but they came through and they won. They won decisively in the Electoral College, and they're winning one right now in the popular vote as well. Nearly 1 million votes by my estimate. Right now, 800,000 votes in the popular vote. The president 50%, Mitt Romney 49%. They're still counting votes across the country right now, but the president clearly has been reelected. And he promised to get down to business right away. He promised to work not only with Democrats, but with Republicans. We had a statement, by the way, just a little while ago from John Boehner, the Speaker of the House, and the Republicans will maintain their majority in the House of Representatives, also saying he wants to work, he wants to cooperate, he wants to get down to business, and pretty soon they're going to have a lot of business to do because they have crises issues between now and the end of the year, the so-called fiscal cliff. So there's no shortage of work to do. They'll celebrate tonight, but before you know it, Anderson Cooper, they're going to have to get down and deal with a lot of very, very sensitive issues.
Yeah, certainly indeed. And really an extraordinary speech by President Obama, especially when you compare it to his acceptance speech 4 years ago. A much different tone. Paul Begala, you were remarking on that. And also you were remarking on just what an extraordinary win this is for the president.
It really is. And it looks like I think the president has told friends that he thinks the economy really is going to take off the next 4 years. And this was much more optimistic, exuberant, energetic. This was more like the Barack Obama we were introduced to at that Boston convention in '04 than the very somber young president-elect we were first introduced to in Grant Park. I loved it. I thought it was wonderful. But it's hard for me actually to put it into context. No one has, in the modern era, has ever been reelected with an economy this soft, or even close to this soft. It's really remarkable. He held off any primary challenge from his own party, job one for an incumbent president, and then he made the case in the most difficult environment you can imagine. I mean, the guy, I know Barack means blessed, and maybe he is, but his first weeks in office, there was an economic collapse. His last weeks before the election, there was a hurricane, and in between, he didn't have very many easy days.
By the way, the hurricane was a blessing.
The way he handled it was, had he handled it, frankly, the way President Bush handled Katrina, he'd be ex-President Obama tonight. So he had to rise to the occasion, and he had to have a team in place that could do it. And I think both in his campaign and certainly in FEMA, he seems to have had that team. But the campaign staff, having been an old staffer, the real hacks, we understand this is an even bigger, more difficult, and more impressive win than 2008.
Really?
Yes.
Just because of so many odds stacked against
so many, the economy was so bad.
Final 6 months of 2008, we lost 3.47 million jobs. Final month before this election, we gained 171,000 jobs. He purposely was somber in 2008 because he said he could not walk out there and give this exuberant speech knowing full well the economic condition that we were in. He even signaled that to the First Lady. She walked over and she wanted to give him a high five. He said, no, not tonight. From that moment, that's why he walked out there and he said, remember, he said, we have to rebuild this country brick by brick, house by house, street by street. And so he understood the grind. The last 4 years, it was a grind. And so what you saw tonight was them putting that coalition back together. You saw them expanding out west, winning those critical states. Folks said, okay, Nevada, New Mexico, you throw in Colorado. I mean, so you're talking about a different sort of focus this time around.
David?
Listen, I think that Paul and Roland and other Democrats, especially the president and his team, deserve a night of big celebration. This was a big victory. For an African-American, for a black to win 2 straight elections in this country is a significant accomplishment in political history, and I don't take anything away from that. I do think it's possible to overinterpret just how big the win is. I mean, it is worth remembering that when he beat John McCain, he beat him by 10 million votes. And tonight he's winning currently by about 1 million votes. I think it'll get higher. But it's not, I don't think it was as overwhelming a victory as what he got last time when he broke through. What I also found interesting about the speech, and I think that it gave him some, it was a little tempered tonight about where he was going. It was much more a speech about values. Paul was absolutely right. This speech echoed 2004, the convention speech. It sounded like a redux, right? But what I thought he carefully steered away from was something he had been arguing earlier, and that was that this election was going to clear the air. this election would resolve what path we were going to take. And instead, he came out and talked about tonight that the arguments go on. People are going to, the passions continue. And we need to see if we can figure out how to get there.
But David, size doesn't always matter.
He didn't seize and say, you know, I've been elected, now we ought to, I've got an agenda, this is what the country
Well, I'd just like to make an observation about one throwaway line in the speech where he said, you know, and all the people who waited online for 3 and 4 hours to vote, and we've got to fix that. You're damn right we do. What a disgrace. What a disgrace in this country that you have to wait online for 3 or 4 hours in order simply to vote.
Paul, you were making the case that you've worked on elections in Brazil, which is obviously a very modern country, has a lot going for it, but they're...
Much better system of voting, much better. They're electronic, it's instantaneous, and it is verifiable, so there are careful checks against corruption. A lot of people in America...
It's on a Sunday, and it's mandatory.
Right.
I just got to quickly check in with Candy Crowley and just yell. Candy, you first, from your perspective tonight.
Well, I actually was thinking about that 2004 speech that he made when he gave this speech. I also, talking back and forth, the colleagues said, you know, the thing is you want to say, okay, what's the plan? And I think we still don't know what the plan is. And what we do know is that we've had the president tonight saying, I'm going to reach out to Republicans and Democrats. We had the speaker, who may or may not even expand his majority in the House, say, I'm willing to work with the president. But then both men have said, Speaker Boehner said in his statement tonight, this should not be seen as some mandate to raise taxes. And we know also that the president has said that he'd veto any bill that didn't end the tax cuts for the wealthy. So I'm not sure where we are. I don't know what the plan is. Tonight's not the night for it, but it's going to come pretty quickly, Anderson.
And Jessica, let's check in with you, the campaign.
Well, Anderson, you know, I think one of the things we're overlooking is that the president is very clear about when he says something, he actually does do it. And what he has said during this campaign, or he tries to do it, is that he believes his mistake in the first term was trying to reach out to Congress without reaching out to the American people more. And what he said in that speech was, I return more determined and more inspired than ever. What we saw during this campaign was the president, who became increasingly cold and detached in office, became energized and alive on the campaign trail, as if it breathed new life into him being on the campaign trail. And what his advisors tell me over and over is that when he gets back into office, if they thought he would be reelected, when he gets back into office, instead of working just with Congress, he will take the show on the road. I know people say it can't be done, whatever. They think it can be done, and that he will continue to make the case to the American people. He thinks that's the answer, and that will energize Congress to move, and that he did lay out a second-term agenda, they think, pretty clearly. Okay. You can disagree, but
we want to talk about that with our panelists ahead, exactly what that means, taking the show on the road, but I want to go to Wolf and John first, because a lot more numbers to look at on the map.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we take a closer look right now, John King, at the pathway to victory. How did the president of the United States, he's up now by more than 1 million votes on the popular vote, but on the Electoral College vote, the all-important reach for 270, he got it. He went beyond it. How did he do it?
And they will be critically happy in the Obama campaign if they can get above 50, Wolf, and keep that above 50. A much narrower victory than last time when he had 53% of the vote. If he can crack 50, this will make them happy as they go back into the White House. You're a sports fan, as I'm a sports fan. A winning team in sports, what does it do most of all? It defends its house. It defends its turf. You have to win at home. So this is the Obama map of 2008. When you come to the Obama map of 2012, remarkably successful. In a much tougher year for Democrats, they lost only Indiana and North Carolina, the two most Republican states. Of all the states President Obama won as Senator Obama 4 years ago, the only ones he lost tonight.
Remember, North Carolina 4 years ago, they only won by 14,000 votes.
These are the two states from 2008 that had the deepest Republican DNA of the two states he lost tonight. You have to say it is a remarkable achievement, given the economy, given persistent high unemployment, that the president defended this map. And it is a remarkable achievement. Now,
I want to just point out to our viewers, Florida is the only state we have not projected a win yet, or a loss. We haven't made any projections of Florida. It's very close. 97% of the vote has been counted. The president has 50% Mitt Romney has 49%. There's a difference, though, not much there in Florida. But I think for the reason we have not made a projection is that they've decided to stop counting votes, at least for the night. They're going to resume tomorrow morning, and then we'll wait and see for the official number. But we have not made a formal projection in Florida.
We have not. About 65,000 votes there in my rough math. I've gone through this looking at the county. If you're looking for the conservative votes in these red counties, you're not going to find them. The question is, what else is there? They have other votes to count down, and here are a few votes here, and perhaps they know something in Florida.
Maybe absentee ballots or whatever.
Absentee ballots and the like. So we'll wait and let this one play out. At the moment, though, Florida is blue, and you're right. If this one happened to go red late, that would be a third one. But at the moment, he's only lost 2, which is pretty remarkable when you look at this. And so then you come to this map here. The president successfully defended the map. He is on the path now. He has 303. If he gets the state of Florida, he'll crack. That would put him over 330. He won 365 electoral votes last time against John McCain. Again, in defending his map, it's a very impressive electoral college victory, a more narrow victory when it comes down to the national election. But from an electoral college perspective, you have to tip your hat. This is exactly what they said they were going to do: defend their turf, keep their coalition intact, turn out their vote. They did it.
A lot of Republicans were bad-mouthing the pollsters, but you know what? Those pollsters in most of those battleground states proved to be pretty accurate.
Very accurate. If you go state by state and look at the late polls, dead on.
Yep, pretty good. All right.